that it is impossible for them to do the scientific method.
With this, yes.
Right. So, but they want to call it science now.
Holy shit! Yes, of course it is.
No, it isn't.
Because you can't use the scientific method on certain aspects or certain subjects.
Do you know the definition?
That is beyond crazy.
Hold on. Do you know the definition of pseudoscience?
That you can't use a scientific method on it.
Yes, if you claim science.
Please tell me that one. Oh, you got that's definition. Oh, let's look it up with us. Let's
you say if you say
Google search for everybody.
Yeah, I had Google searched it, and the first thing that came up was flat Earth.
Guys, hold on. Pseudoscience.
Based.
Pseudoscience is when you claim you have science, but really you're not following the scientific method. That's pseudoscience.
Oh no, here it is. No, you're completely wrong. I just looked it up, and you're completely wrong. A collection of beliefs and practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Weird how that doesn't agree with you.
That's exactly what I just said.
You said if they didn't do scientific method. This is mistakenly regarding scientific method. You sure, friend?
My brain broke.
What's?
I think you guys are saying the same thing.
So he's saying that they didn't that in his world they don't even use the scientific method at all, and that's what pseudoscience is. That's not what it is. Pseudoscience is if you use it mistakenly. You use the scientific method mistakenly, not right. That's how you use pseudoscience. So get fucked.
That's what he's saying.
Not you, Jeremy, but all the people that are fucking getting on me.
You're literally agreeing with me. I don't know why.
Science. You say that it's science, but it's not actually using science.
No, they're using the scientific method improperly.
Yeah, that's
not outright not using it, but just using it wrong.
Okay, that is what your astronomy people are doing.
No, they're not. They're not using the scientific method because you can't use it with astrology or with astronomy. That's the point. They can't. They won't use it. They're not using it. They're not using it improperly. They're just not using it because you can't.
No, they are using the scientific method. They're not using. They all have access to experimentation. That's what it said.
Oh boy!
Yeah, they're using the scientific method in a different way, or in a way these are for astronomy.
Roma, these are the Globers, just so you know. Kosho and Zanuck and Ruhif. These are all hardcore Globers. So
yeah, they're gonna take you under their wing. They're gonna comb you. What's it called when you
comb you?
Groom. They're gonna groom you. Yeah. So they don't have very many on their side.
Everybody that believes in the globe Earth is a groomer.
Anyone who's willing to do this, they have to groom. So
let me ask you this. So you cannot do any kind of experiments, right?
That's not what was stated either.
Hold on.
What he said was you usually don't have access to it.
Stop.
Doesn't mean it never happens.
Stop. I'm talking to him, bud. Chill out, Kosho. Talking to him. So in astronomy, you're not doing any kind of experiment.
You are, but not using the scientific method that you guys are talking about. No.
What other
experiment? Back a little bit.
I literally posted it in chat, dude. Are you guys literally like blind? They observe the objects of interest at different distances from Earth. They are seen at different ages or evolutionary stages. The laws of physics discovered on Earth are the same throughout the universe.
Can I ask the flat earthers whether they think it's valuable?
No, they're not.
Wow, I just explained what you guys are asking. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Go ahead, Rohit.
So,
the flat earthers acknowledge some value with doing science, right? If someone says it's scientific,
they really seem to know that, but they don't seem to understand it fully.
I just want to say, Roma, the laws of physics aren't the same throughout the whole universe. You know where Newton's law of gravity breaks down?
No, the question is...
we were so close!
No, you know where Newton's law of gravity breaks down at?
God damn it, Jeremy.
Not even that. The question is, how can he validate this without testing?
Why don't we let Ruhif ask his question?
They don't use the scientific theory that you are talking about.
So how are you testing it? How are you testing it? You're observing it, making up a story, saying, "Oh yeah, they're exactly the same." But how? Stop. Listen. But how are you validating this information that they're spitting out at you?
Well, I can't really finish his question.
That was in the middle of something with him, and then somehow somebody jumped on in something and interrupted the shit. I'm trying to go through a little process here, trying to get, his whole idea.
This can be easily looked up on Google or on YouTube or many other places. If you don't believe in Google or YouTube, I'm sure there's some other academic sources that can give you this. But I
let's
can
let
look
Ruhif
this up
get
for
in.
you if you really need me to, because you can't seem to look this up for yourself.
Let me tell you this.
Hold on a second.
So
hold on,
if
hold
you
on,
if
hold
if
on one
it's
second,
so
bro.
done,
Ruhif's been trying to get in. Ruhif's been trying to get in. Hang on a second.
Thank you, Jeremy. I just want to
appreciate
see
that,
whether
sir.
you guys put value on scientific achievement. Like if someone says, "Oh, it's been scientifically demonstrated," or whatever, does that give it some prestige or some value?
I mean, if it's been if there's been experiments behind it that they've been tested and it has an hypothesis, yeah, definitely. Why not?
Okay. So my hypothesis is that Earth is a spinning ball. Okay. And I'm going to go and test that.
Okay, so what's your observed phenomena?
No, I don't need an observed phenomena. You're trying
Really?
to get to some strict.
So hold on.
So I actually looked this up a little bit more. They do use the scientific method, but they don't use it through direct information or direct data like you do with other types of fields. You use radiation or other things that they found for astronomy, like we've been talking about. So they do actually. I was wrong originally. They do use the scientific theory, but they don't use direct information.
They actually do use some direct information.
They don't.
So
Yeah, you mean they don't always use direct
They don't
information?
always
but
use
they,
it.
they
Not
sometimes they might.
Yeah.
One independent variable they can actually vary directly is time. They watch things over
time. Oh my god! Stop muddying the waters, dude.
Time is an independent variable in astronomy.
God.
Yes.
Like not your rate.
Who asked me about my observed phenomenon?
I did.
Okay. So my observed phenomenon is this.
Here, I'm going to post a video that can explain it real easy for you.
Right. My observed phenomenon is the sunset. All right. My hypothesis is that the Earth's a rotating globe.
So I'm sorry, I missed your phenomena. What was it?
Yeah, the sunset.
The sunset. Okay.
Yep. I observe the sunset and I go, what can explain that? My hypothesis is that Earth is a rotating globe.
Okay. So, what's your independent variable, man?
Latitude.
So the independent variable is like radiation and other things, and then once you have the radiation and those scans, you can then get.
Hold on.
Okay.
My independent variable is latitude. I'm going to change my latitude, and I'm going to measure the weight of something. See if it correlates with latitude.
I like this.
Because if my hypothesis is correct, then the weight should correlate with latitude. Because of
but your observed phenomena is the sun setting.
Yep.
All right. So what causes the sun setting?
His hypothesis is.
My hypothesis is that Earth's a rotating globe.
This is a train wreck. This is a train wreck.
Let me help out a little bit. His hypothesis.
Stop.
His hypothesis is a lot of things actually.
Oh my god.
The Earth is spinning. That the sun is just a certain distance away. That the Earth curve is this dimension. This is the circumference. And over this period of time, we see the sun set. And that is his hypothesis. That's why the sun is set.
Nice. Which one is the independent
variable?
Independent variable now will be several tests. We can do things like horizon drop at altitude. We can do focal pendulum. We can do all sorts of little things. The size of the sun.
Do any of them involve the actual? Do any of them actually involve the Earth rotating? Because you're claiming that's what was what.
Yeah, I did. I said the focal pendulum.
The Earth rotating
as your independent variables.
No. What are you talking about? You're just throwing out words you don't know what they mean, Jeremy. The independent variable in what? What experiment? The focal pendulum?
You're trying to figure out if the cause of the sunset is. You're trying to figure out if the
Jeremy, for fuck's sake, one independent variable would be the latitude, as he mentioned. We go to different latitudes, not only to see what he was looking for the weight of something. I would do that to see the periodicity and the precession of the focal pendulum. Hold on.
So Ruhif, come on, bro, you're monologuing, dude. There's a lot of people here that want to talk. You can't. You got to keep it short.
Talking for hours. I've been listening
I'm stepping out of this so I can moderate. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Okay, I'm going to go for like 5 minutes.
So we have 3 or 4 experiments that will show the Earth is rotating and that it is round. So yes, those are the experiments that will validate his hypothesis. And one of the most
you're validating his hypothesis. He hasn't even validated his own hypothesis, and you're trying to take over his hypothesis.
He already did.
No, he didn't, because he wanted to go for 5 more minutes, and you don't let him.
So the validity.
We're talking.
We're giving evidence to substantiate the validity of his hypothesis.
Hey, bud, calm down, man. Let him finish.
No, I'm not going to calm down when you don't understand basic words.
I gotta calm down.
Well, then you're not going to survive very long on the server.
It's okay.
All right, so I think what Jeremy did was conflate the hypothesis with the experiment. Right?
Correct.
Experiments have independent variables. Hypotheses are just explanations for a phenomenon.
They're a full story.
You
backs up
that
and
was
gives
dead wrong.
validity
That
to
was
your.
wrong. I can't talk when you're here, Zanuck. I'm my bad. I'm not getting back in the conversation. I'm going to
Yeah, you said
moderate.
you were going to
You need to be
moderate.
moderated because you need to be moderated, Zanuck. That's why I can't talk.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Zan, you need to.
What?
I even agree with you, Zan, but like, yeah, I will say on all of this, it's funny to listen to the back and forth, and now that we can actually tell you what you guys are talking about is complete bunk, I think that's a little funny listening to you guys. But I would say, yeah, Zanuck, even though you're right, you shouldn't be going off this hard. That this is an open conversation.
I wasn't going that far. When he starts talking over me, I get a little excited. So I'll try to contain myself.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we've been having this conversation, Jeremy. We've had this conversation for the longest time that QE and you, because you followed QE's footstep, confuse the hypothesis, story, explanation, etc., with the actual experiments, which give validity to the hypothesis.
That's what was confusing me so hard earlier.
Story about what happens, and then you have experiments. In each one of those experiments, you can have usually one independent variable and to see the effect on the dependent variable. Each one of those experiments stack up and give evidence to support the hypothesis. Is that not clear enough, everybody?
Yeah, the actual your hypothesis is guessing what the.
Is it clear or not?
No, your experiment is.
Can you? It was a question for you, Jeremy. Is it clear?
Yeah, you got confused with QE's bullshit, Jeremy. That's what's happened.
Really? So in chem,
it's pretty obvious.
Libertex.org, it says, so one of the most common terms used in science class is hypothesis. The word can have many different definitions depending on the context in which it is being used.
Yeah.
The first one, it says, an educated guess. A scientific hypothesis provides suggested solutions based on evidence. 2, prediction. If you have ever carried out a science experiment, you probably made this type of hypothesis when you predicted the outcome of your experiment. 3, tentative or proposed explanation. Hypothesis can be suggestions about why something is observed in order for it to be scientific. However, a scientist must be able to test that explanation to see if it works and if it's able to correctly predict what will happen in a situation. For example, if my hypothesis is correct,
didn't I say that?
See results when we perform tests.
Right.
So what does it mean by tests?
Experiment.
What's the test? An experiment. So when you do an experiment, what do you do?
You asked the question, I'm going to answer.
Hold on. You answered it. So when you said experiment, that was the answer. Perfect. So when you do an experiment,
to validate, the successive experiments are done to validate claims in the hypothesis. So you validate the hypothesis through experimentation. And each experiment has this independent-dependent variable relationship that you get confused on. So that's what we're trying to say to you.
Yeah, so when I say my hypothesis is the Earth is a spinning ball, these retards go, oh, you can't change the rotation. Like, that's not the independent variable. That's where you're conflating hypothesis with experiment.
Because it's not causing anything because it's not moving.
Again, you're missing the point.
No, I cut Ruhif off. Let him finish. We're letting Ruhif finish. Go ahead, Ruhif. My bad.
I've got like 1 minute anyway. That's all I want to say is you're conflating the hypothesis with the experiment.
The hypothesis tells you what you're going to do in the experiment. That is.
No, it doesn't.
That's where you get your experiment from.
No, it doesn't.
The hypothesis
it tells you the dependent variable.
No.
The
You're wrong again.
Is an explanation. If the hypothesis is true, then I expect something, right? I expect that the weight will change with latitude. That's my experiment. Go and test whether the weight changes with latitude. And it does.
The hypothesis has an effect and a cause. And you think that you're guessing when you make your hypothesis.
Yeah,
They're not
make your hypothesis.
They're not the same thing.
Don't cut them off, man.
Yeah, when you make your hypothesis, the same thing over and over again. It's getting frustrating, Jeremy.
Yeah,
you've heard us before.
These things
Cause and effect relationship story is not the same as a cause and effect relationship in the experiment. They're two completely different things in the scientific method and in science, by the way. You're conflating them and confusing them.
If we want to have a back and forth with him, he'll let us finish. We gotta let him finish. Otherwise, he's gonna not want to play.
You can't do it with Zanuck, bro.
Zenic saying is correct though, man. Because if they think about string theory is a perfect example. String theory, which is not a theory, it's hypotheses. Series of them based on a model which is hypothesized. There's no test for it, and the hypothesis itself doesn't outline a test for it. But there might be one day, but regardless if there's a test for it or not, the hypothesis is still exists.
So check this out from life science, right? The scientific method. So when conducting research, scientists use the scientific method to collect measurable empirical evidence in an experiment related to hypotheses, often in the form of if and then statements. The results aiming to support or contradict a theory.
That's correct.
Exactly what I said.
Right. So you have to go to the scientific method then, right?
No.
That's exactly what they just. I just read. You agree with it.
And then the tests.
Did you just agree with what I just said?
Yes, and you're not understanding what
when conducting research, scientists uses a scientific method to collect measurable empirical evidence in an experiment related to a hypothesis. So you have to go through the scientific method to be able to test your hypothesis. The scientific method
includes the hypothesis and the experimentation for the test.
So you have to go through the scientific method.
It is. The scientific method says you see phenomena, you develop a hypothesis, you test the hypothesis. That's the scientific method.
Right. So you have, in the scientific method, it
literally was in the middle of a sentence. Through experimentation, you validate, you substantiate, you give evidence for your hypothesis. Why is this so hard to understand?
Right. But in the scientific method, I'm asking you, does it have a dependent and independent variable?
No, it's part of the experimentation process.
Right. So when I asked them,
scientific method is not the independent variable relationship.
It has
the experiment. When you have a change in an independent variable, it will have an effect on the dependent variable. The presumed cause of that effect. That's what we're talking about. That's not the hypothesis. That's different.
In the hypothesis,
for example, let me relate to something. Let me relate to something. Some weed. You're growing weed in your closet, and you have a light, and you have soil, and you have oxygen levels in your air, all this, CO2 levels, everything.
Jeremy,
you can change all those independent variables.
Can you please help?
Stop talking.
You don't stop talking. That's the problem.
And one at a time, you change those independent variables to see its effect on growth, which is your dependent variable. Now,
right. So you're not gonna get speaking.
All these independent variables affect the dependent variable, which is the growth. The hypothesis is.
I'm sorry, I have to mute him just because he does not let anybody speak. He just keeps on rambling and rambling.
Relax, bro. I had a timer on him. You should have let him go. He had 5 seconds left.
You're just not getting it.
You got 4 seconds left.
Okay, so the independent variables are part of the experiment. The hypothesis is the story, and the scientific method is the entire process to validate your hypothesis.
All right, time's up.
Right, but my question is, you need an independent. Go ahead, man. Okay, I'm just done talking to Sanic anyways. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't do it with
quick, just quick. Yeah, I know, Jeremy, I know, but just quickly, Sanic. So if I have a hypothesis about your Advos effect that the weight changes because there are pink fairies that live at certain latitudes and they flap their wings underneath something to make it lighter. So, and then I measure in your experiment. I measure the weight of things. It's going to confirm my hypothesis.
You have to validate why you think those fairies would make the weight change. And his idea, that's not something they stated. They didn't state this so explicitly, but they're saying the weights would change due to the fact that when something rotates, there's a centrifugal force. So they didn't state that, but that's already a understood fact. So that's why
I would say that the upward, but I would validate it. I would validate it, Coach, by saying the upward air draft will naturally. Everybody knows that the upward mystical things, movement of particles will reduce the weight factor. Like I can make rubbish up as well, buddy. It's like unless you've got that independent dependent variable relationship it opens the door for a whole lot of just conjecture and unfalsifiable nonsense. That would be my argument.
No, that there's not unfalsifiable made up rubbish. If you know the centrifugal force formula, that's all you'd have to plug in is that formula, and then you'd have the actual values that you'd be testing for when you did an actual experiment like that. You wouldn't just say there's a draft and it does this. You'd have to
Well, yeah. So you'd be able to disprove that. You'd be able to now. This is why. This is part of
you're roboting. Hold on, Zan. You're just gonna jump in and start talking while he's roboting, Zanuck.
He was
really
done.
good and just jump.
Oh, he
in.
wasn't.
Okay,
he was just roboting.
Yeah, he was done. The thing
I know, but you
about
gotta at least let him know. Hey, Coach. Oh my
Coach,
God, I gotta
finish.
while I tell them.
Coach, you finished?
Hold on, guys. I had to mute Zanuck. Jesus. So, guys, if somebody's roboting, don't just jump in like a nutcase. Say, hey, you're roboting. Maybe give them 10 seconds to stop roboting or acknowledge you. You don't just jump in like a lunatic. Thank you very much, Zanuck. I'm gonna unmute you now. Please behave.
Okay, sorry about that. The Kosho was going to the direction I was with this, in that you can now disprove the hypothesis that the little pink fairies were doing this, because someone mentioned that you all know that air drafts that are going upward can do things. So you might isolate this area, this weighted process in a box. So there's no air movement. You can verify whether there's no air movement with other types of devices and realize that, wow, when I do that, the weight didn't change. So obviously,
It's fairy wings. They're magical.
Yeah,
fairy wings are magical.
If it's magical, then it's unfalsifiable, as the Kosho mentioned. If it's unfalsifiable, then the whole scientific method is out the window, because that's pseudoscience.
But your argument is also unfalsifiable. What you're doing is you're connecting. You've got an equation for centrifugal force, right?
Correct.
And then you've got this weight change, and you're just magically connecting the two. That one is the other. It's all together. But
it's not magical at all. In fact, we understand.
I think it ought to be magical if you could just let someone finish what they're saying before you.
I thought you were done. Go ahead.
That'd be magical. Well, I'm still talking. How can that mean I'm done?
No,
seriously,
you
bro.
made a point. I wasn't responding to it. Just finish up your point.
You just got like conversational Tourette's. Anyway, so yeah, you can't just, because of convenience to your narrative, you can't just connect the two and say, voila, there we go, it all works.
Okay, I'll take that as you being done. So no, we have this equation for, as you said, for centrifugal force based on the radius of a sphere and the velocity squared times the mass. So when we do that calculation, we get a value. And so we get the calculations for this sphere that we call the Earth and its rotational rate, and somehow it works out perfectly. Yet every time we change the location latitudinally, we will get that exact value without exception. So that substantiates our hypothesis. One of them. Then we get the other ones that we were talking about as far as horizon drop with altitude, et cetera, et cetera. All these other things all follow the statement and hypothesis and support this hypothesis that the Earth is round and it is spinning. Now, if you can disprove it, that's what you should do. You should change one variable and find out, here's a location that doesn't change the weight. Or here's a location that doesn't change the Foucault pendulum precession. You do that, then you have an actual case to disprove our hypothesis.
No one wants to engage with you, bro. Suck.
Because there's no argument. There's absolutely no argument to this at all.
Too difficult to talk to you.
All you have is, it's difficult because I'm trying to shut down this insidious conversation where suddenly tooth fairies' wings are giving upward thrust to object at the equator, which gives it less weight. And those tooth fairies aren't available in California or the North Pole. I mean, that's lunacy.
But Santa's there, though. We can agree on that.
I deliberately chose a random and ridiculous cause for the effect. That's kind of the part of the point of what I'm saying.
Right. It's called unfalsifiable theories or ideas. When you have those, they do not follow the scientific method. You have to have something that's falsifiable. If you
Okay,
said
you think space-time?
If you say it's the air drafts or something like that, we can actually isolate that and prove that it's not the air drafts.
And space-time is falsifiable, though, right?
Yeah, space-time is falsifiable.
How would you do it?
Right, for a myriad of experiments to show that it is relevant and actually can be shown with strong evidence to the reason for gravity.
Let's hear. Hey, stumbling on this one. You could hear it in his voice, right?
I'm watching my son pull up and crash the car here.
You know, your Earth spin, Danik, would be fabulous. The one way to show us Earth spin that is intuitively the most acceptable to us is to have an aircraft somewhere in the air and actually film or see the Earth spinning underneath it. That's the one thing that would actually be convincing.
In what realm?
When someone is talking, stop interrupting or I'll mute you. All right? Just don't be so rude.
I got you, bro. Go ahead.
Right. So that's an intuitive, acceptable way that if you show that to anybody, they'll go, oh, wow, look at that. There's the Earth moving. We can see it. Pretty hard to argue. But that's the one thing you can't give us. You want to tell us the sky's not moving. We are. You want to give us equations. The one thing that would probably be pretty convincing to everyone is the one thing that you can't do.
It doesn't make any sense because there's no reason why you're in an airplane that you would see the Earth moving underneath you. It makes absolutely zero sense. So it shows you're confused and don't understand the actual concept that you're trying to explain.
What about a helicopter?
Okay, just give me 30 seconds with him. Give me 30 seconds. No, don't divert here. So, Danik, we're going to take off from the North Pole, okay? In an old World War II B-29 Mitchell. Got no electronics. All we've got is the magnetic compass on the dashboard. We're going to fly due south to the South Pole, okay? Now, we're going to fly over a landmass, which in a 6-hour flight, we should be able to see the Earth move because we're traveling in a straight line from north to south. We should be able to see the Earth go underneath us from right to left at 1,000 miles an hour. You should be moving.
No, right there. See, you've made.
I know you're
I'm sorry,
not.
didn't mean to interrupt. I had to interrupt because you made a big mistake there. Why would you see it rotating under you at 1,000 miles an hour? That made.
Did he barrel? I wasn't paying attention. Did he barrel right through you?
No, he made a statement. I had to interject at that point.
Hey, no, don't you tell me I wasn't finished. I'll tell you I wasn't finished. Okay. Why wouldn't I see it? Okay, because I'm in an aeroplane in the air. So if you want to try and tell me that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the rock underneath it, that's another discussion I'll happily have with you. But that's the only way you can argue your point.
No, it's not.
You're going to tell me that the air I'm flying.
Are you going to finish one of these days or not?
Yeah. One more sentence. That's all.
One more thing. Go ahead.
Are you trying to tell me that the atmosphere, the air I'm flying in, is moving in lockstep with the rock underneath it? Is that your point?
No. Let me finish and do not interrupt. No one's ever said that air moves lockstep. In fact, there are jet streams going close to approaching 200 miles an hour. So that is also going to sway the direction of the plane as it's driven to and from the North Pole. As you're traveling south, yes, the Earth will appear to rotate underneath you at a rate of 1 mile per hour per minute. Very, very slight crosswind equivalence effect. So no, by being in the air, you're not going to see the Earth move underneath you at 1,000 miles an hour. That is lunacy again and ignorance.
What about if you use a helicopter then?
No, the only time you see Coriolis is what he's implying is when you actually travel in a rotating reference frame.
Again, so what about?
So when you don't, you have to travel in reference frame. You can't just lift off from the surface. That's not Coriolis.
Did you stop? And I decided to.
No, I didn't stop. You have to challenge.
Oh my God, Danik!
Bro, what do you want me to do, Danik? You gotta relax, bro.
Holy fuck, bro! Nobody can have a conversation with you, bro.
Just relax, Danik. You don't smoke weed, do you? Yeah, you should probably start smoking weed.
Get off the Adderall. Holy crap.
No, it's fine. Just I mean, I've come to find out that like weed helps you relax and be a little bit calmer in these conversations because they are very amped up. You know, a lot of hot topics.
Yeah, but it's hard to stay calm when somebody just keeps constantly just going over.
It's very hard to deal with.
Chill out, bud.
He's a tough nut to crack. Yep.
So you're telling me if I have a helicopter, I'm sitting up there for like what, an hour and a half or two, right? No fuel, stationary. Is it gonna move lockstep with the Earth?
That's a great question. Lovers will say different things. They'll say conservation of momentum, and they'll say you can't tell, and they'll say it doesn't move no matter what. So it depends on who you talk to.
So what happens, Annex?
Now, common sense will tell you if you go high enough, you should start to peel away from the spinning Earth beneath you, like the ISS does in the CGI demonstration. But the question would be, how high would that have to be for the Earth to spin beneath you? They should know that, right?
Well, no, why would it peel away?
When it's rotating, right?
Because it's moving.
Does the Earth spin?
So things that are spinning under you don't pull away from you?
And they're not locations. We don't want to go back.
Let me give you a real basic example. Take a beach ball, put a Lego on top of it. The Lego's your plane. Start spinning the beach ball ever so slowly. That's the Earth.
Now,
does the beach ball tug the Lego along with it? Or how does that work?
Well, let's do a hover, like a quadcopter, man. A little quadcopter. Put on a beach ball, rotate it ever so slightly. Lift the quadcopter up about 2 millimeters off the beach ball.
You get the air moving with the Earth in lockstep. So
would it continue to move if a quadcopter is spinning with it? I mean,
if the air was moving in lockstep with the beach ball, yeah.
But he just said, Jeremy, that when Effie self-evidently said, if I'm going south, the air is not in lockstep because they have gusts of wind or whatever, jet streams that move 200 miles the other
way. And
so you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
Now listen, in the globe model, right? If you're just hovering there, you're not moving. You got to have movement up or down, or any other direction, west, north, south, unless you're on the equator. But that's another story. But you got to have movement. You got to change your tangential speed, or is it velocity? I don't know. Your tangent. You gotta change the speed you're spinning.
So Jeremy, is the air moving with on lockstep, or is it not?
The claim is that it is, yes.
All right, but then why did he claim that it wasn't when Effie asked him that question?
Because their narrative continually collides with itself, depending on which question you ask. If you've got a rotating trampoline, and you have a steel ball bearing that's painted red, you drop it onto that trampoline, it will bounce up, and when it comes back down, it won't, like it's got wet paint on it, it won't fall back onto the same spot that it made when it hit the trampoline the first time, because the trampoline will rotate out from underneath it when it's back in the air. So that's your helicopter with the rotating Earth underneath it.
No, bad example. Think about the trampoline where you're going down a straight road when there's no wind affecting you. Then yes, that would happen. But nothing is rotating underneath you unless you actually move through and in the rotating reference frame. So you have to actually move. You can't just lift off because you retain the momentum. It's called conservation of linear momentum. Whatever your tangential velocity is, it's retained. Now, air can move. We have currents. We all know about wind. But if you were to measure the air above you, it's calm and not moving anywhere, and they can measure that, by the way, send balloons up, measure the wind, then you'll find out that by leaving the ground and just going straight up, you are not traveling in a rotating reference frame. So there's no Coriolis effect in the rotating reference frame. Now, Jeremy, you're doing it to me. Jeremy, you're doing it to me. So there's no rotating reference frame. So there's no perceived or implied deviation.
Let me ask real quick. Could it be conservation of angular momentum instead of linear?
Conservation of angular momentum is a different principle. It is
So
also
it couldn't be.
Hold on. That's not what we're talking about here. If you want to talk about conservation of angular momentum, that would be, for example, if a skater that pulls his arms down when they're in the middle of a spin, why they spin up, that's conservation of angular momentum. Now, applying it to the
Coriolis on Earth.
Coriolis.
Is that conservation of linear or angular?
It's conservation of linear momentum.
So what if somebody were to say it's conservation of angular momentum? That would just be silly.
No, you can actually use it for conservation of angular momentum as well, but it's not a good explanation.
Either one.
I gave you. You probably forgot the trains on the tracks. If the trains on the tracks are going, the train is going north. Okay, if it's going north on train tracks to the North Pole from the equator, the conservation of angular momentum would then put a force on the wheels of that train against to the west, because it's now trying to push it, to the east, because it's trying to push it eastward, because it has higher tangential velocity. It also has a higher angular momentum when it leaves the surface of the Earth, or the equator of the Earth. So it put pressure, and it actually would spin up the Earth. A very fraction of a degree, but it would, in fact, due to the conservation of angular momentum, spin up the Earth as it went to the North Pole, just like a skater pulling its arms will spin up the angular momentum.
All right, let me ask you this question then, Zanik.
Angular rotation, sorry.
Let me ask you this question, Zanik. What would it take to see the Earth spinning underneath you? No answer? Okay, I guess it's unfalsifiable.
You got to get to the inertial reference.
I mean, what could we do?
I'll tell you what we could do. You get to the inertial reference frame. You get somebody in the non-inertial reference frame. You get somebody in the inertial reference frame.
All you have to do is shoot a shell, a 50-caliber shell, 25 miles or so. You'll see 1,000-foot deviation while shooting it south. The Earth will seemingly rotate underneath it by 1,000 feet. You can see this. If you fire something 25 miles, that's what you'll see.
All right, and when you do that, you're going to need someone in the inertial frame to make sure that, oh, look, it actually did go straight and it didn't curve.
No, but I'm not trying to see. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to see the Coriolis effect. I'm trying to see the shit start moving underneath me, right? So
that is all you have to do is shoot to Mars, and as you shot to Mars, the Earth would start spinning beneath you, obviously, because common sense.
So I mean, I understand that yeah, it's a deviation, right? Because you're throwing a ball in a linear fashion. But are you telling me you cannot ever see? Let's say you're flying, all of a sudden you stop in midair, and all of a sudden since you stop the direction you were going. Let's say you were going north and then or south or east and then stop. Then you should be able to see the Earth moving because you're no longer rotating with it, right?
I just told you how we do it. You got to have someone in the inertial frame see it going straight, someone in the non-inertial frame see it curving. That's how you end this whole thing. You don't just see it curve in one reference frame, like, oh, that's Coriolis. You need to see it in both frames. Then you know.
How do you do that?
It's not. I don't know. It's their claim that it's happening. That's their problem.
Why don't you just shoot to Mars? If you shoot to Mars, it'll spin beneath you, no?
I gave you a definite way on how you tell if Coriolis is happening or not. Go ahead, Effie.
Let me ask this question, Zanik. So if you go to the Dodge factory, wherever that is in Detroit, or wherever they manufacture Dodge Ram, right? You know what a Dodge Ram is, obviously. Now, if you've got 1,000 Dodge Rams in the in the parking lot there, and you face them all due west, perfectly west, and you've got 1,000 Dodge Rams with 800 feet-pound of torque, they all do a burnout at the same time. Would that speed up the rotation of the Earth? It would have to, yeah?
I doubt it.
No, it would have to. It would have to.
I actually saw that China built a dam once a long time ago. This was years and years ago. China built the biggest dam in the fucking world. They said it slowed the rotation of Earth by about 0.03% or some minuscule amount.
Yeah. So you could say, oh, well, it would be infinitesimally small. Yeah, well, that could be your argument. But you would have to say that you get enough maybe 10,000 Dodge Rams, 15, 20,000, I don't care how many, you would be able to adjust. You could adjust the speed of rotation of the Earth, and it would never recover back to where it is right now because it's in a vacuum with no other forces acting on it. It would then maintain the adjusted speed of rotation, correct?
That's right. It's one of Newton's laws. An object at rest stays at rest.
Hello, Zanuck. Yeah, Zanuck. Hello, Zanuck. Are you there? So how is it that everything going on the Earth never adjusts or changes anything to do with the way we rotate, the way we spin, the way we wobble? Why does that nothing ever change?
Probably because, like you just said, it's infinitesimal. It's really tiny.
Yeah, but
basically it's spinning, but you can't tell. Trust the science.
Well, no, that wasn't the argument. He was arguing what would we affect the spin, and like I said, it'd probably be a really, really small amount. I mean, you got to compare how much we're stating it weighs, all right, and then compare to everything on the surface, how much that weighs, and how much force it could, put on it.
Yeah, I mean? No, I understand, but theoretically, if you got those Dodge Rams doing a burnout for long enough, you could stop the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, maybe if you give it, like, I don't know, a trillion years.
Well, you don't know. You don't know. You're right. You don't know. Or maybe if you get 50,000 Dodge Rams, and it might take 100 years. Who knows? You've got to calculate that. But the point is, you're saying you could stop the rotation of the Earth or slow it down to the point that you could cause some cataclysmic event.
Yeah, but you were saying that how come we haven't, like, affected it?
Yeah, okay. That was just a ridiculous off-the-cuff comment. Don't focus too much on that.
Well, that's why I'm commenting, because you made that.
Yeah,
comment.
sorry. Okay, I'll grant you that. It was.
They claim that we have affected it with China with the dam.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. There's a real-world example, Jeremy.
I mean, I don't know who measured that shit or anything, but that was the claim made. Would have threw the counters off.
Hope they don't build too many more dams.
Also, actually, last year was the fastest year on Earth. Something made the Earth start spinning faster or something. You guys didn't hear about that? That was
you mean orbiting faster?
No, spinning.
But that's not a year, though. The years would be around the sun. Unless it's just a day, like
you're what? You're right. I think it was the orbit. Was it the orbit or the rotation? I can't remember now. But time is speeding up.
I can kind of see it being the orbit because I mean, if you have certain like planets, I mean, once again, just go along, all right?
I think it was the rotation. I'm not sure though. You could be wrong on this orbit thing.
I think it's orbit because that makes sense. Because with the speed, with the rotation, that's kind of hard to change. I mean, it would keep its whatever. But with orbit, I can kind of see like maybe like Jupiter and Saturn were on the other edge, on the other side of the orbit, and then it like kind of pulled it slightly faster or something, and then bam,
If anyone's near Google, hold on. If anyone's near Google, just Google that real quick. The answer's probably like real easy to find. I just can't fuck with it right now.
Google what? What is it? Google what?
Fat time is speeding up, or 2021 fastest year. Time's going.
They say
faster.
the Earth is spinning. They say it's spinning faster and faster. It's speeding up. That's what they're telling us.
Spinning. So that's the rotation. There you go.
But of course, it's so mild you can't really tell. But they can tell.
Spinning faster, armbar.
Look, if the Earth was spinning, right, you can go to, let's say, the equator and shoot a bullet straight up. Bullets will go maybe like 10,000 feet, and it takes a few minutes. When it comes down, if the Earth is spinning, it would have a deviation. But we don't find that in reality. It will come right back down to where it shot it.
Hold on, you wouldn't have a deviation. Hold on a second. You wouldn't have a deviation like that because on the globe model, you would get a certain amount of Coriolis going up, and then you would get the reverse amount going back down. So it should land in the same spot. What you need to do is only have something go one way, so drop something. Then you would see a Coriolis.
Are you saying it goes? Are you saying it goes with the spin on the upside, and I guess the spin on the downside, it comes right back where it started? Does that make sense?
On the globe model, it negates itself. What you need to do, what doesn't negate itself, is just dropping something. So if you hang a plumb line, right, you put an X on the ground, you have a hole up top that you could drop something through. You get rid of the plumb line. You know where the center of the thing is where it should drop. You drop it. If you drop it from high enough, there should be a deviation in the plumb line if there's no wind or breeze or anything.
I have another experiment for you. Let's say we threw a ball up in a moving car. Does the ball fall right back down to the car, or does it fall behind you?
If we've all seen that,
Which is it? Let's say there's no wind friction. Let's just say you're going kind of slow.
Where are those famous debunkers? They're on a TV there. Those two goofy guys and the chick. Why can't I think of their names?
I don't think it will.
Guys, who's the fucking... Hold on a second. They've already done this. Drop straight down. Who's the people that debunk this shit on TV?
Mythbusters?
There we go. Mythbusters did this. Right? They had a wall. They had a wall lined up with lines on it, and you could see they dropped the ball off. Shit fell straight down, bro. Straight down.
So when you're in a car, you go up and down. It just comes back down to the car. It doesn't go backwards. Is that right?
It just falls straight down.
So when you're moving, it falls straight down. It doesn't. You don't have. See, that means you don't have conservation of momentum. Then, if it falls straight down and moving something, you don't have conservation of momentum. It just falls straight. That's what you're saying. So how do you have conservation if you're spinning and you take off? How do you have that if you don't have it falling down? It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, the ball falls straight down. That's not even in contention.
You can't have it both ways.
I'm not trying to. Other people in the room, I can't speak for them, but listen, you can't. First of all, I wanted to respond to Zanically. You can't have a conversation with this guy, but yeah, you can't use angular or linear. There are two different maths for both of them. So if you're trying to like calculate this shit out and you use angular momentum and then you use the linear, you're going to get two different numbers because they're not the same. It's not the same math. So there's that. So chaotic, man. These conversations don't need to be so crazy. For real, guys. I mean, I know
I've never heard that it goes up, the bullet will go up, and then it'll go down, correcting course. I've never heard that, actually.
Listen, going up, really? Going up, it's going to have you're going to get Coriolis effect going up, okay? Then it's going to get to its pinnacle, its height, the peak. And it's going to fall back down. It's going to have the exact opposite Coriolis effect, negating itself.
But you're saying the bullet's going to travel in a loop. Is what you're saying, in like an oval shape. Does that even make sense? Can't we determine that?
I mean, if you want to hang a plumb line or something, and then maybe use a trace around and have the line
have a little sensor on the bullet, and we can see the actual shape it makes. You're saying it's going to make like I want to say torpedo shape.
You have to do this at nighttime. The plumb line would have to be ridiculously high. There has to be no wind. It's much easier to drop something in a controlled environment where there's no wind. All you have to do is drop something, and then you'll notice the deviation or not. You got to drop it from high enough because there's like minuscule amounts at 10 feet. You ain't gonna even. That might not even be measurable. So you got to get up, 500, maybe 1,000 feet with no wind. That's tough to do. And you got to hang a plumb line, mark it out where it's going to drop. Then when you drop it, you don't want to like push it or anything. You got to have it like on a string and burn the string so it falls straight down, so there's no other influences on it. They claim this has been done already.
Mic check, guys. How does the mic sound?
Sounds okay, kinda. Little echoey.
I say The Matrix was probably the most important movie of the 21st century.
It wasn't a movie, it was a documentary, man.
The events happen in real time.
Documentary,
The
all right,
events, the events happen in real time, bro. Come on.
There's a lot of talk about I want to say a programmable simulation universe that we can control with our mind.
I mean, I would say we're in that simulated universe right now.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm going with the simulation thing. I really think there's evidence for it. Most of the solid matter isn't even solid matter. There's mad space in between. Like if you were gonna do a simulation, you wouldn't want to use up all the stuff because that's mad resources. You just make a whole bunch of empty space. You know, you leave out the unimportant bits to save in processing power and all kinds of shit. Also, you got the double split.
Matrix, are you with the Mandela effect?
I was just going to say,
if you were to consider the simulation theory, then Mandela effects make sense because in a simulation, whoever controls the simulation has the ability to rewrite the simulation as they see fit for whatever reason.
Yep, Mandela effect.
I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I distinctly remember the globes having a full continent of ice on the top.
Ice up top.
And now they don't. Now it's just water. So what's going on?
You got the Berenstain Bear, all kinds of shit. I think the Mandela effect's evidence for a simulation. It's not great evidence, but
in the Bible they have bottles for wine, which makes no sense, and they have unicorns and planets, which honestly they never had the word planet in there until I don't know, a couple years ago. It disappeared.
I mean, if you want to talk about the Bible, man, the Bible is the most the craziest book ever written. I mean, they have flying saucers, fucking monsters. You know what I'm saying? Like, pretty much every weird sci-fi movie is based on something that has to do with the Bible.
Yeah, that's right. Gog, Magog, the giants, the Leviathan, the beginning and the end, and everything in between.
The genetically modified fucking humanoid beings with lion faces and shit.
The descendants of the population of giant and human.
Oh, the Nephilim, you mean?
Right.
Jeremy, have you seen on TikTok? There's several people, these people that splice together DNA from different creatures and make an entirely new animal.
Like Dr. Moreau's Island.
Can you link that TikTok? We can see it up here in the live stream.
Yeah, put it on the big screen. I haven't seen it, no. That's really fucked up, though, if they're doing that. What are they doing this on islands or something in the Caribbean? Because this might be...
Dude, it's the island of Dr. Moreau, dude, for real.
That's what I said, yeah. That's what I said, yeah, because this might be, like, unethical. Well, I mean, they're already doing it now. Actually, hold on.
But
they're already doing it now.
The fun of it is that he makes these creatures and he releases them, bro. He lets them. I don't know if he's like in an island or something because he doesn't go that far into the TikToks. He just shows what he does. He picks two random animals, he makes them, and then comes up with an entirely new creature and he releases them. But I don't know if he does it into the general population or is it like somewhere secluded in an area that he's alone in or something like that. But that's not the bigger picture. The bigger picture is you have to consider, right? we have to consider that if it's very possible for a guy on TikTok to be doing this with animals, why hasn't someone done it already with people, right?
They probably have.
China has done that. China's done that shit if it's possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why is it so difficult for people to believe that there's people out there? Oh, well, there's humanoid with dog heads or cat heads or lion heads. Like, would it be that difficult to accomplish some weird humanoid creature?
Go for half human, half octopus.
I'm half man, half amazing.
It'd be like an H.P. Lovecraft movie.
Hey, H.P. Lovecraft is an interesting dude, bro. He's a very interesting guy. But is it possible that these creatures that they supposedly be catching on camera, or these mythological creatures that are these like genetically modified creatures that just like some crazy scientist has been making or whatever?
They were already genetically modifying goats to have this enzyme that spiders have, because the spider silk is really valuable. It makes some really strong, thin rope. So what they did was they put the enzyme in the goat milk. So that when the goats get milk, this enzyme's in it for the spider webs, and then they extract the enzyme with the thing, and then boom, you got all this spider web silk. And then obviously the goats are making milk faster than the spiders can make the web, so you get a shit ton of it.
But that's like a laboratory, right? Like an official, government probably sponsored lab. Like the guy on TikTok just seems to be like a random, like he was probably a scientist at a certain time, but he just like does this shit in his house.
I mean, if you have the technology and the know-how to do that, there's really nothing stopping anyone from living ethical codes that may or may not exist in the country you reside in.
That's the fuck of it though, Jeremy. Like, how does one define ethics exactly?
Ethics is the law of the land regarding morality. Morality is the rule of your heart regarding morality. Morality is the rule of your
At one time it was ethical. At one time it was ethical to own slaves though, so I mean there's no
That's right. And that's right. It was ethical to own slaves, and now it's not, but it was always immoral though to own slaves, or at least to treat your slaves badly.
See, that's the thing about ethics, right? It seems to flow like water. Like it isn't something steady. Like before people used to marry 12, 13, 14-year-old girls. Now it isn't okay. So you're telling me that before it was ethical and okay, but now for some reason it isn't ethical. Like how, like who's making the ethical lines here?
I think it's because now we're living longer.
Personally, it's ethical to turn your 8-year-old daughter into a boy, but in the past that was not ethical.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, how does one then decide what was unethical or not? Like, especially like these scientist kind of people, that the smarter they get, the less conscious they become for some reason. Where do they draw the line at?
It's arbitrary, bro. Popular consensus. I don't know. You get the mood of the people to what they feel is right or not. If more people think abortions is right, we're doing abortions. You got to feel the people out.
But all right. Just think about this though. The people, it isn't like the people come to a conclusion because of deep study or research or not. They just kind of follow what they've been hearing, what they listen to the radio, what they watch on TV. So it isn't really them making a decision. The decision's been made for them. They just kind of regurgitate it.
It was ethical to murder Jews if you believe in the Holocaust. It was immoral.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be ethical to force the people to take a certain V, because if not, they will be they are unable to socialize. You know, implying that somebody owns the rights for the rest of the world to socialize.
That depends on the rulers. Whoever's in charge, whoever rules you, can make those decisions.
Well, obviously somebody's ruling the fuck out of all of us. Because if we can't do anything if we don't put some weird shit that we don't know what it is inside of our body, man. That shit should raise, like, the people should be like questioning things heavily, and everybody's just acting like this is normal. Like, this isn't exactly what went on when what supposedly happened with the so-called Jews. This is the same kind of shit that is happening to us now, and it somehow was like ethical for some reason now, but it wasn't ethical back then. Like, what the fuck?
It's a magic spell.
I mean, it's like the people be like, oh, it's a pandemic. It doesn't matter what it is. They don't have the authority to do this to anyone.
They try to give themselves the authority, and they put it on the news, and most people go with it because most people are sheep.
You know what? That I started to change my opinion on the whole sheeple thing, right? I think it's fear. I think nobody's a sheep. I think everybody has the ability to understand the truth exactly what is being brought to them. What I think is that some people don't have the capacity to go against the grain because they probably understand the consequences of that, and they probably can't handle being, ostracized, being talked about. They can't handle that, so they make the conscious decision to be a sheep.
That's cognitive dissonance, yeah?
No. I don't think that's cognitive. I think they're deciding to. They understand that both things might be possible. They decide to go to the path of least resistance.
Yeah, because of fear. Fear is playing a part in that. The fear is playing a part on that. That's what that is. Taking the easy road because the high road is too difficult, too scary. I'm going to lose everything. So there's fear there going on, I'd have to say.
Appeal to authority.
But that's what I'm saying, that it's fear, but most people say that they're sheep, and yeah, okay, but it doesn't mean they're unable to see. Like most of these rovers, these people that's been here for years, bro, you're going to tell me that deep down when they talk to themselves, when they look at themselves in the mirror, they don't know that they're lying to us. I think that they just have to, they already made their choice and they're committed to it.
Yeah, that's right. And then if we go back to 2018, where that documentary by National Geographic, Behind the Curve, there was a thread they sewed in that flat earthers have a mental health condition.
Right, okay, right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
By the way, I've been in this movement since the beginning, and I have not seen that movie, and I will not see it. No time soon.
Me neither. Me neither.
What movie? What movie?
I never saw the movie. It's called Behind the Curve. It was released in 2018 by National Geographic. I never saw it.
Well, it gave some notice to the flat Earth movement, but they made it so from a globe perspective, like the flat earthers basically are just fun and games. It's not really legit.
I don't think National Geographic did that one. Did they? No, it was those filmmaker.
It wasn't National Geographic.
No. It was a documentary. It was a documentary.
Coach, did you say it was not?
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I think they said it was.
Of course, it was not.
No, I don't think Nat Geo was involved in that one. Jen, you might be thinking of some of the other scam ones that Nat Geo's done with, like.
Yeah. I just got the directors wrong for the movie, but we're talking about the same movie. It was released in 2018, Behind the Curve. I thought it was released on National Geographic main stream TV. I thought it was. That's all.
Well, it's on Netflix. It was basically like a Glober filmmaker guy, and then this other woman. I don't know if it's his girlfriend or, and they. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it's just sort of like footage from like meetups and whatever, one of those conferences. But there's definitely like some deceptive editing. There's definitely a narrative in it, and then they do have some like interviews with experts, quote unquote experts, talking about Dunning-Kruger. So it does have some of that in it, but I would say most of it's kind of just footage from the different things because they went around and filmed it. But yeah, it's pretty bad. It is a hit piece. It's pretty unbalanced. And
would you say that Mark Sargent played a pivotal part in the hit piece?
I would say
conveying his position the way he did.
It's pretty much his show. I mean, the whole thing, like every 2 minutes, you're like, oh, Mark Sargent's face again. Oh, Mark Sargent talking again in a different location. Oh, Mark Sargent again. So it seems like the whole thing is focused on him. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the look on his face when they tell him that everything that he believes in is bullshit. And he's just like, well, you can have your opinion, just like, and then they came up with another one where they say, oh, well, this woman's family died or something. So then she became emotionally distraught and came to Flat Earth. And so then, these are not stupid people. They're not dumb. They're not stupid. They're just emotionally damaged. This is literally like what the movie did. This is exactly what they were trying to portray.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. If it was me that was there, you know that I'd be asking them to bring me the facts. Let's look at the facts. And the fact is, you can't prove what you're presenting. Yeah? Okay, that's what it would be. Do you know what I mean? Definitely. I'm not going to accept what they're saying. They're going to be embarrassed.
What does Matrix think about the flat Earth?
Listen, I've said this from the beginning. I am not a flat earther. Flat is an aspect of a shape. So I don't know. What you guys are calling the Earth? Is it the Earth and the sky, the dome? Is it all together? Is it all one? I mean, I wouldn't even begin to describe to you what we live in, bro. I have no idea.
We're just measuring the flatness of the surface.
Yeah. But we can.
The surface is flat minus the mountains and stuff. Just the water's flat water, flat surface. But we don't claim about an edge, about how far it is, about a dome. We can't get there. We can only claim and claim is what we can physically touch and measure and observe and repeat. We can't do space stuff. We can't do under or over. We can only do what we can see and get to.
That's correct. We only go by what we observe and experience that we can prove, measure, and present. We don't. If we go into speculation, we state that fact. We don't know the shape of the Earth. No human being does. But what we do experience, observe, is 71% water of the Earth is level. That will always be. There's no curvature. There's nothing purported to have any curvature on this, so we can't see it. We don't measure it, yet alone the spins and the rotation around the so-called sun, and then the 1.4 million miles an hour through the universe. We can't prove any of that stuff. None of that can be proven. Yeah? And the Earth is where we live, created for us to live on. Food, vegetables, animals, everything that's on this Earth was created. That's where you are. You can't say you don't know where you are. That's ridiculous.
Well, Jin, do you think that in your mindset, did the creator also create the globe deception and also create a bunch of people who believe in the globe deception? Like, do you think the creator is doing all that in your mind?
No, that's ego's gone awry from like 500 years ago and beyond. No, none of that. That's man lying against creation for a control of the human race to slave it. There's nothing else. The creator doesn't do that sort of thing. No, he created the Earth beautifully. You can see it for yourself to let you know there's a greater force on this Earth. And what do you deduce? What do you deduce from that as a human being? You don't know how you came. You see the food is there for you free to eat. How are you going to live on this Earth? That's your test. That is the test of life. But people are missing that.
Jen, is the creator and God the same too?
Yeah, man is calling it God. That's the creator. That's it. That's what we have to say. They call it God. It's the creator. I don't know what God looks like. I don't know what God is. Whatever God is and the creator has put something on it, has placed us on this earth, created for us to live on. Now we are failing miserably to live cohesively on this earth together. Humanity hasn't begun to live yet. We haven't begun to live yet. I'm telling you now. Killing for freedom. Soldiers dressed up in uniforms with weapons. That is just lunacy. That is the total contradiction of living. And who are you killing for? What freedom are you talking about when you were born free in the first place? What freedom are you really talking about that you want to go and kill for? Can you see this? That's all man's destructive making.
But don't think something else isn't going on. Like the stories, we understand that these stories about these wars they're bonkers, man. They don't make any sense. But it's still happening. People are still getting killed now. It might be some sort of crazy ritual we don't understand, but this shit is going on.
Yeah, because we the people are weak. We are scared. We can't stand up. We are scared to stand up. Because literally, to stop this is easy. We can stop this nonsense. We have to carry on. And each year that goes by, we have been complicit in that. We are facilitating this. Okay? Really. We haven't begun to live yet.
What if all of this, what if it's all necessary? All of it. What if the people that we think are causing it are not the ones causing it? What if this is beyond even them?
Yeah, it's a possibility. We won't know that until you pass on and you meet your creator. If that's the case, we won't know that. I can't say it's a possibility. But what I see and observe is completely disgusting. Children dying.
Wait. What did Matrix ask you, Jen? I'm sorry. What did Matrix just ask you?
He asked me, what if all this is planned? It's set, basically. Is what he said, isn't it?
No. What I said was, what if all of this is beyond these so-called elites, these people that we think are in charge and rule us? What if this is beyond that, and they're just also following some sort of plan for some higher reason, right? We might not understand it, but they do.
It is beyond the elites because they're not in charge. They're just here like us. They might have power. They might know more. And they might have more, ability, equipment, whatever. But they're not in charge. God's in charge.
Well, like I said, I mean, if there's a higher being than the so-called elite controlling, that would be the creator. And I don't think the creator created his earth so he could watch us destroy ourselves and destroy his creation. No, that's not what he created it for. It's the gift of life, remember? The gift of life.
But if the creator created everything, didn't it also create all of it? It would in that viewpoint. That's why I was asking what your viewpoint on quote unquote God is, because I guess a lot of people would have different viewpoints. Yeah. I guess some people say, God created something and then he just sort of chilling and then the rest of it is not God. Like the rest of it would just be the individual beings living their free will or something. So some people see it that way. Other people would say that it's everything, that God is all of it. It's the evil, it's the good, it's the lies, it's the truth, it's every single component would be the totality.
Everything, but each person, as far as intelligent person, has free will, so we can choose good or evil, righteousness or sin.
You guys should consider that we might not be the creation's direct line of creation, right? We could have been created by the creation of the creator. Like, we don't even know how far the line we go in creation anyway. Like, isn't it a little arrogant to assume that if there is a God, an almighty creator, he just created us directly?
Well, I mean, that's all we can go with. We can only go by what we have experienced and what we
that's called an infinite regression fallacy.
Yeah, I can't go there with that. I can't really go there. I can only
Listen,
go
it is fallacious, and I understand that's what it's called, but it nonetheless is real. You have to consider it.
No. It's not real. It's a possibility.
No, I don't.
Matrix is saying that God created, a being, an angel, or whatnot, and then they created us, is what he's saying. Is that right, Matrix?
Or something other than the angels. You know how we don't know how far the line that goes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well,
right.
I see it as this: if humanity, as we're living today in 2021, wants to improve itself, you know, and not receive the jab and wear the stupid diaper on the face, you got to stand up. Okay, that's what you got to do if you want that change. But if you want to go into the world of speculation and do that and then not address the real problems, so be it. But like I said, what's going on is of man's making. The Creator created himself beautifully. To touch a leaf, look at it, there's beauty in that thing there. That little leaf there says a lot. Just touching that leaf alone tells you something powerful made it. You did not. Yeah, look at yourself. Even to look at yourself, you came from a size that you couldn't see unless you had a microscope to actually look at this thing. Yeah, and now look at who you are now. So, you know, if you can't connect to those things, you're going to be forever speculating. We need to address the problems that are happening now.
Jim, when you say fight, what do you mean exactly? Like, what is it exactly that you think that we're fighting?
Well, look, we are being devalued.
Deception.
Yeah, the deception, of course, the devaluation of the Earth's creator and the creation of Earth. Man is trying to replace God, trying to tell you that they know better than the way the creator created the body. Come and receive this, so you have less pain. But really, it's a danger, etc., etc. There's lots going on. It's all man's ego gone awry, as I said before. Just gone out of control.
But you guys, listen, I started listening to these people like every time, every newscast, like they don't really say they believe it. They say that scientists suggest, you know what I'm saying? Like they use these funny words.
Matrix. Your mic, bro, it got real echoey or something.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Yeah, loud or echoey.
Yeah. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's all right, Matrix. Carry on anyway. I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, that they like use these words to get you, like, to imply that that's the truth, and it's like it's like the human, it's like the mind that it just takes it as truth. It completely forgets the word suggest or might, you know, or assume, and we just take it as truth. So is it really their fault or our fault for just falling for it?
Well, it's our fault, really, at the end of the day. One, because we know what right and wrong is. You know, we're not that. No one's that dumb. You know what I mean? You know what right and wrong is. And children dying for countries' freedoms in the 21st century. I think it's just in the 20th century. Sorry, it's just absolutely ridiculous. You know, that's got to stop. You know, and the very soldiers who carry those weapons need to be thinking, what the hell are they doing? You know, who are they really protecting? Start looking at history properly. I mean, it's just silly what's going on. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous what's going on. You know, I mean, no professor, no historian, no one's going to come and tell me that I'm wrong in what I say. Because to say that I'm wrong is to then say what's going on is correct, and that I'm sorry. I'll never accept that, ever. Children dying for a country's freedom, being bombed in other countries, poisoning their water, taking their minerals. No, that's definitely a no-no in my book. Absolutely wrong. For freedom, and then look at the people themselves. They're not even free in their own country, yet they're calling freedom. And then they're shouting out, hey, 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 you know, certain countries and issues, you know. You understand? And they're as dumb as fucking dog shit. Honestly. It just sickens me, man. Sickens me. So it's time to wake up, folks. Got to look at this situation. Start to man up. You've got to man up here. That's what we've got to do. We've all got to man up. All of us. It's wrong. Absolutely wrong.
I do think that people should man up, but I don't think it is fighting. I don't think violence is the way. I know it sounds corny.
You see,
I think there's other ways that we could understand the system. You know, maybe we should try actually understanding the system.
Yeah, I agree with you. When I say fight, I mean change your lifestyle. Start to own your life. Start to resist what they're putting, the temptations they're giving to you. You know, you already know the earth is not a spinning ball now. So now you can change your life now because of that. Yeah? Now you start to look at other things correctly. That is a revolution in itself. I don't necessarily mean the angry mob with pitchforks and pickaxe handles, yeah? And guns and bullets. Not necessarily. That will be the last resort. You
What's
can have
up?
a revolution through
What's
change.
up, Merle? What's up, Merle?
How you doing, man?
Oh, am I making noise?
No, I'm just
No.
saying hi. I was thinking
Hang on.
I think it was last night when there were two people that were just totally talking nonstop, and you said something like, "Hey, could you guys maybe open up another lane here?" I just thought that was a cool way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I always like hearing Jim's passion about this.
Oh yeah, you know, because it's the reality of everything. You know, I can see through the fog.
This is for the Matrix. Matrix, you're forced to get a vitamin. Otherwise, you lose your job. So now what do you do now? Tell us.
Damn, that'll be a difficult choice because on the other hand, I have my kids to feed, and then on the other hand, I have my pride. So, kind of a difficult situation.
Yeah, looks like I'm going to
That's a
start.
difficult
Do you
situation.
Do you fight? Do you riot?
How's it a difficult situation?
Well, what if all the unvaxxed go on a hunger strike?
Yeah.
Then it's a human rights issue.
Yeah.
Well, it's my body, my choice. It's just I don't even need to take it further.
If there was a worldwide movement where humans actually stood up, when Jin says stand up, I don't see violence. I just see a human standing.
Get up, stand up.
Stand up for your rights. That's correct.
And this is the
Stand
time
up,
to,
stand up.
because
And
we'll
don't
kick
give up
ourselves
the
if we look back and we had this window or lane and it was open and we don't act, then we've only got ourselves to blame again.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's the acting part. You know, it's how we respond.
Yeah, and then if you dare run up to the ballot box and start voting for this, more of this, there you have it. There you have it, completely messed up. You do need mental help.
This is the most disillusioned I've been with the powers that are.
Yeah, and you'd be correct. You'd be correct in that because look at what's going on. You'd be correct. I mean,
So it's kind of strange.
That 9/11 thing, man, that was a hit against humanity. It affected me so much that my car number plate is 911. I chose the number. I chose the number. Yeah, I chose it 911 because I never want to forget that ever. Never want to forget they did that ever. Yeah, man.
You won't.
That's a joke. Yeah, that was just absolutely an attack against humanity. They're killing themselves, killing their own people. What they did there, that's disgusting. You know?
I think things will eventually open. Like they'll have markets, especially for us. Supermarkets, you know, it's like a split. It's not like there's just one or two of us, like just some random people on the internet that are just a bunch of whatever.
No, there's loads of us. You know, you're right. You might be right there. I mean, it's definitely another possibility for sure. Yeah, because we're not going to go away, and they can't kill us all. That's the other thing.
And I've had just certain stores, like independent stores, offer me kindness, hospitality, food, you know, the whole bit. As long as I've got money and I'm respectful. If you walk into a store and just like go to the toilet, you know what I mean? That's not how you do it.
Or what you said a second ago though about like you don't want to look back and say we missed our chance, you know, had a chance and stuff like that. But don't you think that there's is there a way of getting it wrong or messing up your chance? Not necessarily
Yes.
acting, but yeah, like right, like if somebody like you see it all the time, like people who could have been in the Olympics or they could have been whatever, and they
The
went for it,
champion.
but they did something wrong, or they didn't have it, they lost a case or whatever it was. So it's like it's not just having the chance and acting on it; it's making sure that you're right and that you're strong and your position is firm. You know what I mean? Because if it's your chance or whatever, but then you're also coming at it in the wrong way and you miss the mark or whatever, then it's just as bad. I mean, you regret it just as much, right?
No,
All right,
definitely.
guys. Gotta go. See you. Good night, guys.
Yeah, nice one, my man. Yeah, hurry up back.
All right,
Yeah?
Matrix, take it easy.
Nice one, Matrix. Yeah.
Just something to think about, just because I agree with you, Merle. Nobody likes to live with regret, and it does seem like now is a time where change is available.
So Kosho,
So
Kosho, you do think that there's like an elite that are corrupt, but however, you just don't think they're lying. You think NASA's all legit and they're all like telling the truth about the Earth, but you also think there is some corrupt, entities doing all this stuff. Like, I mean, where do you how does that work?
He's all twisted up in the game.
It goes like this. It's very simple. I'm not saying who's right and who's wrong. I'm saying that the best move forward is to have the discernment to be as right about as many things as possible. And so, yeah, in my opinion, there's stories that have been told to us that are not true, and there's stories that many people believe in that I also believe in that are true, and because that's what my discernment. That's the conclusion I've come to with my discernment. And some of the things that we think, some of the things I think are not true, some of the things that you also think are not true, and people that are lying, we agree that those people are lying. But like I said, it just depends on the discernment, and the goal is to be as right about as many things as possible.
So, Kosho, was 9/11 an inside job, or was it done by Islamic fundamentalists who hate Americans having freedom that we know you ain't got? Yeah?
That's a false dichotomy, but regardless, I don't think that the story they told us is in any way accurate, and I do think that there's people as high up as president's administration who knew full well what was happening that day.
Okay.
I don't pretend to know the details because I used to claim a lot of things about that day, but there's certain things that I have a lot of evidence for, so I stick with that.
Well, I laughed at what Jeremy said, but because it was funny, but I wasn't trying to do it to like laugh at you or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to, attack you in this. I'm just wondering like how that works because, well, I guess because we're talking about like how to kind of, fight back against all these lies and deception. So I'm wondering like in your viewpoint, if you think NASA's legit, like they're all good, they're going to space and the Earth is a globe and they're going to Mars or whatever. I'm just wondering how that falls in with, the idea of humans sort of waking up to what's going on, like the whole picture and what that would mean to you. Like what would a revolution, as it were, I'm not trying to say we need to do that to create a revolution. I'm just saying in general, what would that look like if you think a lot of this stuff is legit? Like,
First of all, in order to do something about people's lies and corruption, you got to be able to, like I said, discern, identify which ones are the lies and deception, corruption. So that would be the first step. But in my opinion, revolution is the wrong idea altogether. Whereas there's ways, if there was enough people focused with like a directed goal and stuff like that, you can work within the bounds of society and the status quo to make the sort of changes that we'd all we'd all be for. All of us actually would be for.
That is the definition.
The avenues
That
are
is the
there.
definition.
It's just it doesn't seem like it's possible, but the avenues seriously are there. Like with the internet, you could create a political party just based on like having avenues online where people are actually vetting and verifying certain people. You create a whole political party where almost everybody, like maybe the majority of the people are involved with, and you have a candidate like that. It wouldn't matter how much support that person, how much money that person has. They have enough support, to do something. Yeah, but it would have to be a directive.
Well, dude, I think we are so fast past the point of the idea of a political party doing anything. It's not. That's just not even on the table. I mean, that's just. I hear that. I guess that's why I'm asking what you would do, because I guess I'm from my viewpoint, it sounds like you would work within a system that they would just chop your legs off and that would be it. Because I guess if you believe that that's how it would be done, then they've already got that under lock. So
how many votes
you can't work
would you need to
outside the
win?
system.
How many votes would you need to win a presidential election or something like?
Yeah, if I may just.
Well, it wouldn't be about winning a presidential election. It'd be about any sort of election anywhere. You would just need to get popular. You get the people behind a certain person that ordinarily the media. This is why it's a special time that we live in, because usually it's the media that promotes these people, and it's the people rely on the media to let them know who's running and all this other type of stuff. But if somebody gained support, a directed focused support from a majority of people, there wouldn't be any way to quiet that. Their old methods wouldn't work. Using the news to discredit this person or trash their name or something like that. You would have a total way of. That's why the powers that be, they tried to circumvent using the same modes that people were doing behind the scenes, like with YouTube. That's why they're all on YouTube now, because they know that most people go on YouTube.
This is a bit. There's a lot you're saying there. It's a bit going on. Well, let me just.
I was going to say something, because the other day he accused me of talking a long time. Now you're talking long and you're talking slowly. All right. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm just going to ask you a question, Gojo. You sound like you're going to be voting in your next election. Is that correct? For those who are listening in the live stream, YouTube live stream, are you going to be voting in your next election for more of this freedom that you haven't got?
Felons can't vote.
I vote in every election.
Well, let me ask. This is something I wanted to ask Coach. Okay, do you think there is a secret? Do you think there are secret societies like Freemasons, Jesuits, any of those things? Do you think there are secret societies that are behind some of the corruption, the controlling factions, as it were? Do you think that's the case?
I think that there's a shadow government and secret agendas that
any of it. Yeah, deep state, Illuminati, Freemasons, Jesuits, any of that.
Well, you can say these words that don't mean much. I'm using the words I'm using because the words you're using don't mean much. Like you say Freemasons and Jesuits and Illuminati.
Those all mean something. Those all completely mean something.
No, it's just like a rose by any other name, and those are the names that people know, so they use those words. But
all right, I'm just asking any of it. Do you think there are secret society people who are, whatever name you want to use, who are behind?
That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
secret agendas, shadow government, secret agendas, families and people that the politicians and figureheads answer to. And yeah, I mean, I believe all that stuff. I just don't.
You do. Okay, well that's what I'm asking. Okay, so you do. All right, so it doesn't matter what names right now. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, you threw out some, I threw out some. Fair enough. They're all families, whatever it is. Okay, so do you think that those people are not involved in NASA? Like, do you think NASA, in terms of like JPL and Werner von Braun and all this, are you telling me those guys are not in this corrupt thing that you think exists? They're not part of it. Those are the good guys.
I don't think that NASA would be a big. I don't think that it would be very important in their agenda, important enough for there to be corruption involved in NASA itself.
Okay, so your answer is no. You don't think NASA is those people, or you think that's
no. I mean, I think that if there's an agenda and there's these shadow governments, they have access to the entire government, and at any point, if they need access, if they need mechanisms in the government to do,
but they don't have a need.
They'll use those things, but I don't think NASA.
They don't have an interest. They don't have a need. They wouldn't spend any of their time worrying about a new frontier, gatekeeping.
I'm using the words I'm using for. I'm using the words I'm using for a reason that it's what I believe. But yeah, I think they use whatever mechanism in the government that they need to use, and I don't think that NASA must rarely fall under that need.
Okay.
Okay, so your answer is no. You don't think that NASA is those guys?
No, I'm saying everybody in the government, including the post office, is at the whims of somebody who's controlling the entire government.
God.
So
answer the question.
It depends on if they need.
You're not this dumb.
Yeah.
They need any mechanisms from.
Kosho, has NASA lied about going to the moon and returning back to Earth? Did they lie about that?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of. Okay, let's just stay there. During the so-called missions, okay, from 1969 to 1972, there was 27,019 solar flare events. Okay, now these solar flare events are totally unpredictable, so they wouldn't have been in NASA's control, yeah. And the levels of these solar flare regarding the missions would have been like 15 solar flares a day, 19 a day, and the levels of radiation, 960 rems of debilitating, they say, instant death levels. This is a fact according to them and those who keep the records. Do you believe people?
The stats
we could have
you gave me were like during the moon missions or during that 5-year span you said?
During
3 years.
The Apollo missions coincided with those solar events. It was impossible for them to avoid. It'd be like trying to avoid a monster.
We're kind of pivoting from the point.
Yeah, this is way off the path here.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get him to understand the level of the light.
But if they're not pointed at them, it's not gonna hurt.
That's all.
Like the solar flare has to be pointed towards them.
I don't want it to go too deep. We can address this later. I'm just trying to get Kosho to understand the level of the light. That's all.
Yeah, Jin, let Naps say something.
Yeah, can you hear Naps, Jin?
Yeah, go ahead, Nat. Sorry.
Like the solar flare thing, like if they're not in the path of it, then they have no worries. So I'm sure the solar flare didn't reach their path every time.
Can you actually supply proof of that? Because I'm sure they didn't. It's not.
Yeah,
really
you
proof
can
of
go Google that.
No. You tell me how you know that. Because
I've actually watched a documentary about it recently on.
Yeah. Can you please source me that? Source me that documentary, and I'll source you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
and then I will source you this information that I got. Do it right now, please.
Let's be clear though, Jen. You just said about the number of solar flares that happened over that 3-year span, but it's probably best for you to identify the solar flares that occurred during the actual missions.
This whole argument, in my opinion, the thing is, Jen, I would with all due respect, I would say that this argument is sort of null and void in my viewpoint, simply because the quote unquote solar flares is something that NASA is claiming exists, and the whole outer space medium and how it affects that medium. So I feel like they created all of that, all those lies, all parts of it. So they can just, I'm sure, write off, because it's their, you're kind of using their model to disprove their model. Or not even model. You're using their claims, their deceptive claims to try to disprove their own other deceptive claims, and I think that they're going to probably have some explanation for it to where I just feel like that argument won't be effective in my viewpoint.
Well, the argument has to stand because it's their story, and if they're telling us this, how can you then do this? If this is what would
how did we get here from thinking if the elites?
My apologies. That would be VR1. That would be
like I thought we were talking about how the elites would have an interest going to space. I just don't know how.
Right. Well, the point is, the organization NASA has lied about going there. I just wanted to know, Kosho, believes they did, and he said he believes that they're telling the truth. Then I just wanted to show him that they lie because, according to their story, this is what they said about said environment. How could they have gone if the environment is like this? That's my argument. That's all.
I do hear you on that. Yeah, and
that's all I'm saying. That's all it's ever been.
Yeah, 100%, Jin. But like, no joke, 100%. I just don't know what it has to do with what we were talking about.
Well, it's just how NASA does lie. That's all. So, because you're saying that NASA doesn't lie, I think he should look at it properly. He should look at it properly. Yeah, you said NASA doesn't lie. You said.
No, I didn't say that. No, somebody asked me if I believe they lied about going to the moon. Somebody asked me if I think the elites.
That's correct. And you said, not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Yeah, people lied about going to the moon. They've lied before.
Well, the bottom line
specifically, they've lied. So.
Well, you use the word elites, which I don't really use that word, but since you did, so are you telling me that these elites are not NASA? That's what I'm still trying to understand in your viewpoint. I'm not trying to do it to I'm not trying to do it to call you out or attack you in any way, shape, or form. I'm literally just wondering what you think and how this can work out in your mind.
I got cut off last time before I could finish saying this. So I was saying the elites, or whatever you want to call them, if they have an agenda that the government, like the shadow government, is also a part of, and that same shadow government has access to every mechanism in the government, including NASA, then if NASA would be part of a certain agenda, then that would make sense. And actually, in one case, the weapons of mass destruction, I think they did use NASA to propagate that. Yeah, exactly. They were making claims that NASA had seen this or seen that. So that would be one example of when they would be necessary to use NASA for something like that. But faking space or something like that, no, I don't think that's part of their agenda. So I don't think that they're lying about that. But if they needed to use them, they would use them. I don't think that NASA would come up for.
So you're telling me that if there's these elite people, these families controlling factions behind the Federal Reserve, probably you would agree, I would imagine, behind a lot of these governments and the United Nations and everything. You're telling me that NASA, they decided that they would just let that one be legit and let people go to space and just sort of let people go to the moon and try to get to Mars, and they wouldn't have any interest in that. They're just kind of like, that's one faction that they're just kind of leaving to the side. Like they just let that be, and then they're just doing all this other stuff in the CIA or something.
Maybe they do have interest in that, but that doesn't make it dishonest. And to say that people have a dishonest agenda or malicious agenda, and they use the government to do that agenda, that doesn't mean that every part of the government is like a mischievous, dishonest, malicious, fake entity. There's real entities that are being used by a malicious agenda, and so for the most part, most of those agencies and organizations are not going to be doing things that are mischievous or dishonest or malicious. It's just that when they're being used and accessed by some agenda, they're going to be used in a dishonest way. I mean, the military is a perfect example where they're mostly used to follow this agenda, but ultimately the military itself is not a malicious, dishonest organization.
They basically just have top secret clearance to do whatever the fuck they want at any point of time they want.
Well, the people who make the agendas Well, you mean they're just following orders at the end of the day. So if the president
No, I
has
mean
orders,
like the elites or what have you. They could just tap into the system at any point
yeah,
because
I
they
mean,
have access.
there's actually laws that allow them to do that, to access money from any like what do you, I forget what it's called, but black budgets or whatever they call them. They can take money from another.
No, I hear you. Yeah, so you're saying that there are these elites and stuff, and then they just like NASA's legit. Werner von Braun. I guess they just all happen to be all good. And after World War II, they brought them all over. So you're saying it's all legit. They're going to space. Earth is a globe, but they're just sort of behind the curtains, as it were. I mean, meaning they might be able to in the future control something. Well, then let me ask you this: do you think it's surprising that many of us think that the elites are just simply running NASA and the whole thing's a sham?
It's necessitated by what you believe about your.
No, but I'm asking, like,
cosmology.
is it understandable to you why we think that? Like, that it seems pretty obvious to us in terms of
No,
the
no, that's what I'm
fakery,
saying.
in terms of like the obvious that the Earth isn't a globe, the fact that our ancestors have always known it's a flat stationary type plane, and then we have these current like people that are in the government, in the CIA, in the FBI, all this shit, and all these intelligence agencies and the governments and the United Nations, especially at this point, and the Federal Reserve, how all that's connected. I'm just saying, can you see from our perspective why it's really obvious to us that that is just the propaganda arm of the state religion of outer space and the globe Earth?
But as I said, I don't think that I don't think you believe that because your ancestors always believed that and all this and that. I think you believe it because you guys believe the Earth is flat, and so all that other stuff has to be true. Like NASA has to be lying, space has to be fake, this and all that. So I mean, there's no evidence that any of our ancestors believed that the Earth was flat. Maybe thousands of years ago, but not in recent time.
All of them.
Or not after 2,000 years at least.
All of them.
I don't think that.
I mean, the Vedic, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Norse, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Australian Aboriginals, the Native Americans.
I got a phone call.
That's always what they've known. That was the default knowledge of the world, is up, down.
The ancient Hebrews believed in a flat plane.
Yeah, like a plane of existence with the heavens above. Yeah. Well, I'm still able to have new conversations with Kosho after all these years. I got to give it to him for that. Like, that was somewhat new. I mean, I kind of knew we had those perspectives, but
did Kosho leave?
I think he said he had a phone call.
I wanted to ask him when does he experience a curving, spinning Earth?
He doesn't.
Well, I was pleasantly surprised to hear that Kosho believes in conspiracies, that there are some elites that could lie. 9/11. That was nice to hear that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I
I thought myself agreeing with a lot of what he was saying.
In other words, there's hope.
What were you saying, Percentage? You were agreeing?
Yeah, I was agreeing with a lot of the stuff he was saying.
Yeah, I was too. I'm just trying to understand in his mind. Like, yeah, I was trying to understand how NASA could be legit within that framework, because a lot of people would just deny, like some people who think the Earth is a globe, they would just deny all of that. Like, there's no elite, there's no controllers. It's just a free market, and there's just the governments, which just are the collections of the free market people. And yeah, there's some like presidential things and maybe a little corruption in politics, but for the most part, they think it's all legit. So, but Kosho does think that there's an elite, needs some group of families, whoever they are, and so I guess he just thinks NASA's legit within that climate of the Earth.
Yeah, and I was just trying to prove to him that NASA does lie, and the moon landings is a clear case of them lying. And even though what I put forward is their story, they tell so many stories. How can they claim to be doing this if the environment is like this? How did they overcome all these things? That's all. It's all part of trying to get him to understand that NASA does lie. They must be lying. That's it. So I didn't want it to detract in any way, shape, or form. Just wanted to get him to understand that NASA has been lying and is lying, and they lie every day of the week.
I mean, I had two distinct things happen in my process or journey. One, I was watching a big flat screen TV one day. It was Brian Cox, and they were going to show a close up of the rings of Saturn. And I remember getting closer to the TV, sort of like this was long before Flat Earth, and I noticed that they cut to CGI when they actually showed the rings themselves. And I had this it was like this disappointed feeling.
Yeah.
But I didn't have anything to connect that to, but it was like it got my attention. But when it came to Flat Earth, or I didn't even really know what that was at first, but when it came into my awareness, what hit me or struck me was, why are people questioning the shape of the Earth? It's like up until that point, it was a given. That was a question I had never really truly asked as an adult anyway. Like, could the Earth not be a globe? How do I know? That wasn't happening in my own brain. It was not. Until I started to realize that people were questioning it. And then it was like, that's why I started looking into it. Why would people ever question that? That's our reality. Like, all the goings on, like what politicians do or the elites do and what humans do while they're alive is an interesting subject. But for me, it was like, hang on, if the Earth isn't a globe or it isn't what we've been told, what does that even mean? I mean, this is life-changing for me. This is 100% changed my life. The way I see it, the way I feel about this environment we're in. I can see the control. Like, it's over the top. And I just have to ask myself time and time again, why? What did we do? It's like we're being punished just for being alive. I mean, that's where
I
I've
think
arrived.
It's
so
a demonic attack on the human soul energy at the ultimate level. Like, in the spirit world, these entities, they need to try to acquire light because they're in so much void. They're so that darkness is so dark that they are craving towards light, and so they are trying to acquire it, which is like a possession type energy. And that's kind of the nature of evil in my viewpoint. So the human soul energy is one of light. It emits light naturally, and it is one of light. So I think that these entities are basically working through the spirit world and through the physical world to harvest that. So it's like we're under like a harvest in a way. But it's also, connected to deception and evil and all these different things. And perhaps on the higher level, it has some purpose of strengthening us through it, and having some purpose on that level too.
Because I get
I know what you mean by being punished. Yeah, it does seem like that. We have to slave for their dollar or someone's money, and then the whole way the system's like rigged and it's like, it seems like they're like farming us, like harvesting. There's some kind of heavy thing going on.
And I mean, I've heard the reasons, but I heard John Lennon once say in an interview, he said he'd really like to know what some of these people who are in charge actually think, like what their plans actually are. and he was saying that he thinks they're insane and that he'd probably be considered insane for saying that.
and be locked up himself. So, I mean, I think for such a long time, a lot of people have recognized that the situation on Earth is a strange one, to say the least. But the more I go through this, it really is, each one of us have life already, and it's a special thing. And yet it's stressful sometimes, like things happen, but that can never take away from your life itself. You know what I mean? Like there's something deeper. Just being here is the gift. That's sort of, not everyone feels that way, but I think it is just a special thing just to be alive and to have a chance at being a person on the earth. It means something. I don't want to let our situation like beat us, and I think that the awakening, if you can see that evil exists, that doesn't mean good doesn't exist. And the last thing I'll say is in regard to revolution, I'd like to see it more like an evolution, that the heart comes to the fore again, because at the moment it's all about the mind and money, and
like
you
more
know?
more of a transformation. Yeah,
a deeper thing.
I agree. I think it will happen that way. Yeah, I think that is that it's more like a activation of the heart and of who we are as humans that has been hijacked, and kind of reclaiming that and bringing that back to sovereignty. Because I think at the end of the day, like all humans, humans can be possessed by dark energies to where they might then have other motives, like being psychopathic or whatever else. But the actual human spirit, we all, in my viewpoint, really want the same thing, like harmony, getting along, nourishment, joy, pleasure, relaxation, respect, acceptance, all of these things, comfort, as well, just on the physical world. So I think that without like the influence of whatever these dark forces are, I think that we actually could have a utopia and just live in complete harmony and peace and have amazing technologies and free energy and all kinds of stuff, and just live amazing without having to like work for anyone else's dollar or be injected with something we don't want, and actually just being able to use, nature and the bounties of nature to be happy, and just to not have this dynamic that's currently going on. And in my viewpoint, they basically removed the entheogenic plants, the sacred plants that humans have always used to keep healthy and to keep free of demonic influence, because these plants, that's what they do. They ward off and purge demonic energies. So somebody was having those issues, they could be able to heal it. And then without those issues, people don't have like addiction, depression, anxiety, wanting to attack others, aggression. Like, so if none of that exists, and then if we have free energy and stuff, oh my gosh, yeah, it'd be amazing. I mean, that's what most of humanity has been, other than these times where there's sort of some kind of a dark takeover.
I see these are old pictures of like Einstein and Tesla standing in like a field of like electricity. Like, is that the free energy they were talking about?
It seems to have been hidden. I think it's just my viewpoint on it, because I started trying to find out how money even sprung forth. And so,
Yeah, it is weird.
Especially when you look at Edison, it was almost like a battle between him and Tesla, right? And I think they even staged an event where Tesla was going to do something publicly with electricity, and I think an elephant or something got barbecued. Something went wrong. I don't know. It's just from my memory banks, but the point I'm trying to get across here is that commerce seemed to go with Edison, and then it was just another way for them to get another tentacle or claw in and charge people for it, and then create all the wires, and so we're totally reliant on that. You can see that already, and it just could have gone the complete other way. Like Tesla could have been the hero and liberated humanity and set them free. And I think that's where a lot of us have arrived now, because if that technology exists and it's been suppressed, kept from us, hidden from us, and we've been lied to, I mean, how anyone in their right mind can't see that this is affecting all of our fate of realizing our full potential? I don't know what's going on here. And that's the older I get, like, there's this thing, to come back to humans and what we're really about. There's something inside that doesn't want to give up. It's always striving for something better. Don't you think? It's like a drive. It doesn't want to just settle for just being a slave or something, you know? That's not good enough for a human being. We're better than that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, going deep, like on this level, I think part of the reason they have that activation or that control level is because of the genetics that they've done with humans, and the genetic sort of additions and what's the right word? It's not really a modification. It's more of a like they've added their DNA structure into ours. So it's not really like ours has been modified. Theirs is just locked in a way, in a way that they have more control over people's minds during this time because of that. And I think that was part of what they did. I mean, I even think as early as like the 1700s, early 1800s, we were in a completely different world with very advanced technology, free energy galore, and all kinds of architectural, where you could build entire architectural structures without any human labor at all. So you didn't have to do these slaving people or any of that stuff. So if you have that, and then you have the abundance of the earth's like resources in terms of food and water, clean water, that's the best. And I think that's what we like came from, and even as early as then, and they've done a complete and total takeover and just implemented the money system. They've implemented like all the story of a lot of the ancient gold, like using gold. A lot of that's fabricated, I think, because the one I'm thinking of, like in terms of my idea of, let's just say before the 1800s, they didn't have any money. They had no requirement for it at all, but they had abundant everything they wanted in terms of physical reality, with no money at all. So yeah, I think they've brought in the money system. They've brought in this complete takeover, like it's like an MK Ultra, like warfare takeover that they've done. And then I think that they burned and destroyed a lot of the old architecture, and then pumped the globe Earth along with the control of the money system and the whole kind of enslavement agenda they've been on.
For the genetic thing, was the word you were looking for splicing, like gene splicing?
That's interesting. That's one. This is a type of thing that, yeah, there's cloning, there's splicing. Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that they do. In terms of what they've done to the human one, yeah, that's a good question. That's a deep question too.
It's possible, eh?
Yeah.
What kind of genes do you think that they would, gene fragments or DNA fragments they would splice in? Like what kind of genes do you think they'd want to give us?
more docile ones.
That's what I was thinking.
And maybe ones that shut off
Docility,
our spirituality. Yeah. Well, and also disconnecting us from like the earth and from our spirituality in general. But yeah, you're saying actual genes. Like, what is their influence? You're saying, like, what are they bringing in?
No, like actual genotypical, phenotypical traits that they might have, spliced in, forming like our recombinant DNA. On the assumption, the hypothesis that our DNA isn't completely natural.
I would say the biggest one is one that allows them to have control over the mind. So like the soul, I see it that our soul is interacting with our body and mind, but they've actually like tapped into the genetics and through trauma. So it's like trauma-based mind control over generations to be able to get. That's why in my viewpoint, this is why a lot of people are the way they are, like completely convinced, even in this day and age, people are just getting a lot more like dark and kind of in general, like some people are getting more sociopathic and more psychopathic. They're like going with it. And obviously they believe it all. They push, the minestrone, all the injections and stuff, like, they push that. They want everyone else's freedoms to be taken away. So it's like, there's something very deep. And a lot of those people, they're just normal people, they just grew up. Yeah, they probably had some traumas in childhood, as most of us did in some way, shape, or form, but they're just like normal people, but they're literally like possessed by that energy, to such a profound degree. And I think there's a genetic reason for that. Like they've added in, it's sort of like adding a hack in where it's not that they've changed our genetics in that way. They've just added something that stays with us through generations. Might even be connected to the whole like adrenochrome and trauma thing, like in terms of the genetics that are altered by that. That's pretty deep.
In terms of access, like if they did, change our DNA or, put in this backdoor or what have you, I think for the huge majority of the population, they probably wouldn't have had access unless we're saying that it happens with, vaccinations as when you're a baby or what have you. Or like, within your first year and first 4 years or whatever. But I doubt that. I think the highest chances would be for like in vitro fertilizations. The ones that, people have fertility issues and stuff like that and they get in vitro fertilization maybe. Those ones, they're more accessible and more susceptible to being tampered with, kind of. My personal opinion is that it doesn't happen though.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying for sure. With the jabs when you were children, yeah, I think those have major effects as well.
That being said,
it's an ongoing thing. I think that they've been doing for quite a while. So yeah, it's just like it's like been just an onslaught for the last like 200 years.
Yeah, but that being said, for the past like 10 years, they have had like designer babies where they're literally like turning off some genes and turning on some genes and what have you, and for desired kind of phenotypical traits like blue eyes and whatever they want, so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch for them to just skip over to the next gene to turn that off if that's like the one for skepticism or for analytical thought or something like that. So it is possible, but who knows.
I think part of that is cloning, where they select the genes they like and they cut out the ones they don't, and they make like the perfect, male or female, by controlling what genes they have. They can make blue eyes, blonde hair. They can make tall. They can make muscles.
Oh yeah, make no mistake. They've been doing it for tens and tens of years with like GMO food. They do it with animals. They turn off the traits that they don't want, and the traits that they do want, they'll genetically modify. They'll modify the gene so that they get that. So it's definitely possible for them to do it for humans. It's just whether or not they've isolated the gene that's responsible for, like, you know, gullibility or trust or docility and stuff like that. And in my opinion, they probably have done the experiments where they, you know, with mice or whatever other creature that they've kind of localized those genes.
Yep, I would say they've definitely been doing it. I mean, because like I said, there's a lot of people I know that are just regular people. They just grew up, you know, in whatever family and went to school and are, you know, are living lives like in that way. So, and there are people, as we all know, so many that are so like, yeah, what you just said, like some of that like docile, just believing everything, like
sheeple to the max.
Yeah, that whole phenomenon. Yeah. Like, what is the sheeple, you know? Like, why are people so brainwashed and so susceptible to it and just accepting it and then denying that it's even going on? Like, it is pretty wild.
You guys saw the movie Gattaca?
Yes, and it needs to be discussed more.
Yeah,
Which one's that again?
Gattaca. Basically, you know, you're going to take a married couple. They're going to go see a geneticist where they're going to pick the traits of their child. Everything's going to be controlled from the eye color to the hair to the size, if they're going to be tall. Basically, they're going to be making Barbie and Ken dolls. Everybody's going to basically be like, and if you're a regular birth, basically called born in the wild, and have all kinds of random, you know, traits we don't know what, you know. And it's almost like because of genetics and technology, they're going to be basically controlling every part of, at least physically, if not mentally also, of the baby, of the children. So there's no or little chance of, you know, of a bad effect or like a flaw or something, you know. And then if you were born in the wild, you don't get the benefits of those genetically altered children. So you have to work as a janitor. You have to work as you know, something, you know, low on the pole because you weren't fashioned in a vat. You were fashioned, you know, by Mother Nature, which is not desirable anymore. Control. But the movie was good because in the movie, in Gattaca, the main character, he was born in the wild, so he's kind of short. He was, you know, he also had like a heart palpitation, and his brother was born in genetics, so his brother was a perfect Ken doll. So they would go swimming, you know, and his brother would always beat him in swimming, and he would always have a little heart palpitation, and his brother would have to rescue him. But he was determined. This guy was hardcore, you know. He had the willpower, right? So he kept practicing, and he kept his willpower. And over the years, he challenged his brother one day, and he beat his brother. He went out to swimming in the ocean, and his brother started, you know, started sinking because he was out there. He was practicing for years with his willpower, even though he had flaws and he had a heart palpitation. So then he had to save his brother, you know. And so he finally beat his brother after, I don't know, 30 years or whatever. They were just competing. And the point was that you can change your genes, but you can't suppress the human spirit.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, and that's what I was saying before. Yeah, I think our human soul, human spirit energy is made of light. So yeah, it will be able to overcome all of this. And can at all times. But the intense thing, I think, is that through the trauma-based mind control, these entities are actually like possessing human souls, where those human souls haven't been able to go back to the spirit world. They're like locked in between the physical and the spiritual realms, like when they die and stuff. And they've done that. So they're like literally possessing human souls, and they're literally possessing us through their lies and deception. And then there's those of us that can see through it all and are not possessed. So it's kind of like in consciousness, that's how I see it right now. It's like you're either in that possession state or you're not. And then and then there's the whole spectrum in between. Because it seems to be the main dominant one right now in terms of this current structure. And especially now that it's kind of getting more intense, it's even more obvious than it was maybe back in the 70s or 80s. Even the 90s were pretty chill.
When you say possessing human souls, how do they actually do that?
They usually do it through extreme trauma and creating the soul is completely confused, so that when they die, they don't know they've died because they were so in such a mangled state before they actually died, and then the demonic entities try to essentially possess them, and they try to convince them that they're not human souls. So they use like extreme trauma to try to confuse them as to who they are. And then in that weakened state, those demonic entities can like sort of use that light, as it were. They kind of feast off it in a way.
You know, but it reminds me of the torturing the children to get the
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's linked in with all that shit, exactly. And just MK Ultra stuff and just the CIA and And then that's even trickled down into propaganda and the military and all of these other, and even right into outer space and that whole thing. It's all linked together, I think.
There is about a 2-hour video about a lady. This is back in the 80s, I guess. It looked like it was an older video, and it had a lady telling her story about how she was molested, not necessarily sexually, but in all kinds of ways. Growing up and being like a slave raised to certain elite people, and also some of the kids were sacrificed. It's just really wild stories. I felt like I thought it was a real, she was having a real experience. She sounded a little kooky, but it could be fake. But I felt like, I don't know if you saw that 2 hours. A woman in her 50s probably leaking what her life story was. She finally broke out. Somebody helped her break out, but most of the kids are underground and they're used for blood sacrifices and for basically sex slaves.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most unfortunate and sad and traumatic things about this whole situation is that part. I think that's one of the reasons that I think the sooner that we can come to these truths and start to stand up against this stuff. I mean, that's the only hope we have in terms of like saving those people, like, and those souls as well, in my viewpoint. But especially the ones that are actually like in those networks now or being tortured or whatever. Because whoever these controller people are, unfortunately, I think they're definitely doing that, and it is sad, and it's kind of outside of the jurisdiction of the law. So it's like out of a movie where it's like the evil person's like, oh, they own the police or whatever. So it's like they can get away with whatever. So literally get away with murder. So yeah, I think that's why it's so important that we start to stand up against it to some degree. And I think just through the knowledge of people knowing what's going on, it'll happen naturally. But I mean, I think if enough people knew, we would not let it continue.
If they really have these cities underground, ruled by, barons, there's really no way to get down there unless, you know how to know someone that goes down there.
Yep. They have a lot of, they also stole a lot of the underground worlds from us, basically, from humans that they took over. Because, whether they created all those underground areas, I don't think so. But they definitely are the ones that have access to them. And they block that completely from the rest of us. I mean, they're basically blocking us from all 4 directions, like Antarctica, the North Pole, under the Earth, and up at high altitude. They're keeping us limited on all 4 of those. And then pushing the outer space lie, which is just completely fabricated. It's just a complete side rail to even get people even thinking it's even a thing, even close to a thing. That's why they probably don't mind when we talk about it to some degree, because it's like, well, it's still working. It's still distracting them, unfortunately. That's why I'm like less interested in going back and forth on the globe. Like I'm way more interested in actual something productive, because that's what they want, is for us to be talking about their whole fake world.
Have you feel like you got to the point where you can't convince anyone globals about what they're really seeing, the deception that is just in front of them? You can't. You're done talking about. You're done promoting the flat Earth because you got to the point where you just quit, or what?
No, I never said any of those things. No, I wouldn't have. No, what I'm saying is that I think on one level, these controller people, they want us talking about and thinking about this whole fake space and globe Earth. So I was just saying that on that level, I'm less interested in putting tons of time into talking about it. In that sense, and I'm just more interested in something productive. But yeah, that's all I was saying. I think you said something about convincing. I've never been interested in trying to convince anyone of anything. I like to share my viewpoint. I like to hear other people's viewpoint. I do love truth and hearing from others and trying to decipher and all of that, like in that process. But I have zero interest in convincing anyone. And in terms of spreading the flat Earth, well, I don't really call myself a flat earther, and I don't really even use that term too much. But yeah, I mean, the Earth being a stationary plane, I think, is incredibly important. But I'm also not like that big into necessarily feeling like I need to spread it or do anything like that. Because I think that for some people, for many, they're going to need to see an actual measurement themselves. So that's why I'm more interested in just what we can do on a productive level to just get more of those kinds of projects going.
I feel like that's just what they tell themselves, though. Like if they just needed a measurement, then they wouldn't be here. They would come here once and then leave. They would realize, oh, okay, I just need a measurement, otherwise I'm going to believe what I believe, and then go about their day.
Yeah. Well, do you think, Riggs, that like I think it's good to have these conversations, and it's great to hear people's viewpoints. So I'm not like personal. I'm not trying to shut down any type of conversation, but do you kind of know what I mean? That looping with the globe is kind of just getting old.
I mean, it was old. It was old years ago. I just don't. I don't know another group of people that have come to individually the same conclusions that I have. So I just am kind of here.
We're just here by default. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
But that's not what the globe does. The globe isn't here because of like-minded people. They're here because of internal conflict. So, I mean, I have empathy, but also like I'm the one that's getting all the attacks, while we're trying to protect them from being attacked at the same time.
You have to be able to handle the attacks, know how to deal with them.
Well, it kind of goes back to what I was saying before too, though. Like those of us that are aware of a lot of these truths and that are, connecting, like you said, finding like-minded and putting our minds together, it would make sense to me that like these entities, whoever they are, and I'm not trying to call anyone out individually, but that they would want to keep us looping in arguments of their model. Now, whether someone's trying to prove someone to something else doesn't even matter, but just them, like right now, like we're not necessarily talking about the globe. We're actually talking about other things. But if someone came in right now and they're like trying to defend the globe and do all that.
Like that Roma guy?
Yeah, like they succeed at getting us just looping in these arguments that clearly are nonsensical.
That's why I had to dumb it down a little bit. I just told him straight up that he just, he's unaware of the depth of what he's trying to speak on.
Well, he was like, he was like, first day professional.
Yes. It's like he's like, I just Googled this, therefore. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, well, NASA and also the powers that be put in new data about how the Earth is measured, sphere, and how, for example, new data like now we have atmosphere that goes to the moon, just new stuff all the time. I think that's to combat the flat Earth, because I never heard that space wasn't a vacuum until about 3 years ago. That's a new one. Space is not a vacuum. That's a new one. Just different things. They're always adding new stuff, and then the globers just eat it up. Like, oh, this is so. But now the Earth isn't the sphere. Now it's a elliptoid. What's it called?
Right. Yeah. They changed it to the oblate spheroid, and then they added atmosphere all the way past the moon, and then they.
NASA has given us a spherical Earth for 40 years, and all of a sudden, it's no longer a sphere. It's
and then now they're calling the vacuum of space not the vacuum of space anymore.
Right.
Like they're making all these little tweaks along the way, and then they point to that as if it's always been the stance.
Well, they don't know that they're adding stuff. They think it's always been that way. But since we're more learned, we've been studying longer, we know they're adding shit. They're just changing it.
Uh-huh.
And the globers will Google, oh, I'm going to Google that. Yeah, here it is. This is true.
The latest and greatest.
Latest globe proof, And I think it's just mass confusion. Because once they get you believing, this stuff, like, for example, we're spinning, we're moving 66,000 miles an hour. The Earth is around the sun, I think. Is that right? Once they get you believing that, I ask a little bit, how do you verify that? And they'll give us some kind of trick, which they don't know what that is. They just know that they can Google it.
Science.
The math works. But then if they're going to believe that they're moving 66,000 miles an hour, tomorrow they can tell you we're actually moving 1 billion miles an hour. So, and they'll have no reason not to believe that because they have no way to verify either one of them. So they're going to believe whatever they tell them. Anything new they tell them is they're going to believe it. Because they're in this, I think, state of mass confusion where they're just going to believe anything because they can't verify nothing. Goldilocks planets, just nonsense like this. There's mathematically, it's got to be, Goldilocks planets, got to be life. Definitely, by the numbers show, there's got to be life. We just got to find it. It's out there somewhere. We're going to build a station on Mars. We're going to go out there. We're going to send you out there. This is wonderful. It's beautiful. It's the future. But it's all basically stories.
You sure that speed can't be derived by a normal person?
I've been asking.
6,000 miles per hour.
So they tell me. Today I got the Res Rhetoric did it. He knows how to do it. It's just people will tell you stuff, but they can't actually verify what they're saying. It's just stories. It's just appeal to authority.
I can tell you how you could figure that out right now, man. How you could measure it the same way people like myself has measured it.
I got my journal. I'm gonna write it down right now. Tell me. I'm your humble student.
All right. First, you got to find out what the distance to the moon is. That might be.
Wait. How do you do that?
Well. Yeah. Hold on, guy.
You've already.
We're gonna go through all the steps before we before we break down every little step. Okay. So you're gonna have to know these big steps first. Okay.
All right.
It's the outline.
The peanut gallery will settle for you, Kosho.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to go through every single detail, and you're never going to hear the big picture.
To the moon. Okay.
Yeah, so if it's just to the moon, you're going to have to figure that out, which is trivial, and we can go over that in just a second. But once you have that down, you got to do what's you got to make a measurement during the quarter moon or 3/4 moon phase.
Quarter moon or 3/4 moon phase. I'm writing this down.
Yeah, so when the moon looks like it's halfway lit, halfway there in the sky, halfway lit, that's when you want to make your measurement. And you got to do something which then if you have a crude measuring tool, you're going to come up with the wrong answer. But if you can get the most precise angle you can possibly get using the Earth as your downward, use your downward position as the crux of your angle, and you point one of those things at the moon and one of those things at the sun, and try to get the best angle you can possibly get, because precision is going to matter here, or accuracy. I mean,
is this a protractor or is it a sextant?
Can you
you need something better than a protractor. Yeah, you need something that's going to get you pretty decent angle.
But what's going to be better than a protractor? Do like a sextant,
Yeah, I don't know, man. You have to spend a lot of money on this tool. I don't know what to tell you to get, but if you get something like, I mean, if you're able to get something, you're able to point one of those, like let's say it's a scissors, like something that's like a scissors type of thing, and you can open it up like a compass sort of thing, and you can point one perfectly at what looks like the center of the sun, and one perfectly at what looks like the center of the moon, and you're confident that that angle, it's not gonna have a lot of noise in it, and you'll be able to get a good enough angle. You should be able to use that angle. And once you have that angle that you're confident on, you just gotta, you take like the inverse tangent or something like that of that angle, and then take that number, I believe, inverse tangent. Yeah, I think you take the inverse tangent of that number, multiply it by the distance that you had to the moon, and you'll get your distance to the sun. From there, you're smooth sailing. You just got to multiply that by 2 times pi, and divide that by 365 days, and then that by 24 hours, and you'll have a pretty good estimates at 66,000 miles per hour. Number is pretty close to it. Don't expect it to be perfect, though.
So I'm going to take that at face value. Thank you. So now, can we assume that most people cannot do this, like 99%?
Well, most people aren't going to get an accurate measurement. That's true.
No.
That's not to say that most people can't do that.
100 people out in the world, 99 of them will not be able to do what you just said. Do not know how to do that. I'm just saying, trained, but you're like obviously very well trained.
No, I'm not trained. Somebody told it to me, or I looked it up and looked at these steps separately. Somebody just told it to you. So I mean, if you tell it to those 99 people, they're perfectly capable of doing it.
I've never experienced this, before. So I must not be the only one.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but not knowing something and not knowing how to do something is not the same thing. So it's like, yeah, we didn't know it before, but now that we know it, all the steps I gave you, you're perfectly capable of doing. It just depends how determined you are to make sure those numbers are accurate.
You should write a book on that, honestly.
No, I've done this measurement. I've done the measurements to the distance of the moon, and then that measurement to get the distance of the sun. I just didn't do the math to derive the speed for whatever reason. And the angle I used that I got wasn't very accurate. So, but it was close to the angle that Aristarchus got. That's why they used to think that the moon was. Or that's why they had that distance for the sun. Like they said, they used to think it was 1,000,000 miles away. That's because that's the distance that Aristarchus got, because the angle he got was not the correct one. That was good, but the thing he used to make his angle was a crude, ancient, method. Oh, damn it, I get a phone call. Hold on.
Anybody else understand what Peltro said, or am I the only one that's slow? I got lost when he says get some scissors, spend a lot of money. That's where I got lost, honestly.
Kosho is full of the brown stuff and verbal diarrhea, basically. Don't take anything he says seriously at all, mate.
So I'm gonna give him credit. He is a good bullshitter. Like he can honestly sell ice to an Eskimo, make it sound like legit. This is the real flex, This is the one you want, Eskimo.
That's what's frustrating is that when you're trying to get the actual facts out and you're breaking it down articulately here, he starts to complain because the truth hurts. That's why he wants to stop you from talking and starts saying you're talking too long. But I've just been listening to him for the last 30 minutes and I've had to clean up all the vomit that I've done here for the last 30 minutes.
Seriously, he likes.
Oh, you're funny, dude.
Spit that out. The last one about find distance to the sun, to the moon, to the speed. He just kind of spit that out like he's actually practiced that, a couple times. He just off the top of his. He practiced that a couple times. I can tell. Pretty smooth talker.
Yeah, it does seem it's like a form of a script. I mean, I'm not saying it is an exact script, but he's definitely thought about like whatever he was, wanted to say, and then it's like kind of preformed.
Yeah.
It always feels like he tries to say something he's not allowed to say, and so then he spends an extra 10 fucking minutes trying to articulate around the shit he's specifically not supposed to say, and then try to end up sounding convincing at the same time.
I'm going to give him, he's entertaining. I'm going to give him that because I've heard him talk different servers and he likes to take the show. He likes to hear himself talk, takes over the whole server. And, it's entertaining.
That's right. Whereas me now, I just want to articulate my point, get it out there so clearly. I don't like to be hurried, but I don't want to take all day about it. And then, when it's coming, and with me, it's coming with emotional baggage because I've been hurt by this. I believed in the moon landings to find out they did not happen, heartbroken. And then
people die over this.
Yeah,
dude, the people wouldn't go to war and represent their supposed nation if they knew that all the nations were working together to create a massive fraud.
Yeah.
We are the insurgents that we're trying to fight. It's us.
That's right. We're killing ourselves and we're being paying to do that. We're actually paying for all this nonsense. So, it hurts. So, of course, I'm going to speak emotionally. And when someone is talking to you emotionally, it hits your heart and it's the truth and you're a liar, you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. You're gonna put the cognitive wall comes up and no, because it's true. And that's what happens with what's his name? Crushing eggshells, walking on dog shit, and bloody fucking the kosher, the smooth, amicable liar.
That other guy is what's his name? Like riding on donkeys? Like who the fuck is that? Dude, even Reckonor is calling that guy eggshells.
I'm gonna vouch for eggshells. He's a cool Glover.
He's another.
This is bullshit. He
totally living in Cogdis land. That one, totally. He hasn't brought one shred of evidence for his globe, but yeah, he talks like there's thousands. That's delusional. They haven't presented one.
He says our only argument is we see too far.
Yeah.
That's just the beginning.
Yeah, that's right. I told him that. That's why he calls me an old dog, because I never gave him any room in 24/7 or the Hangouts. I pinned him to the floor, smashed him with the truth. That's all I could do. That's it.
Dan, you're like a WWF wrestler, but for Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's right. Gotta be. Remember when you're hurt and you gave your heart honestly, genuinely from your childhood days, only to get it crushed, you're never going to let that happen again. Never will you let that happen again. So I see these people who come in, when you present them with the truth and they ignore it, then that's just, they're blatantly lying because they're not idiots. You can tell this man.
No. And I don't think we should attack other people. I mean, I think that riding on eggshells should be free to see however he wants to see things.
Absolutely.
And Jen, I also think some people may not be able to decipher the truth. Like, it's not that they're purposely lying; it's that they literally believe it.
I don't know when you. No. There's psychology at play here. when you hear the man speak articulately about motorbikes and you know, and he gets in there, right? Then he tells you the story that, you know, he's the reporter, he's done his books and things. Then, you know, no one is that dumb. He's not stupid. I'm sorry. Flat Earth is not that difficult to understand. Children of 10 years old can understand it. Come on, man. I'm not gonna give them that. I can't believe that some people cannot articulate that. That's rubbish. I mean, you are right at some aspect. Yes, you're right.
What proof have you
Walking
shown?
on dog shit is not one of them. Walking on dog shit doesn't fall
shown
into that.
anything.
Sorry?
All right, well, let's not call other people names. That's not fair.
Okay, walking on eggshells doesn't fall into that category whatsoever. Sorry. No.
Have you shown?
Go ahead,
I
Nat.
just got back and found I'm being talked about. Tell me.
Well done.
no.
Well done. Right, yes. I'm saying that you're
Devastating to hear
delusional.
that it's Jin.
I'm saying that you're delusional.
Hold on, Jen, you're just being toxic. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nabs.
No, you could knock me down with a feather right now.
Eggshells, I stood up for you, Eggshells. I said you were okay. Okay, guy.
Thanks, Godric. You're really lovely.
I was as well. I was saying that you should be respected for your viewpoints.
I didn't say anything to defend you.
But Naps was trying to speak. Go ahead, Naps.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Now, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Well, if you remember, just jump in anytime.
Nice to hear
Oh,
you again.
oh yeah, yeah. You didn't show anything, Dim or Jen. What is that? Hello.
Oh, he was muted. Sorry, I had to mute him because he was just calling people names.
Oh.
But yeah, go ahead, Jen.
I wasn't calling
Poor
people
guy.
names today. I was just winding him up. I was just winding him up. But anyway, look, I posted to you a link that links you to Ralph Renee's book and manuscript. Go and read the thing. Okay? I didn't lie. Everything I've said, I've given you the source. Okay? It's not a conspiracy site. It's the actual source from Ralph Renee himself. Okay? And he's giving you PhDs, masters. People with masters are talking here. Okay? Go and look at it.
No, it's not. No. Like,
they
can't
clearly didn't look at my
spell,
sources.
first of all.
You clearly did not look at my sources.
First
that's
of
all.
all, no. What you gave me made no sense.
You don't understand how to read
All
them.
right. This is just.
You don't know how to read. You ignored.
Okay, well, let's get into it. Let's get into it. So, Naps, what in particular did you not agree with in what you in whatever it is?
No, it's written by like some stranger he doesn't know, and it's misspelled and it's wrong and it's not even professional. How is this fact? This is just someone you chose to believe.
When you look at the source, NASA Moon America, a book written by and produced by Ralph Renee, together with Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne, okay? And then you look at the individuals that are being mentioned with masters and PhDs, and they're sourcing you the organizations where they get the information from, including NASA.
Them,
you can't argue with that. You can't argue with that.
They
You
just
can't argue with
name
that. It's coming from the horses' mouths.
No,
not my
it's
mouth.
not. It's
It's
not
not coming
them.
from
They
Jin's
just
mouth.
name drop these people.
It's not. But
It's
these
not
are
written
people
by
with
these
masters. These are people with masters.
Jen,
These are people who are reputable, and they actually give you the information like cosmic rays, right? If a living organism were to hang on, let me articulate, please. If you're a living organism that you're in space when cosmic rays are around, you need 2 meters thick, 2 meters thick of shielding. But the lunar module, the lunar command module, the astronauts, they never had such shielding to go to space. Okay? You know, that's just a fact. You can't argue
It's
with
not that.
You can't argue with that. You can't argue with
It's
that,
not.
lady.
I gave
That's cognition
you
you're
the
displaying.
actual
You're
facts
displaying
by the
cognitive dissonance.
actual people.
That's cognitive dissonance you're displaying because you're
No,
really,
it's not.
you're totally
You're giving me
disregarding the
something
fact.
from some weirdo who
It's not a
thinks like
weirdo.
you. He
That the
thinks
man
like
who
you.
said that has a
not
master in
Oh my god, I
physics
can't
and a
talk. I'll be
PhD
quiet.
in one other subject matter. Sorry, it's there. It's all written.
Go ahead, Naps. The only way, sometimes some people just like the only way they'll let someone else talk is they have to be muted, so it makes more work for us. But go ahead.
Right. I apologize. But
I think that was
yeah,
you,
these huh?
Gio wasn't talking about you. He was saying he had to mute Jin so you could speak.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. but I'm saying, Jen, what you gave me wasn't facts and it wasn't from these people. It's from a strange dude on the internet who name dropped them. That's all it is.
Yeah, it seemed that
Can I
you
just say,
posted something I read above,
And
which
you
is
can
about how.
hang on a second, please. I think you're talking about what you just said. There's a mistake because the guy Ralph Renee is dead. He died at the age of 70, so he's no longer alive now. But he produced a book with a guy by the name of Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne, and he had a great pass that allowed him to view all of the NASA Apollo missions and programs, and he together produced that book known as the NASA Moon America. And within that book, you have people with PhDs and masters. Okay, these people are speaking to the fact, and organizations who keep records of such solar flare events. Where do you think these numbers come from? From thin air? Come on, lady, look at the information properly. Stop being in denial. Go and get a cure for your cognitive
I
dissonance.
am
Please.
reading it. I read
Please.
it a bunch of times and it says like none of that. Like where's the book? I would like to see the book, not this crap website you gave me by some strange person. And they're wrong.
And if it's not being promoted, then you can understand why. Such is the truth because it's compelling. It exposes the lie that is NASA and the moon landings. Come on.
How are they lying?
I'm not lying.
How do you know that they're lying?
You accuse. Look, the Earth is not a spinning ball. That's how we know. So if it's not a
How do
spinning
you
ball,
know that though?
how did they get the radius right?
How do you know
How did
not
they get the radius
lying
to go
though?
to the moon? Come on, man.
Like what
Come on, lady.
impression did they give you that they were lying?
The fact that they never went to the moon.
But how do
That
you
we can't
know
leave
that
this
they
Earth.
didn't?
Second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, it's a good question. She's asking, how do you know that they didn't? Okay, yeah, you're saying third. Yeah.
Yeah. He's just saying,
Second law of
oh, they
thermodynamics.
didn't go. Why and how do you know this?
I know this because their story that they tell us is impossible to go because the environment that they're supposed to go to travel through is dangerous to life, dangerous to electrical equipment. It states it in the source I gave you. So that's how I know.
They actually explain that in the source I gave you.
No, it didn't explain that at all. Not at all. It explained nothing to do with that. No, there was no reference to any masters, any PhDs or anything. It was just NASA. Again, most of it's from NASA. All the images were CGI. Every image you saw
How do you know it's
that was posted
CGI?
within the article and the clips that
How do you
CGI
know it's
images.
CGI?
They were not photographs. They were CGI.
How do you know that?
We can see it. It's clearly
No,
obvious.
no.
Look at it again. Just look at the image. Look at your image.
I can look at anything and say that's not real. That's CGI. Why? Because it's not
Well,
real.
I know it's
What?
CGI. I can see that. That's all NASA give us. That's
No,
all
you
they've
have
done for
not.
years.
You
But anyway,
have
I
no
don't want to get into this.
explanation. You don't know how you know.
I've given you the information, right? You can look at it
But
or
you don't
disregard
know
it. It's
how
up
you
to
know.
you. Everything therein is legal and above board. You can check the names, go and find the source of the people. and you will find that these people are creditable. Okay, so they're not lying at all. Why would they lie?
Okay.
Thank you. Try harder next time.
Actually, try next time, Jen.
Try harder.
Well, I would say Naps. I mean, the reason. I mean, there's a lot of reasons I think the footage of the moon landings is completely fabricated. I mean, I basically spent a couple months researching this. First time back in like 2005, I think, around there, and I basically put a lot of time into it. And I would say that I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of inconsistencies, revealings that the footage, many different things that have revealed to me that the footage was not authentic. And that goes from inconsistencies, incongruencies, logical errors, actual mistakes like fudge ups and mistakes that were made. Also, there's so many things. I mean, Stanley Kubrick was actually it's well known at this point that he was involved with NASA in general, and a lot of people think he was actually filming 2001: A Space Odyssey during the same time. So he was literally filming a movie that was like an outer space setting, and he used a particular technology in that film, which is called it's like a rear projection, like backdrop technology, and basically it allows for it to make it look like there's a big landscape, even though there's not, even though they're only filming it in a local area, because the top part of what like the mountains in the background are very different than the ground part. But it is, I mean, for that time period, it is decent for what they had back then. And in the moon landing pictures and the footage, that technology is clearly being used. I can actually show you. So I could show you what it is, but the middle is cut off and you have these really fake looking mountains on the top, and then the bottom. So that's another thing. That's one of the other big giveaways.
That's a good point here.
They're assumptions, though. They're not actually based on fact. They're like, oh,
no, they're facts.
Looks weird. Oh, that looks weird.
Well, have you seen this is the first one that really tipped me off to it. There's one where the guy is, I could probably find it for you if someone could get it. It's fairly popular. This is the thing that first made me think twice about it, because I believed in it before I looked into it. Okay, so the guy's on the ground, the astronaut, and then there's another guy next to him. So one guy is like fallen over on the ground, and the other guy's next to him. And the astronaut that's standing up, he kind of puts his hand out that he's going to like help the guy up. But the guy, they don't touch each other at all. And the astronaut just gets pulled up. Like he doesn't push off the ground. He literally gets pulled by a wire. And that was one of the things. It's physically impossible to be anything else. Like it clearly he's being pulled up.
He gets yanked up. He gets yanked up,
Yep,
not pulled
exactly.
up.
Come on. Like, why would they be that obvious about it?
Well, because they were on wires. Oh, they were on wires. That's how they made it look like they were floating around. They're just literally bouncing on spring-loaded wires.
You have no proof of that. You're just saying that.
There's
I
also
provided you the source, Naps. I provided you the source and the techniques they used. I provided it to you already. It's in the documentary called "What Happened on the Moon." I sent you 3 documentaries about the hoax of the moon landings. If you take your time and look through that, you'll understand exactly what Gio is talking about, what I'm telling you. But you're not looking at the material again. You're ignoring all the material we send you, and you say we don't send you anything. I've
You
sent
don't
you the
send
information.
me anything.
Look, it's posted. It's posted in the live stream chat. Scroll up just for a few minutes. Just a few minutes ago, I posted it. Less than 10 minutes ago. 3 videos together there. In CBO1, you know who I am. But look at it, and you will understand that the moon landings were totally impossible. And what I'm talking about is that when you look at the backdrop and the foreground, where they meet, there is a distinct line. And you can see that line in every photograph. That's what the anomalies are about. Okay?
Yeah, I don't know
the
why.
backdrop scenery and the stage, there's a thin line there that shouldn't be there, but you can't get rid of it. No matter how hard you try, it's there. That's the clue. And if you're looking for more evidence, look up the Shining Code 2, which explains the Stanley Kubrick film scene by scene and how they are associated with the Apollo missions. There's just so much stuff, lady.
We need to know the gas pressure per cubic centimeter.
You got it. So you recovered from your yesterday's bout of cognitive dissonance.
That was a fun thing.
No delay. It's right into
No
it.
delay. No delay. I'm a man who sleeps standing up. What are you talking about?
Oh, I know you. What? How do you describe yourself, Jin? Professional, expert,
Specialist.
Professional?
No, professional, expert, specialist.
Yeah. Bullshit artist is, I guess, another word for
it. So, as you know, that takes care of you. You don't acquire that title.
I know that Jin's bringing this, fighting energy thing, but yeah, I don't really want the whole chat just to devolve into.
Fair enough.
You guys.
No, it won't. It won't. It won't. It won't. Don't worry. It won't.
No, I mean, Eggshells did. I mean, Jin, you took a couple shots at him, so he at least needed to get at least one back.
I don't really need to. Jin takes enough shots at himself that I can just sort of wait for him to swing and tilt at windmills.
Yeah, that's part of my training. That's part of my training. Don't worry. When you before you go into a fight, you slap yourself in the face a few times just to make sure you're alive. Yeah.
So back to the naps. We were talking about the wires and stuff. So there's another thing. Yeah. So the astronauts getting pulled up by the wires. For me, that was a dead giveaway. And then another one. There's other ones where you can the wire actually reflects light, like the studio lights reflect off the wire. So you'll see where the astronaut is, dancing around, and there's literally a metal reflection of a wire that goes all the way from his back, like his neck area where the harness is, all the way straight up. So the wires can actually be seen as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
It appears like a flash and a ping. It appears like a flash and a ping, and you see it. Okay, that's what Gio is trying to describe to you there.
Yeah, I'll have to see it in a video if you have.
Where are the clips of? I'd be really curious to see this one because I went through a few the other time I did a stream about the
Yeah, well,
buzz talking to people. Can I see? Has anybody got a clip of the strings and the guy picking the guy up and them?
Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah, I did. I've got that, but I've got to look through my collection to actually find that. I've got it somewhere. I've got it. I know. I've definitely got it. Definitely got it, but it's deep within my collection. It's going to take a while to get it. Definitely got it. I just got to try and find it. I know I've got it. I've got several. I recorded that 3 or 4 times just to make sure I've got it.
You could just get it though.
Yeah, it's in a lot of them. Yeah, there's several different ones. Yeah, and they're in a lot of the. There's in terms of the wire ones. There's from my memory at least 6 or 7 times, like specific different and entirely different missions where that happens. So it's not just even one. In terms of the ping, and there's even one. Remember the one, Jin, where there's like 2? Is it 2 or 3 astronauts? I know it's at least 2. And both of their wires ping at the same time. Like the light reflects off of both of them. And one of them goes boom, the other one goes boom. Like you can tell how there was a light going across it. It's such a dead giveaway.
Yeah. But at the time of watching, you don't suspect any of that stuff.
Feeling that what you've posted, Jin, is like a 4-hour video. I just mean can I just see the clip?
I've got a 6-hour one.
Yeah. The thing is, if you want to learn about the moon landings and how they were faked. This is the level that we're at. We go through it like a forensic science because you have to understand how they did it, and that's what that's all about.
Jin, I asked a real simple
question.
Can I please just see the clip of the wires with the guy?
Well, this is what I said to you. I'm going to try and get you the clip. Cool. But that's the video if you want to watch the video, right?
That you're going to get it.
Yeah, I did say that. I'm going to get the clip for you. I'm looking as we speak. Okay?
Awesome.
But I'm having to look through like 1,000 videos to try and get it. Because I haven't got it titled or grouped in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so bear with me.
I made myself a whiskey sour, and rather than just putting the egg yolk in, I accidentally dumped a whole egg in, and then I tried to get the yolk out and broke it. So now I'm trying to weigh up whether I should drink an egg yolk just to get the whiskey, or I should have some self-respect.
What's wrong? What do you mean, dude? What's wrong? The egg yolk's the best part. That's where all the fat soluble vitamins are, and that's what you want. That's the most important part, dude. Eggs should always be eaten whole. There's certain amino acids that are in the yolk and not in the whites, and there's certain amino acids that are in the white and they're not in the yolk. They work together.
Okay.
Are you gonna eat it raw?
Okay. I'll do
No.
it. I'll do it. I'll grit my teeth. Do you want a video?
Yeah.
No.
I eat raw eggs all the time. It's great nutrition.
Ew.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Yeah, the more you denature
no.
the protein, the less useful it is to your body.
And the more toxic it is, yeah.
Ew.
We eat raw eggs here in Japan as well. It's all part of the diet here, man. Raw veg, raw fish, raw horse meat, lots of raw stuff we eat here.
Raw horse meat?
Yeah.
Nasty. Yep.
Yeah, in thin slices with pureed garlic and lemon. That's it. Yeah, beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's in very thinly sliced. Yeah, all lean meat, and then you spread some pureed garlic, and then squirt a little bit of lemon, roll it up, pop it in your mouth, and then you have a serious explosion of flavors. It's fantastic. You got to try it.
Now I'm hungry. Sounds good.
Plenty of vitamin C in horse meat. Good.
But horse meat? Oh no, not the pony.
It was the original cure for scurvy.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not sure I would want to eat a horse, to be honest.
I know, it's so sad.
I've eaten
Jabs,
crocodile.
I think we're hearing you whisper sweet nothings to your kids and or boyfriend.
Well, what do you think they do with the losers after a horse race?
Right.
Yeah,
My sister rescues a lot of those. Actually, she takes like race horses that are going to get sent to the knackers, but yeah, they knacker most of them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, they should really send them back into the wild, if anything.
Well, I think horses do come from, there's like a more ancient animal that they come from, but they've been so domesticated now. That's why, I actually think probably they've been genetically spliced at some level. So that's what I would be concerned about with horse meat if it's not the original wild.
Podcast on like the archaeological record of whatever sort of turned into horses and how they split off to giraffes and zebras and stuff. And what's interesting is of all of the domesticated species that humans have, horses appear to be among the least fuddled with. Like we definitely have them like different sort of purebred breeds that are a little bit inbred and or sort of like tinkered with, but the wild horses are staggeringly close to what we have domesticated, whereas like dogs and wolves clearly very different. Lots of other things clearly very different.
But we have to admit that the horse has been a very good worker for humanity in the way of transportation, and then dare I say it, but in war as well. They've had a hard life, the horse. Wouldn't you say? Ploughing the land.
I've worked with horses before. I don't think they have a hard life. Like if you've got a good horse, they straight up, and you communicate with it well, which I'm not pretending I do, but I've worked with people who do. The horse gets what you're trying to do and wants to help you do it. So like you get eventing horses. I remember I got one and I used to do a bit of eventing. And when I went from a horse that like I had to sort of tell it what the barrels or bends were, to a horse that just knew that, it was amazing. This horse was just like, oh shit, like it would see the 3 barrels out on the field and be like, yeah, I know what this game is, fuck yeah, and it'd be like chomping and stamping around on the start line. And then when the person's whistle, I forget how they started the race, they definitely didn't use a gun, but whatever went off, I would just basically have to cling onto the thing, and it would go bolting around the barrels in exactly the correct like orientation. You've got to go around them in a particular way, and back over the line like I was doing nothing. If you've got a good partnership with a horse, they know what you're trying to do and they help you do it. I can only presume it's the same for war horses and stuff like that. They have a bizarre connection with humans. They get it. Sure,
They're quite powerful as well. The way they can carry a human being on their back and then do all those jumps and everything else and ride and run for miles. That's what I mean by they've had a hard life, man. They do. They've had a hard life, especially during the Wild Wild West days. The days of the Wild Wild
If you look
West.
at wild horses, they will get themselves whipped up into a frenzy and then they'll gallop for miles and miles and miles. That's
amazing. Amazing animal. Amazing animal. Beautiful animal as well. The horse. Which is why I liken off-road bikes to horses. The iron horse. The off-road bikes are the ones that look closer to the horse than any other motorcycle. Yeah.
It's the only real thing I used to enjoy on the horses too is very similar to what I do off-road on bikes now, which is like going like mildly quickly on really gnarly tracks. Like, going on a horse and jumping over logs and going through a gully and squeezing between trees is like exhilarating and fun.
Yeah. I actually got to ride a police horse purely because of my Honda XR600. Purely because of my XR600, because this police officer was considering buying one. He was thinking about it, and it was outside the BBC studios in London as I was making a delivery. And he said, "It's a nice bike you got there." I go, "Yeah, it's the XR600, yeah, with the Acerbis Paris Dakar rally kit on it. So it gives me long distance fuel, basically, right? Long distance I could travel." And he was looking at it. I went to do the delivery. I returned. He was still there looking. And I said to him, do you want to ride it? He says, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, and as long as I can have a go on your horse." And I said it for a joke, but we ended up exchanging. Yeah, outside the BBC.
Horse.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah. And I rode his horse. Thank you. And I rode his horse, and he rode my bike.
So you two are buddies after all. Ride eggshells and gin.
Yes, we are buddies when it comes to motorbikes and that. But when he goes into that cognitive dissonance mode, no, that's not good. That's when it's all out of control there. That's why he made a mistake with his egg and his whiskey. He's still coming up with it.
So eggshells, what do you think of this claim that Jin keeps making that he thinks you're in cognitive dissonance? Do you consider that you could be, or do you think this is false?
It's not a state you like. The thing that it sounded like, and I may be wrong about this, that Jin didn't get about the concept of cognitive dissonance is even if you're right, when somebody says something wrong in front of you, that will cause cognitive dissonance. It's not some people experience it and other people don't. The concept of cognitive dissonance is such that we are going throughout it all day long. Every time you make a mistake, every time someone contradicts you, every time, like anything that causes a minor bit of mental disease, and I don't mean disease, I mean dis-ease, like just not like a little bit of a is cognitive dissonance. And it's I would say
No.
So
That's completely wrong.
What just happened there?
That's completely wrong.
That's a symptom of cognitive dissonance. Like just interrupting somebody, go no.
No, yeah, because I disagree. I'm disagreeing with what you said because you are completely misrepresenting. You are completely misrepresenting what cognitive dissonance means, and I posted it in the server 3 times yesterday, so you could read it for yourself. You are totally wrong about that. When somebody says something wrong and you know they're wrong, you say, "No, you've made a mistake there." But you, on the other hand, have been presented, as Riggs and others said, that you are presented with information and evidence and you ignore it. That's cognitive dissonance. That is what you do.
Gio, the answer is yes, absolutely. Like, even though I'm fairly confident that the Earth is a globe, when somebody says it's flat, that causes definitionally, according to the model of it, that causes cognitive dissonance, just the same as me saying I think it's a globe causes cognitive dissonance for you. It's not that it's a sort of state that you go into or out of, nor a sort of state of contradiction, nor is it something that people who are wrong experience, but people who are right don't. It's just any contradiction, any.
No one said any of that, eggshells.
I'm not saying anybody said it. I'm giving all of the things that it is and that it's not. I'm not presenting anybody else's opinion right now. So Like if somebody says you're wrong, that will cause cognitive dissonance according to the like definitionally what it is by the work by Leon Festinger, who coined the term. That's just what it is. And
only if they provide evidence.
No, they don't need to provide evidence. Me just saying no, they don't need to provide evidence is going to cause cognitive dissonance for you. There's nothing in the model that requires evidence. Some of the description, it's really hard.
Then the model's wrong, because it wouldn't be experienced until someone presented something that actually conflicted with your beliefs. Just saying it doesn't do anything. Fuck, unicorns are real, the Yetis are real. Shit, that doesn't affect anybody. But shit, show someone the head of a Yeti, and they'll go, oh fuck,
I mean,
that
if you're
conflicts
arguing
with
the
my
model,
beliefs.
that's fine, but saying that there is a difference between saying that's not the model versus the model's wrong.
Well, one thing, writing, you were saying that you were sort of saying that I think you said you, which I don't know if you meant me or just people in general, but you were saying that I when I hear the globe have cognitive dissonance. I would say, at least for myself, I would say 1,000% I don't have any when I hear people say the Earth is a globe. However, when I thought the Earth was a globe and I first started looking into the idea that it was actually, planar surface, I did have a little bit then, but I basically blasted through that very quickly.
So here's what I would say about it. Whether you consciously are like, oh, I'm experiencing dissonance now versus I'm not, is among the worst indicators for it. So nothing in the model suggests that I go, oh, I'm experiencing it now. In fact, what you typically only ever experience is the mechanisms to protect us from it. So it's a barely experienced phenomena.
Well, here, I'm gonna read this for the chat. I'm gonna read this. Okay. Cognitive dissonance. Sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. When they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It creates a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable called cognitive dissonance. And because it is called cognitive dissonance, and because it is so important to protect that core belief, they will rationalize, ignore, and even deny anything that doesn't fit in with that core belief.
Sure. Yes. So that is a description of it. It's really hard to describe.
That is you to the perfect. That is you perfectly.
All of us. I'm not denying it's me. It would be one of the strongest indicators of cognitive dissonance is somebody says I'm not experiencing cognitive dissonance. Nothing is a
no. That's rubbish. That's wrong in itself. That's wrong in
like
itself.
Yeah. If anybody wanted a demo,
that's wrong in itself. What you just said there. That's wrong in itself. What you said there. Speak for yourself in that case.
No, Jen. Yeah, we know Jen. That's just
my book again, by the way. So in terms of the answer to your question, Gio, yes, I experience cognitive dissonance when I hear people talk about the flat Earth. To suggest that you don't when you hear people talk about the globe Earth wouldn't, to me, be a strong indicator of it. Like, what is a strong indicator that I would agree with that you experience, I think, less dissonance than most other people, most other flat earthers. Sorry, I know you don't like to say flat earther, but like sort of people that I would lump into that category. About it is you far more than, let's say, in this conversation, whites and gin, you can hear someone say something you totally disagree with, patiently wait, and then present your view. And that is indicative probably that you're experiencing less than other people. That you don't experience any at all is highly unlikely. There's unless something needs to be changed or updated in the model. But the need to sort of like interrupt or ridicule what someone's saying would be a strong indicator of it. The existence of biases.
No, that's not true at all. No.
I love it when I say the desire to interrupt and disagree is an
no, but no, hang on. You know what you got to remember.
Disagree. It's so delicious.
What you got to remember is that you're talking a long time. You're talking a long time. You're monologuing there, and of course you are monologuing. So of course I'm going to interrupt. That's not cognitive dissonance, is it? I'm interrupting, saying you're wrong. It's not cognitive dissonance. I'm afraid you got it wrong. You're lying again now. I know. Of course I'd know. Come on, man.
So okay. Let's have a question now.
Well, I agree. I agree with what you were saying, Writing. I do think part of cognitive dissonance, in some cases, can be the excessive, emotional reaction processes that people. Yes, I actually, and the interruption I think is a huge one. It's often what happens. Yeah, it's often why there's so much interrupting, actually.
Yeah, because somebody says something, it's like, I can't like handle you getting to the end of it. All I would change about the quote you made is like
You're wrong.
the quote you present. The quote you presented was talking about like deeply held beliefs, and that was absolutely what Leon Festinger's work was. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's either Festinger or Festinger. It sounds funnier the second way. Was initially about core beliefs. So it was a book called When Prophecy Fails, about a cult who had a doomsday prophecy that didn't come true. But his later work that still was around this phenomena of cognitive dissonance was no longer about core beliefs, but like more generalized beliefs. It's hard to tell which is. It's a very foggy science. I think the concept is core, but the science around it is foggy. But it doesn't just require it to be around a core belief. But what is absolutely like the hallmarks of it are far clearer if it's around a core belief. So somebody saying, I think Arsenal won the 2015 cup, whatever the fuck it is Arsenal playing, and you go, no, I don't think it was 2015. That's going to be smaller. So according to the suggestion of the model, it will still excite dissonance, but unless I'm a mad keen Arsenal supporter who just bet money on that or something like that, it won't cause much dissonance, but it still might cause some. But yeah, somebody saying to you, well, you're a moron and here's some evidence why, when core to our belief about ourselves is that for all of us here is I'm not a moron. That would be a huge violation of how we see ourselves. So that would be something.
It kind of feels to me like when you're speaking, it's kind of like NPR or something. Like, are you speaking, waiting for a response, or are you just saying a lot of things?
That's why I end up interrupting. That is exactly why I end up interrupting, Gio.
Well, I'm not trying to attack you in that, but it's just like it's usually there's so many different points, and then I feel like I'm listening to a radio show or something.
There you go.
Instead of a discussion. But no, I do hear what you're saying. I forget. God, that was so. Oh, well, I wanted to say, well, the thing is, I hear what you're saying with all that. Those were all like some different explanations of some forms of cognitive dissonance. But the one I'm referring to is the one that's connected to a core belief. Yeah, like a core worldview that you have. And like, I think it could be possible that somebody is fully believing the globe and maybe won't have cognitive dissonance when they hear that people would say that the Earth is not a globe. However, that's probably pretty rare. But the point is that it's the different in the belief that creates that process of just denial and rationalizing it, and also just ignoring things in order to keep in the belief system.
Yes, like one test.
That's exactly what you do, Gio. Sorry. Let me speak now because you're speaking quite a lot, and I'd like to get my words in as well. And that's exactly what you do, riding on eggshells. That's exactly what you do. You display that. You're a classic case of cognitive dis because you try and create some other. You see, you're doing exactly what I do. You're interrupting what I speak. Fine, but listen.
Agree. Interrupting to agree.
But at least now listen. Yeah.
Well, Jim, let's not attack people.
I'm not attacking him. I'm not attacking him. I just want to get my point out, please.
Fine, carry on, Jim.
Thank you. Hang on. The fact is this.
To attack me.
Yeah, it's okay. You can. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that you display the cognitive dis, okay, and then you try to create another world, and then you go into this. There are, especially with the globe model, which we can't prove. You say there are thousands, but you haven't displayed one. You yourself haven't presented one shred of evidence, but you say thousands. I mean, if you said there was tens and tens, maybe, but thousands, and you got not one.
Let's explore
cogdis.
Here's what I think somebody not experiencing cogdis on this would do, and they would say, there seemed to be evidence for both sides, but I lean towards this side. Whereas somebody saying there are none, there is no evidence for the other side, that to me is a better indicator.
Definitive.
Yeah, so
there's no evidence.
There is evidence, but none of it. But I don't find it definitive. I think would be a better indicator. Like speaking in absolutes to me is an indicator of somebody managing cogdis.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because hang on. Because I've looked. I've checked. There's not one single shred of evidence. It's all just beliefs. Nothing is tangible. So therefore, I know. So when I say there's no evidence, there's no evidence. Because if there was evidence, then I'd say, okay, yes, the Earth is indeed a globe. Here's the evidence. Here's the proof. But there's not one. For you to say thousands is absurd and delusional. Please. And it's not attacking you, but that's what you're acting like. Okay?
So
Glad we're having this
here's
conversation.
a test, and it's a really fun one, and it's nigh on impossible, but is a way to test it. And it is choose to voluntarily, authentically adopt the belief of the other side. So for anybody here who's a glober,
We done that the other day,
just
didn't
for
we?
a moment, go be a flat earther. Like honestly and with authenticity, lean into that the Earth is a flattened, a level or flattened stationary plane, however you want to put it. And for those who are flat earthers, lean into the belief. And
dude, we all grew up with it.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Notice
what are you talking about?
Rather than doing it, you've gone, oh, I already did that. So in order to
Well,
avoid
we all grew up with it.
I will assert to you.
And for you to think we haven't done it is just insulting,
exactly
really.
a hallmark of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh my
there you go.
God.
Listen.
Oh,
Do what you said. You said you just offended the man.
Go right volume 2, Eggshells, please.
I don't need to offend the man, but it's a thing.
Well, that's what you're doing when you speak like that. But that's what you do when you speak like that.
How do I imagine I would think if I was a flat earther? But like, honestly, be a flat earther for a moment, and the same thing that just happened to whites happens to me. Oh, but I've already but it's and I will balk at it, and that's what cognitive dissonance is. It's actually a lack of experience in the dissonance itself.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Doing right now and saying,
it's the refusal. Hang on. Eggshells. Cognitive dissonance is the refusal of the evidence that is tangible, irrefutable, and you totally disregard that. That is cog dis. Okay? Don't try and dress it up. Because what you do is you psychologically manipulate the truth, is what you're doing. Further proving cog dis.
But
I think Ryden's
his own little mind, he
showing
tries.
that there are many levels of cog dis. But the one we are talking about that they that they show is the one that we're on about. Yeah.
No, so there's pretty much just one
Going against one of their core beliefs.
Right,
that's correct. It's pretty much just one kind, the one that exhibits.
I know, like I just said, that you're talking about other levels of cog dis, but we're talking about the highest form, which is what we see most globers in. Suffering.
There's nothing stronger than an indication of cog dis than somebody saying, "I'm not experiencing it, you are." Right?
Or you cut out.
So.
How convenient, Eggshells. So if you're ever accused of cog dis, you can just go, "Oh, geez, you're suffering cog dis because you just accused me of cog dis." Like, say, dude.
I mean, that's how it works as a thing, right?
Of course it does. In a psycho-babble world.
If I'm experiencing cog dis, then I can reduce, because what you don't really, as I keep saying,
dude, I'm really tired of hearing this anecdotal refutation. Like, you literally just hold up a mirror and just say, "Oh, you're doing what we're talking about. You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now." You've been saying this for 2 days now, almost.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to talk about the topic of cog dis, it's going to be impossible.
Well, who gave you the PhD on cog dis? Like, why are you the authority on cog dis?
Oh, we need a PhD now. Oh, this is news to me. This is fascinating. Okay, tell me.
Not necessarily.
He wrote a book.
Don't necessarily.
You're going to take the context out of what I was saying, right?
I mean, yeah. As a concept, I'm not saying I don't experience it and you do. It's just saying, because what we don't experience is the dissonance itself, generally speaking. What we experience are the reactions to it. So one of
and what makes you qualified to say that?
Do I need to call? So I
sure,
can share that with you if you
sure.
like.
Because you're talking with authority. What gives you the qualifications in this topic?
I've written a book, and
I've written a book too. Next.
Have you written a book?
Yeah, I've written a book.
All right, tell me about it. Let me find it on Amazon.
No, tell me about your book.
Oh, is this cog dis? I'm not going to play this game. Sorry.
You know, people who have cog dis, they exhibit exactly what you're doing right now.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and they do that too.
I don't.
You see that response that you're making to my response? That's exactly what cog dis people do.
Eggshells wrote a very competent book. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, and one of the things, like when you or Rakia talk about the argue by agreeing, like part of the key tenet of that idea is to reduce both my and your cogdice.
Goderic, is his book any good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's kind of dense. It's not such an easy read as I thought. Either he's like Brainiac, or he blew a lot of information from somebody else. I don't know, but it's pretty solid, I think.
All right. Is there anything about cogdice in his book?
I haven't got there, but I'm pretty sure he covers it. Yeah. Do you cover that, eggshells?
Yeah, it's the voice, the words, the style is the three parts to it, and it's in the words. And it also is covered in the style as well, but it's mostly in the words. So some about it is copying people's wording, agreeing with them, steel manning somebody else's argument, which I don't think I was so much in. I certainly don't.
Yeah, I can accept that. That's totally legit. And eggshells, why are you talking so low? You're so low.
Am I?
Yes, he's losing confidence now. Get your volume up. Now,
it seems like you're wildly generalizing and using this term cogdice in ways that are just sort of like ammunition instead of conversation.
Well, I mean,
right now, can I just address? Can I just address cogdice?
What?
Bloody hell.
Is
eggshells.
What can be fun is rather than like going into like which I take your point on this, Riggs, is like using as ammunition to shoot back at one another and be like, no, you cogdice, no, you cogdice, is like to play games of it. So like you have argument games
you cogdice.
to reduce cogdice, which can be really fun.
Yeah. Okay. Eggshell. Can I draw your attention to a few points there? Whilst you've been talking, I've been posting the things you've requested and extra bonus material for you to make sure that you understand that the moon landings were up. The puppet on a string one is a really good one for you to watch. Okay, by the astronauts. Secondly, whenever you mention the globe, I will never ever go into cogdice because the globe doesn't exist for me to go into cogdice for. You can't present me with any evidence. So it's not cogdice. I can't go cogdice in something that's not real. And remember, we all were born and we learnt about this globe at school and we carried it for years. I carried it for 53 years. So believe you me, I'm not going to be going into cogdice anytime soon, am I? Am I now? I fully understand what that model meant to a certain degree. I understand the speed and things.
Yeah, the flat Earth is a learned position.
That's just wrong.
So, like, just to, I would say that you can't have cogdice going back to the globe. Like, that's
no. But I will say this, Riggs. I agree. I agree with that. Like, it's not for a lot of people, it's not like a belief cogdice. However, it does seem like a lot of people are still, they have some cognitive imbalance around the fact that other people still think it's a globe. And so and then that comes out as like anger or aggression or whatever it may be. Now, I can also understand that from the larger picture that we're being lied to and these people who are lying to us. So like, I get that part of it, but it does seem like people, on the more like flat Earth, stationary planar Earth side, like some of them don't seem okay with the fact that people think the Earth is a globe. And,
Yeah,
and
I for one.
As Jins go.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I for one don't feel like that in the case. The only time I get irate, and I start to sweat and get irritated, and I turn into the Hulk, is when you present them with information and then they insult you for even trying to say that the globe doesn't exist. That's when I'm challenged on the information that I present, and they're saying it's not information. It's not. And they totally disregard it, and it's irrefutable. That's when I go into the bulk. Other than that, I've got time for people.
Insults would cause cogdice, so it's not just about.
It's not cogdice. It's not cogdice. It's not cogdice. It's not cogdice.
Dude, yeah, these like anecdotal correlation shits that you keep bringing up, eggshells, is really annoying.
Yeah.
Like I could literally name like 10 different reactions that you've had. I could relate to psychopaths. Do you want me to source it? But would I actually bring it up right now and say, hey, you know what? Actually, psychopaths exhibit X, Y, A, B, all these things that you're doing right now, and then say that every 5 minutes? Why would I do that? See, you're talking over me. See, you're having cogdice right now.
kidding me, you fucking weirdo.
Am I, or was I the one who's speaking?
No, I was speaking.
Hey, you know who calls names? Psychopaths and people in Cogdis.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah, let me source it for you. I wrote a book. Suck my dick.
All right, cool.
That's actually more of a sociopathic thing. The name calling is sociopathic, but it could be psychopath. But some people could do it could have layers of that. But it's
let's just say it over and over again. Let's bring the book out and get the pages.
What's up, you guys? Noah's here, so the party has started.
Yo, how are you guys?
What's up, dude?
Oh, we're doing, dude. How you doing, dude?
I was just going with my sister and my mom out to get some shave ice. It was nice.
Okay, well, welcome in, and please add in your experience when you can, if you get the chance.
Hey, I remember you, Jin CBR.
CBR1.
Yeah, you were describing your cooking when you go camping one time on QE server.
Okay, yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you sound like a proper cook, man.
Thank you very much. I love it. Cheers. Yeah, I think it's always good to get your experience out as best you can so that people can be intrigued as to, I wonder what that would taste like. Yeah. I described the horse meat just now to them, thinly sliced horse meat with pureed garlic, which you just spread on thinly, and then you squirt some lemon, and then you roll it up and you pop it in your mouth. And the explosions of flavors just there, it's just unbelievable. Just like that.
How does that taste? Does that taste like beef or not?
Yeah, there is that. It is, yes. It's like beef. It is like a beef.
I think I tried horse meat before. The Polynesian kids at my school used to eat. Like, they love horse for some reason.
There you go. Yeah.
My friend was tricked into it by his parents. Apparently, he wasn't happy afterwards.
Wow.
He liked the taste of it, but he wasn't happy with his parents afterwards when they told him it was horse.
Yeah, and I think in Britain a few years back there was a scandal with, I think, Findus. They had their cannelloni and macaroni and stuff, cannelloni and lasagna, and it contained horse meat and not beef. And they got the
I remember that.
Huge problem.
Yeah, it was a big scandal. Lots of people in Britain were shocked that they'd eaten horse.
I mean, I was here for that.
unknowingly.
It didn't seem many were shocked. Like, it was like memes and jokes by the very next day. I was expecting people to be really upset, but they were all just taking the piss immediately.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, Percentage and this guy named Funk last night, your guys' fucking argument was so fucking retarded. Like, it was like 2 hours of like how to measure the ocean. I was like, God damn it.
Yeah, that was 2.5 hours.
That was a battle of the ages right there.
Yeah.
Looks like we got
Of course, Percentage was the winner, but it may have looked like a draw, but obviously Percentage wasn't wrong, so the win goes to
I'm surprised you guys are still going on about the moon from 20 hours ago or so.
I mean, I'll never stop with the moon landing, man. It's just such a joke.
Yeah.
It's
That's why I
laughable,
posted. You see, I posted a lot of material for the benefit of riding on eggshells. Look at now, this is how I feel about that. By the time he looks at this material, he should be in no doubt that the moon landings were a hoax. Now, if he comes back and starts going on like the moon landings happen, there is clear Cogdis. Because anyone with a rational mind and common sense would see that, that's just,
I don't know if I'd even call it Cogdisto. I'd just call it an anti-flat earther, because most of the normie globers that I know, they don't even believe in the fucking moon landing.
We call eggshells eggshells.
Eggshells, yes. Walking on eggshells. Or riding on eggshells. I say riding on dog shit, but there you go. But anyway, I do feel it's Cogdis when you're disregarding the evidence being presented, painstakingly presented to you, like a forensic
No, it's just
scientist.
an anti-flat earther.
Wait, eggshells, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm glad he's there. I'm just making sure he understands.
You are very...
The information therein will leave you in no doubt. No doubt at all. I don't waste people's time when I present my material that I
But you
collect
do.
over the
You
years.
do. You repeat yourself. Though.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'll tell you that for sure. Because I don't, because of the way I was hurt by the fact that I was lied to by this deception. But because I was hurt by the way this deception was perpetuated over the years to the age of 53, I make sure that the material I bring to bear is irrefutable. You cannot even begin to say it's not true. You can't do that. You can, but then that's this cognitive dissonance kicking in. That's what that means, basically. I don't want to waste anyone's time. And I don't want anyone to come back and say, Jin, that what you showed me was wrong, Jin. I don't want anyone to even
It's
say
so
that.
hard to hear what you're saying, Ryden, because you're so low.
Yeah, no confidence now. Been kicked out of him now.
Turn my mic up if that will please you. For some reason, it just comes in low sometimes on Discord. It's like right in front of my mouth.
Much better now.
If you've got something to say, you're coming loud. But when you're challenged on your cog this, your volume will drop. And
Yeah, it's definitely the best explanation.
yeah, and I'll keep myself quiet because God, this is not good.
It's true.
Inbuilt Cogdis mic.
Yeah, even the mics in cog this. I can't believe what he's saying. I'm going to turn myself down.
If I were to guess, though, I would say shouting and repeating and disagreeing is a bigger
it's
sign
just his
of this
posture.
than quietly responding.
Yeah, this is the military style. We drill. It's a drill. Once you exhibit, for me, Jin CBR1, once you exhibit denial, cognitive diss to the truth and the facts, I'll become a drill master like we used to get in the army. And they drill it, and that's what I do. I just drill you. I'll drill you with the truth. And that's what I do.
That makes sense. You went through all that?
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense why you have that kind of energy.
Yeah. Just like when we had Zanuck and that lot coming in earlier, right? Rather than type in comments, I just gave them the meme attack, right? And they got them triggered to the highest level. And then I finished off with my thumbs up on my bike. And Gio gave me a thumbs up. Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Yeah.
Dude, these moon videos are classic. Oh my god. I'm watching them right now on mute. It's classic
Thank
shit.
you. Thank you, man. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I think the moon landing is one of the easiest things to just see how completely fake it was. It's like first grade. It's just It's kind of baby truther, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. I can agree with that because it's not difficult to see. That's why it surprises me when people just say no and they carry on as if the moon landings really did happen, right?
Yeah, that's why. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, yeah, I'll finish off in 10 seconds now. The post that I posted to Naps, the Ralph Rene NASA Mooned America, that came from a person who believed the moon landings were real, okay? And I had a 3 months in the comments battle, and I did not waver 1 degree. And then at the end, he gives up and sends me that link. Unbelievable. I thought, wow. Was this guy testing me or something? Because if he had that link all the time, then why did he resist me for so long? That was odd.
Maybe
And then
he was just undecided, you know? Maybe he was like, I can't tell if it's real. You know what I mean? Like sometimes like it's hard to like make the bridge the gap between believing in NASA and knowing that shit is fake.
No, I think it comes from if you come into this whole flat Earth v globe sort of area, then people seem to go, all right, I'm picking a side, and then I have to fight for that side instead of it.
Right.
Like if you spoke to normal people, normal globies, they probably they question the moon landings. That not even they like. Yeah, I definitely think we went to the moon. Most people I spoke to, especially in my family, they're all globers, but they're not in this argument, right? They're not fighting for either side, really. They don't believe in the moon landing.
Yeah, I could see that because like I heard about the whole moon landing thing, and then when I started researching it, I was like, okay, Then when I came to the flat Earth, that's a little harder, you know, like to because both sides also have some good points, you know. But like when it comes to the moon landing, it's just cut and dry. Like it's just cut and dry.
Yeah, I was astonished because everything that I was saying to the guy was coming from the link anyway, Ralph Rene, because but mine was coming from the memories of what I downloaded from Ralph Rene, and then at the very end, he then drops this link, and I thought, bloody hell! I mean, oh well, thanks anyway, because I never had this link before, but I've got it now, and I'm going to keep it. I thought, yeah, cheers. So obviously he knew that I was right. Landings were a hoax. And I'm walking on the shoulders of those good people who actually presented it to me, not the astronaut lying no good scumbags, but the good people who, with the impeccable integrity, to put the material up so I can then learn. They're the shoulders I'm walking on, or riding on, should I say?
Would you like? Is it okay if I bring something else up? Like I've heard that some people. Yeah, I heard some people don't believe that nuclear bombs exist, and I would like to. Could we discuss that in here? Does anyone believe that nuclear bombs aren't real? Do they have any any points?
Insights? Yeah, because
I've heard that in
that was a
Japan.
bombshell for me.
I heard that in Japan they reported like fire bombs, not nuclear bombs, whereas in the West we reported that we nuked them. And then when you go there, apparently, I don't know, I haven't really been to Japan, but apparently there's no radiation where they supposedly went off.
Right. Well, I'm living in Japan, and I've been to the said ground zero twice in Hiroshima. Okay,
Did you bring
I've
a
been there
Geiger
twice. Sorry.
Did you bring a Geiger counter?
Is that?
I live in Japan, so I've been there twice with my family, twice. Okay, to the Hiroshima site, the ground zero. And before I actually went there, so when I realized we were going to go, that did cross my mind. I was thinking, I wonder how they got rid of all the radiation. So I looked into it, and they said that they removed the top soil. Okay, that's what they did to kind of like combat. Because I was thinking, if it's irradiated, that means if they grow vegetables there, is it radiated? These foods they're eating, you know, you understand? But they removed the top soil, and when you go there, there is no evidence that a bomb ever went off. Only the ground zero, they call it the Genbaku Dome, which is the domed restaurant that's left there, that was built by the Dutch.
Epicenter.
That's still there. Yeah, that's there. Yeah. That's it. That's where the epicenter was. Yeah. So it's a good point. I mean, I met some people who survived, you know, but it didn't look like they had. One was in a wheelchair, okay, and then now and the other couple were standing and just talking, but they never seemed to me that they looked like they suffered from radiation, any skin problem or anything like that. Okay, they may have gone to the doctors a few times. I don't know, but it's a good point you raise.
The whole radiation thing is such a it is such a good topic, and it's like there's so much to know about it. Like if you think about Chernobyl, you know,
People
they
still
say
live
that
there. People stayed there the whole time apparently, and they still live there till this day.
Yes,
and you can see that the vegetation is growing all around it. So
yeah.
Like maybe there are bombs. Like I'm thinking maybe there are bombs that are super massive. Like that could still be true, right? But maybe they just don't have a fallout after, you know? Because
well, there's what about that Tunguska event? Because there is a patch there that doesn't grow.
Is that the
So
meteor
what's that
in
caused by?
Russia?
Well, yeah, so they say.
Yeah, I don't know much about that, but I've heard about that before. That there and all the trees got knocked over or something.
In the next few minutes, I'm going to post a 30-minute video, which is it's called The Fluoride Deception. 30 minutes. In this video, it explains that the nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were actually fluoride bombs. And fluoride being the most toxic chemical on Earth, and I think it's mercury that's second, or either way round, okay? And the chemical that was of most and great concern was the fluoride, because that's what gave the bomb its big bang. The documentary is only 30 minutes long. The narrator is British. He used to work for the BBC at the Rockefeller Center. And the reason he actually produced this book was because in Britain, in Leeds, they were going to put fluoride in the water. And the citizens complained and protested. And then the mayor of Leeds contacted this guy. I think his name is Richard Bryson, I think his name is. He contacted him and asked him, what do the Americans know about radiation? What's the, of fluoride? What's the Yanks' angle? And he said, well, I don't know about anything about fluoride at all, but I'll look into it and let you know. He ended up producing a book, this guy, and I'm going to post this video shortly. It's only 30 minutes long, and it explains everything to do with fluoride and the connection with the Manhattan Project and the atom bomb. Was it an atom bomb? Was it a fluoride bomb? You decide when you watch it, okay?
All right, cool. Thanks. I actually, I went somewhere in the States that had fluoride water. I'll never forget that. I tried drinking that water. I couldn't even drink a glass. I couldn't even drink a full glass. That's how bad it tasted to me, honestly. Like you can taste that shit when it's in the water. It tastes like fucking shit.
There's actually rocket fuel in there and other things in there.
Yeah, like the water I drink is nice, you know? Like I don't have a problem with it, but like I went on like a road trip with my family when I was a little kid. I remember we stopped somewhere. Sulfur water tastes like shit. Like when they have sulfur near the well, I remember it tastes like shit. And we went somewhere else where they fluoridated the water because they thought it's good for your teeth. And like couldn't drink that one either. Like just the taste alone, like your body immediately knows like this is not. You're not supposed to be drinking this shit.
You surely have quite a lot of natural springs, like in America, though, with all the mountains you have.
Yeah. We went like we went through a whole trip of the United States. I don't remember because I was too little to remember, but I just remember that the fluoride water tasted like shit and the sulfur water tasted like fucking shit. But I don't remember the town. I was too little. I was like 4 or 5, you know? Maybe a little older, maybe like 12 or something. I don't know. We're in an RV.
Yeah, my sister told me about when she went on holiday with her boyfriend to Italy, and his family lived up a mountain, and the water there was just so clean and fresh.
Okay, I posted.
Hey, Jin.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you
I
off, sir.
posted it. That's it. I posted it. Go ahead, Riggs.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, go
So-
ahead, Riggs.
I'm not Riggs, but
Oh, sorry. My
no
mistake.
problem. So you were looking at the Vendée Globe. I was wondering if you had had a chance to look at the Transat that is going on right now.
Oh.
Not yet. No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh, it's pretty cool. They have 4 different classifications of boats that are sailing this race, and they actually all show they're all traveling different lengths of distance, so they arrive at the destination approximately the same amount of time. Almost like we know the exact distances. It's weird, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, point A to point B is point A to point B. Given mileage, it's all there. That's cool.
Yeah.
In itself, but
And
what I'm saying,
the
what I will
charting
say
is all
that
done on
it doesn't
Great
have
Circle routes.
So how much
yeah.
how much of the race is done in the southern hemisphere, and how much is done in the northern hemisphere? Like roughly.
Almost none of it is done in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, so you would
This-
get the least amount of distance traveled in the southern hemisphere. Then it wouldn't really prove the flat Earth wrong.
No,
Yeah,
this is
that's
just
what I was
proof
gonna
we
say.
know distances between, France and South America.
South America, yeah. Well, that would be. Wouldn't that be if it's South America? Did they go beyond the equator? No.
A little bit. There
After
is
it.
some,
So
but it's
southern
not much.
hemisphere, then a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit into the southern hemisphere, a little bit. Hemisphere, should I say, as I'm a purist. So,
and it also depends on which boat we're talking about, which class, because some of them don't travel nearly as far south before they make the turn.
why is that?
Because the boats are slower, and they want them all to get there at the same time, or around
so
the same time.
they have a. Oh yeah, they
So
have a
they
shorter
don't-
course. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a bit strange. I thought they'd all have to travel the same distance.
Hey, don't you guys ever find it strange that they don't censor alien conspiracies, but they censor flat Earth?
Yeah, that is
Yes.
a funny one.
Like if you think about it, they
And,
don't censor alien shit. They actually they push it themselves on CNN, Fox News. And then they'll censor us
Yeah.
and flat
Let me
Earth.
tell you something. Let me tell you something I'm experiencing of late, okay? Now, what with the videos that I've been posting, okay? When I click to share, okay, it says share immediately and I click. But if it's kind of like a controversial one, guess what pops up? Remove. So you could accidentally click that and it's gone. You know that? With some videos. But then I'll click another video and the share panel comes up, but it doesn't say remove, it's got share first. Notice that's happening. Has anybody else experienced that when
I
sharing their
experienced
videos?
something real weird on Discord earlier today where I tried to post a picture of like Miley Cyrus, like with a bunch of pizzas surrounding her. I don't know why. It wasn't inappropriate, but I posted it and it like the bot just immediately took it away and said like the bot recognizes this as an inappropriate like image. And I was like, this was on this Discord, and I was like, whoa, like that's kind of weird. Like I'm not sure what I like if they have that image in a base or like some sort of AI scans it or like I don't really know, but like
Anything Miley, bin.
It wasn't a
Well,
human.
that
it was
actually,
a robot.
Well, that's interesting. That actually would not have been any of the bots that I've added to it. That would be actually Discord itself. There was a setting. I'm trying to find it right now. Oh, it's called moderation, and it's actually on Discord. So it's not like a bot that I added. It's not a bot that I added, but I'm looking at it right here. It says explicit media content filter. It says automatically scan and delete media sent in the server that contains explicit content. Please choose how broadly the filter will apply to members in your server. We recommend setting a filter for a public Discord. And then there's three options. There's either don't scan, there's either scan from members without a role, and then scan from all members. And I think this was required to have on. I forget if it was, but to get the community server thing, which gives like the stage rooms and stuff. I actually forget if it is or not. But anyways, I have it on scan media from all members, so that's probably what it was. It was just
Yeah, I don't know if the AI thought it was like porn or something, because like it was just her head and then her like winking with the tongue out, but it wasn't like she wasn't nude or anything. Like it was just Miley Cyrus's head, you know. But like, but there was like it was like not even like a real image, right? It was all like a bunch of like shit, like kind of imposed in the background, like dumb Illuminati shit, you know. I can't really think of how else it would have been inappropriate, but like I posted it and before it even like rendered onto the page, a bot message came up and said like this is inappropriate, you can't like put this. And I was like fucking kind of scared. I was like, holy shit, what? Like what is this? But yeah, so that's my experience to add to censorship type. And I know on Facebook, if you try to send like a torrent links to your friends, they won't send. Like you'll send it on your side, but your friend won't get it on his side of the messenger.
So that's what I've been experiencing of late. Like recently, I posted some videos relating to the moon landings and that. And when I click on share, usually it says share, and you just click the share. In this case, it had share, but where the share would be normally, and then the share was above that. So I almost clicked on it. Oh, hang on a second. Wow. Why did that happen? Why did they change the format? Thinking, they don't want this video to be posted, huh? keep my eyes peeled. Gotta watch it. Yeah.
Censor fake moon landing. Push aliens on TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking ridiculous. It's coming to a point where it's like, anything they censor, I'm just gonna believe it soon. Like anything that, like, because it just seems like anything that you look into that seems to have validity seems to be the thing that's not. Seems to be the thing they're trying to censor. You know, like they don't censor like.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of dumb shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't censor how to repair your car, do they? Or how to remove a tyre. They're not going to do that, yeah? But anything to do with health and getting a jab and that now, you're out. Even famous people like Robert Kennedy Jr., for example. Kennedy Jr. was removed from Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube as well, you know?
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. They
So-
complete media blackout on that one. They won't
So
let him talk.
what about the Mandela effect?
Yeah,
That's
I
not
don't really buy
being,
into that much.
Yeah,
neither do I.
that one's a bit harder to.
But it's not being censored, is it?
No. No,
Hey,
it's not.
That's a good
That's
point.
true.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Not being
All
censored.
kinds of
That's right.
stupid conspiracies they don't fucking censor, but then other ones they do.
No.
So it's like, I don't know, you know?
Bigfoot and the Yeti, Sasquatch, that's
Don't
okay.
censor that shit. They put that on History
No.
Channel.
I know. And the aliens.
They put Ancient Aliens on History Channel. Like, is that history? Like, sounds like a dumbass talking about some shit that clearly didn't happen.
Yeah, and the way they talk about it, they speak about it like it really happened. It's the way it's being
They're
delivered.
like, how did they build these pyramids? And then some guy's just like, it must have been aliens. It's like, is this History Channel? Like, what the fuck?
It was extraterrestrials
Yeah.
I mean, it's called Ancient Alien.
program as well.
Yeah. I used to like all that History Channel and the Geographic Channel and the Discovery Channel. I used to watch all those. Yeah, but you know, there was just before I became a flat earther, they tried to offer up the fact that the moon was a piece knocked off of the Earth during all this Big Bang explosion thing, and I just didn't buy into that. I just said, no, that's not the case. Sorry, that cannot. That I don't believe that at all. Shortly after that, flat earther, I went and became a flat earther. Do you know what I mean? And that's only because it's been recommended, and I ignored it for a year. I actually ignored this video for a year. In fact, I got paranoid. I thought I was being hacked. I thought, what idiot is posting this stuff on my wife's computer at this time, right? I thought, what's going on? What's going on? You know, the Earth is not flat. Stupid. What idiot's doing this? You know. And it
Did they
went on for
censor
about a year.
9/11? I'm curious. Do they censor 9/11? I haven't
No.
even.
No. That's still that you can get lots of material on that. No, they're not
I
censoring
remember
that.
All those videos. There used to be videos that when you search for it, certain videos came up. But now when you search
Loose
for that kind of
change.
stuff, it's always mainstream
The
media.
bullshit. Yeah, the bullshit at the start. That's how you find out whether it's being hidden or not, or you know, is by the first results that come up. Just like that
Yeah,
moon landing.
wasn't
Like
an
that,
inside job.
like that funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I had to scroll through a few pages to find that one.
Yeah. That's the same story here as well. You have to scroll down a few hundred videos before you actually get to it. Yeah.
I don't even do that. I just once I find one channel, I see what channels they're hopping to, and I follow the channels. I don't even use the search algorithm sometimes. Like if I'm looking for certain information, I don't use the search algorithm at all. I just go channel to channel.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Information the channels you already have don't have.
Excuse me?
The channels you already watch, if they don't have what you're looking for.
Depends what you're looking into, right?
But I see what you're saying. You just have a look on what channels they look at as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and there's certain channels that you find, and it's like they're subscribed to like 250 other channels, so they have like a wide diversity of interest, right?
Very
Kinda
true.
like- Then some channels like they're a big channel. They post a lot of videos, and they only follow like one other channel, you know. But those smaller channels have maybe like 8 videos. They follow like 250 other channels. Those are the ones where you can find some more shit, right? Like you can find some more low key channels that don't really come up. But then when you look into that, like I was watching some documentaries on like that cannabis plant and how you can like make it into like plaster and shit. How it's like really industrial plant basically.
Yeah, they call it hempcrete. Hempcrete,
Yeah,
don't they?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember watching Thrive and Survive, Mr. Thrive and Survive. He was really good back in the, back in the early days of the flat Earth. And there was one he did where submarines prove flat Earth. I thought, yeah, because we don't often look at the ocean and how submarines operate similar to aircrafts, yeah, and they need to take straight lines, leveled trajectory. Otherwise, there's going to be problems, yeah. And if the Earth was indeed a ball, you would suddenly, if you followed a straight line, you'd pop out the side of the Earth because you would have to follow the curvature, would you not?
Yeah, it's submerged.
Yeah, you'd submerge,
Resurface,
right, first of all.
sorry.
But then again, if the surface is curving, and you're going to submerge, let's say 3 feet, keep, let's say 5 feet underwater, or 10 feet. Let's give it a bit more depth, 10 feet, and keep that. If you just kept at that depth, you would come out the side of the Earth still, because the Earth is curving, would it not?
How do you think the submarine knows to keep that depth? What mechanism do you think?
They're using
by not
Buoyancy.
moving
Well, of
up or
course, they
down.
got.
Don't they use buoyancy?
Yeah.
Close.
So the
Buoyancy.
They put
Yeah,
water.
they
and
use
air
buoyancy.
inside
That's right.
Yeah. But
right.
if the Earth is curving, a curved surface, the surface of the Earth had curvature, the submarine would eventually come out the side of the Earth. It would come out the ball. It would.
But just by what you just said, though, if they're using buoyancy, If they're using buoyancy, it wouldn't matter if the Earth were flat or curved. It's just following the.
It would.
It's following where the water is at pressure.
I have to go with
It
kosher
would.
on this.
Of course it would, kosher. Of course it would.
So,
Whose voice is that? Holy shit!
Jin, at 33 feet below the surface of the ocean, how much is the pressure?
Why are you using 33?
I do not know
Say
that.
33.
I do not know that whatsoever.
Or
Don't
10
use
meters.
33. What kind of 10? Don't use 33, you shill.
I mean, it's
Sorry,
just
I'm
10 feet.
an American.
Same thing.
They use that to try and intimidate you with the 33. But my favorite color is orange.
They use it because it's 10 meters, man.
10 meters. What's the pressure?
Well, I couldn't give it to you. 10 pounds per square inch. Who knows?
Close.
I
double that.
Not enough to crush this. Not enough
It
to
is
crush this ring. How does that relate to temperature?
2 atmospheres.
2 atmospheres. Okay. Well, thanks very much for that.
Mm-hmm. So your submarine is going to stay, if it wants to be at 33 feet below the water, 10 meters, whatever you want to say it, it's going to stay at 2 atmospheres.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about taking your, you're out in the middle of the ocean. You just drop down 10, 20 feet, okay, or 10 meters, if you will, and stick at that, okay, and just stay there, keeping the submarine level. If it follows that flight, that trajectory, it will come out the side of the globe. Because
How do you know? How do you know how far below the surface of the ocean you are?
You've measured it 10 feet from the surface. From the
So
surface.
I've gone down.
You've dived 10 feet.
I've gone down 10 feet. Now I'm going to start moving forward. How far down am I now?
If you're going to be 10 feet all the way and keep that on the flat Earth, you'd have no problem. But if
How
you're
would
on
I know that?
hang on. How will you know that? Because you got your instruments that are telling you that.
And
Your
what are my instruments reading?
They're going to show you that.
Are they reading the
They're
pressure
reading
of the
your
water around us?
Would it not show the
No,
orientation?
they're reading. You're talking about the depth indicator. That's what we're talking about here.
Which is a pressure indicator.
Okay, but we're talking about the depth indicator, and if you follow that through and keep it right, that without a doubt, the submarine's going to come out the side of the Earth, because if the Earth is curving, that is.
So
But
if you
that never happens.
so if you're 10 feet under the surface and you're going straight, would the pressure get less then if it was a curve? If it was a globe, the pressure
If
would
you're 10
decrease.
feet below, if you
Because
stay
the
10 feet
curve,
below, you're still
you'd be
10 feet
getting
below.
closer and closer to the surface, so the pressure should drop, right?
Why?
Yeah.
Is the goal to stay 10 feet below?
Because
Is the point to
So you wouldn't be
surface?
staying at 10 feet.
Not if the point is to surface, and then you would surface. If the point is to stay at 10 feet, you stay at 10 feet.
Yeah, but if the Earth is a globe, right? You would
Then they
have
can't
to
stay at 10
follow.
feet?
You wouldn't be able to stay at 10 feet. You'd have to follow the curvature
Oh.
of the globe. Hang on. You'd have to follow the curvature of the globe, and in doing so, the attitude of the submarine would change as it would as an aircraft following the globe from the surface. Okay? The attitude, that means the angle of the submarine would change. It would no longer be spirit level. It would have to change. But you don't experience that.
Most of the
That's
time,
not
it's not.
experience.
Most of the time, submarines are not spirit level. That's a silly thing to say, Jin.
I would disagree with that completely. Sorry.
Well,
Disagree with that
then
completely.
every submariner in the world has a question for you.
It doesn't make logical sense to be at either nose up or nose down when you're in a submarine on your mission, because they're in these submarines for 3 months at a time, and then they change a complete staff change, personnel change. So they go in there, they leave port, goodbye to their loved ones. Now they're out for 3 months non-stop under the water going around. Now they're not going to be nosing up or nosing down. They're going to be having a level trajectory. They have to. Otherwise, they're going to have to worry about all their meals and drinks. Let's play the game properly here, yeah? 3 months. So don't tell me that their submarines are at an angle. Don't be silly, please. Okay?
Yeah.
This is where we start to pull you to pieces. When you start offering up silly excuses
When
like
you
that.
start saying silly things that I can disprove with a submarine lunch
You haven't
tray.
disproved anything. Oi, you haven't disproved anything. I'm telling
Look at a
you that
submarine
Mr.
lunch
Thrive
tray.
and Survive. Hang on, I'm going to post
I don't
the
care what
video shortly.
some random YouTuber I've never heard of
and
there.
Survive. Mr. Thrive and Survive shows you how submarines work, and if indeed the Earth was a globe, I knew this already, but if this indeed the Earth was a globe,
Mrs. Thrive and Survive says he has a small penis. So I think we should listen to her over him,
This
right?
is it. Clear evidence, cognitive
No.
dissonance. And now
Your
you're
evidence
being
is
silly. Now
your
you're
evidence
being
is some
silly.
dude. Your
Now
evidence
you're
is
being
some dude.
silly.
Okay, you're just gonna scream.
silly.
Cool.
Dude,
Yeah, you're
Kool-Aid.
Well done, Jin.
Well, Thrive and Survive is awesome, so I don't know why you're trying to say.
Yeah,
throw
but the
shade on it.
his evidence is literally this guy said it on a YouTube video, so it must be true.
It shows you the mechanics.
Well, I think he's offering you the source of some information like that you could consider.
Yeah.
Sure. Where's it posted? Oh wait, this is Jen. I'll be back in an hour when you're
Do it in a
posted, Jen.
minute. Give me a few minutes to get the video up for
Yep.
you, and I shall bludgeon you with
I'll
this.
hold my breath.
Yeah. Come back in an hour. Come back in an hour, and I'll bludgeon you. Don't worry. I'll whip you with the flat earth truth. That's what you deserve, a little whipping.
Yeah.
Have you been on a
How's your
sub?
map coming? Yes, I've been on a submarine. Not while it was underway. It was a what do they call them? Museum vessel.
Yes, I've been into the submarine myself at the Pearl Harbor. Twice. Yet alone, and then actually in Britain.
And then you end up in Japan.
Water.
I've been on that one in Pearl Harbor also.
Yeah. I've been in two in Pearl Harbor, and then I've been on a real one in Britain. So there you go. Survive survives explanation as to the submarine flat Earth. I thought, yeah, man, wicked. Let's have a look at that, and it makes sense.
You're still
you
talking
were gonna
about
go
this
on about
program that you haven't posted?
Sonar
Okay.
Shadow. Sorry. Cooley.
It's in the middle of my collection somewhere. That's why I don't have it to hand straight up the top of the list. Got to scroll down and find it, unfortunately for you. For me, I'm happy because I know I've got it.
Cool.
Yeah, Jim.
Meanwhile,
Go on.
meanwhile, these sailboats just are proving you wrong every day.
No, they're not. They're not proving us wrong any degree of any second of any day that I'm living in. None of that's happening here, mate.
Right. Because we don't know the distances or the speeds of these sailboats. You're right, Jim. Oh,
Yeah, I thought you were going to
wait.
go on about Sonar Shadow, Jin.
John?
It's not. Yeah. Okay, so I've now located the trouble for you. Your problem has been located. The video that's going to make you vomit and give you that cog-dis feeling is about to arrive.
Is this going to be a 3-hour stream that I need to watch and find
It's
the 30
actually
seconds
19 minutes.
Okay.
This is what we call. This is a quick action. So it's going to knock you out pretty quick. It's 19 minutes 13. Going to be reeling, dizzy, and you're going to want to sit down because it's just going to blow away your truth. Submarines. There it is. There you have it. It's gone. There you go. Flat Earth. Okay. Submarines can't work on a globe, Earth. Okay? Fantastic little video, that one. Right little knockout.
As a non-submariner, let me go listen to this.
Yes,
Jin,
go and listen to it.
You were right about one thing though, Jin, when you said that a second ago. That you said why you were interested in it. You said because submarines. You figured that you thought it was kind of interesting that submarines would work. It's very similar to the way planes would work, in the sense that they would both have to fly straight, fly off the curve or whatever. But in reality, they both do work the same way because altimeters and whatever you call it, depth finders, whatever, they both use the pressure of the medium to determine what altitude they're at. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I didn't say they didn't work in unison the same. I said they would both have to follow the curvature, and both would have to show. Hang on, don't interrupt when I'm talking, Kosho. Now they need to show that if they're following the curvature of the Earth, then the attitude, that's the angle of the aircraft, would change. But that never happens in a submarine unless they're diving or ascending, let's say, and the aircraft is taking off or landing. Other than that, they're both traveled leveled trajectory. Both of them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying that you were saying.
Rising and diving.
That's
So
the
in the
interesting
submarine,
part
they're
about it.
diving and rising. Okay.
Yeah, but regardless, the one thing that they both do, whether they're finding their depth or altitude or maintaining it, is to maintain it. They just check the altitude or the depth, and so they check their sensors, their instruments, and they make sure they're keeping the same depth, they're keeping the same altitude. So they are doing the same thing. You're right.
You need to join. Don't drink the Kool. Go and join. Don't drink the Kool-Aid and watch the video I just posted, and you'll come back. And if you come back telling me the Earth is still a globe, there is blatant cognitive dissonance again. Okay? Because with this video, without a doubt, you would know there is no globe. Go and watch it. The globe killer. Go and watch it. Go watch it, my son. Go watch it.
They use submarines to map the surface of the Earth. Like my girlfriend spent a year on a submarine mapping parts of the geoid. It's obviously curved.
No, they can't do that at all. That's
That's what
no
they
crap.
use. They
Obviously,
use
obviously,
submarines
you're
to do
delusional.
this stuff. It's called
You're obviously
bathymetry.
delusional, sir. Can you please bring us the source for your claim, and so we can actually see
Yeah,
them,
there's a whole bunch of
and show the
bathymetry
curvature,
studies.
and show us the curvature that they are measuring. And don't just tell us. Bring us, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, the techniques that they use, and they show the curvature of the Earth. Curvature, yeah, please. I don't want to see continents. I want to see the curvature that they're measuring on their maps.
Yeah, they just use sonar. Wait, Jen, where you were telling me about this the other day, Jen?
Yeah, I know. But there's no way I'm going to be telling you that there's curvature. That's not what I'm telling you. Yeah, that's
No, but you're saying that the submarines they use the sonar and everything.
yeah. That's fine. They use sonar. Yeah, fine. But that's okay. The point is, submarines cannot work on a globe.
Why?
Submarines do flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
The curvature is going to prove a problem. Of course it is. Definitely.
Okay, if the Earth were a sphere, and the submarines maintain their depth by checking their depth and maintaining it and not going above or below whatever depth they've decided on.
Yeah, they would have to follow the curvature of the Earth. They would have to.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they don't. Silly ass. They don't. Exactly.
If you're maintaining your depth and it was a sphere, then you would be following the sphere, the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, they would have to follow the curvature of the Earth, which means the attitude of the submarine would change. They wouldn't be level, which means that would pose a problem and an inconvenience for the mariners, especially when it came to walking around. Hang on, walking around and having their meals and everything else. Everything would be sliding off the table, even though they have edges to catch everything. But you're on an angle all the time. You'd be at an angle all the time. No, not for 3 months. You wouldn't. Sorry. Crap, don't talk out your ass, man.
Why wouldn't you be level?
Because look, it doesn't make sense, to be at an angle for 3 months. Think about that. Can you is anyone here thinking I'm going crazy? But do you think you could live in a contraption at an angle, either downwards or upwards, for 3 months and be okay with that? You just wouldn't do that. It's not right. Sorry.
I mean, you do it whether you're on a submarine
don't be
or
silly,
not.
yeah? Don't be silly, Koshaw.
But if that's what happens on a submarine, that's what happens everywhere on Earth.
But it doesn't happen on a submarine. It doesn't happen like that on a submarine, Koshaw. They're on these things for 3 months doing hundreds of thousands of miles. Sorry, no, hundreds of miles, should I say.
Right.
Or thousands of miles at least, 3 months. And then they return to port, and then they change their personnel. New personnel comes in, and they go. Remember, these nuclear subs can be in the sea for up to 20 years, non-stop. So if this personnel were all robots, that submarine can be under there for 20 years at a time. The only reason they come up, because the human being doesn't want to be down there for 6 months. And 3 months.
I was in the Navy, man.
Sorry?
I was in the Navy. And
right, okay.
By your same description, aircraft carriers, which are at sea for 9-10 months, sometimes a little bit longer, they're doing the same exact thing. They're going around the Earth on the surface. They're gonna have to be, they're gonna have to be level the whole time. And
they are
constantly,
right. But the submarines are leveled all the time as well, yes, because the Earth is indeed a flat plane, clearly. Okay? Because if I was on an aircraft carrier on the surface of the Earth and the Earth was a ball, bearing in mind you haven't been able to present any single evidence for this spherical ball, but let's say it was, and we were on an aircraft carrier, you have to follow the contour of the surface. That means if we left the northern hemisphere plane and head towards the southern hemisphere plane, the ship's attitude would have to change. Okay, so therefore you'd be leaning, you'd be going down towards Australia, and you'd fall off the deck. Everything would have to be tightened down tight, and then you'd be at an angle, you know. So no, the Earth is indeed a flat plane. You know, these things, water proves it already, and submarines can't work. Look at the video I posted a few minutes ago, and you'll come to that understanding. Not to do so is clearly cognitive dissonance, and that's that. Which is what you display every day. Every day you think you're on a globe after all the information we've given to you, and you have not been able to present us one piece of evidence so that we can say yes, you're right, the Earth is indeed a globe. You showed us the curvature. You've also showed us that the Earth is spinning, and then you've also proven to us that the Earth is indeed in space spinning in a vacuum. You haven't been able to do any of that, right? We've disproved it.
Jin,
And
when you're done with your monologue.
Sorry, and you are in. I'm not monologuing. You are in deficit. I yield to the right dishonourable gentleman. Carry on.
So I just watched that video. There's some
19 minutes. 19 minutes and 13 seconds.
Right. I watched it at 2x speed. And there's still a lot of dead air. But
You're talking out your ass anyway.
so there's some major problems with that video and its understanding, including the fact that what we claim and what we can evidence is a pressure gradient that gets more intense as you go lower in under the water. His information was outdated. Modern nuclear submarines generally have a cruising depth of much greater than he was saying, with
The video is only from 2016. Yeah, the video is 2016, isn't it?
Right.
2016,
right.
isn't it? The video. So that's not outdated by anyone's standard for any submarine. Sorry.
That is the old diesel-powered submarines he was quoting. The newest, the newest periscope depth is around 45 feet, not 25, as he quoted. That's really not the important part. The important part is there's a pressure. Okay. There's a pressure gradient, and they maintain their altitude within the pressure band.
It's all word salad, folks, and crap. When you watch the video, when you actually watch the video, it is very, very informative and explains it basically there that it's impossible for the
It doesn't actually.
It does.
It
It
says
does. It clearly does.
what he claims.
You're misrepresenting what's been told to you.
What
you
he
don't
claims.
Understand it, and you are displaying. Remember,
okay,
you're the
Jin,
man that's telling us distances on the say distance proof globe. No, they don't. Okay. So that's the reason you're going to try and misrepresent the submarines. Carry on. I'm listening.
Okay. So what he claims is that they only use their sail in order to change altitude or change their pressure. He completely or change their depth. He completely disregards the fact that it is a pressure monitor on the outside of the hull that is giving him that depth. That's how they're finding that depth. They're watching that number and making sure it stays the same. That's it.
Right, you're missing the point. That you're missing the whole point of this video as well, is that if this Earth is a globe, it stands logical that they must follow the curvature of this globe to make sure that they don't come out the Earth, they come out the side of the globe because of the curvature. Okay?
No.
So that in
They're
order for them to avoid that,
10 feet below the water.
in order for them to avoid that happening, they'd have to go very deep in the sea, which they do anyway in the first place. But the submarines always level. In the picture we're looking at, it's level. Then when they want to dive, the angle changes, or they can even dive level. They can actually dive level by releasing ballasts and take on board water. And drop
You're
it
actually
that way
correct where you said they have to be level.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Thank you. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's logic.
But to stay level on a curve,
anyone
wouldn't you
knows
have to
that.
adjust?
No. Level
Of course
is
you would. Of course
what
you
is the
would.
Okay, so now you're going to argue with the definition of the word level. Cool. This is going to be fun.
All I'm saying to you is this: that if you're like the gentleman just said, if you're following the curvature of the surface of the Earth, you're going to change the angle of that submarine. The attitude is going to change. It has to. There's no doubt
No.
about it. Of course, it does. It has to.
First of all, there's no universal down that you're comparing everything
Here
to.
we go now. Pseudoscience. Carry on. No universal down in your world. Okay. That's your world, by the way. Pseudoscience bizarro. Carry on.
There's not a universal down.
If you're traveling straight, you would have to go down to stop resurfacing.
Straight is only measured in two dimension or in one dimension. It's the left right. In order
Forward
to
and
travel
back
in
as
three
well.
dimension, you need
Forward and back.
in order to travel in three dimensions, you need the second plane, which is why we use the term straight and level. This is easy,
Like I
guys.
said, you're not fighting me. You're fighting the nature's laws. And that's that. You're not fighting Gen CBO1 because I already know all this stuff already. So
Yeah,
you're
you
just
already
explaining the concept of this.
you already know that boats prove
I know.
the shape of the Earth,
Absolutely.
and that
I
shape
already know
is
that submarines. I already know that submarines prove the Earth is not a globe, proves flat Earth, and I already know that your birdie races and other races that they have on the ocean doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. It doesn't. Sorry,
right.
it's all happening. It's all happening on a flat Earth. Otherwise, when they do the one
Then
where they
would
go
you
to
explain?
Antarctica, it would mean that hang on, it would mean they'd be upside down. They'd be upside down, and no one's upside down on this Earth. Sorry.
Would you explain the distances, please? And if we know these distances, or if we're just guessing and or wrong about them?
Like I said, they might be doing the distances, but they're not doing it on a globe. Period.
Okay, so they are doing the distances.
They may be. They may be doing the distances. They may be, yeah. Still got to look into that, like I said. Not final in my book, because I know that the Earth is a flat plane. So now I've got to try and reverse engineer how they're working this out. That's what I'm in the middle of doing this at the moment.
Okay.
Trying to find material and to prove my case as such.
Yeah. Do you want distances? I can hook you up a whole lot of distances. You could take any of them, plot them.
Okay, I'm gonna manage by myself.
So these boats, then, do they experience
way.
and take in data of 8 inches incline every mile?
No, that's stupid. Sorry, Jen.
Right. So
Is it stupid because the Earth's not a globe?
No, it's because there is no incline on a level line.
You're getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because these are the only rooms where I have to defend that
the
sailboats
submarine
are
one is
real.
perfect.
And submarines are real. These rooms confuse me. What do you think of that, Jen? The fact you have to deny the simplest things? That we can measure distances and we can map it? Nothing?
Gotta do it with a straight line, Corey. Not
Straight line.
VMG. Not VMG.
What I'm telling that is.
Okay. How are you going to make this straight line?
I'm not. You are. You said that this proves glob
Yep, these are accurate distances.
based on velocity made good, right? Which is a calculation, correct?
The velocity made good is one of the numbers used, but you can actually look at real distances and real speeds and real times.
Well, now you're going to something else, which isn't boats.
Yeah,
Is it?
that's boats. Yeah, that's boats.
What else? Is it a straight line?
It would be a lot of different angled straight lines, yeah.
So, calculations.
No. Measurements?
Well, we need a straight line. We need something physical.
Oh, no, it has to be a physical thing. Okay, it sounds like they're trying to change things.
No,
So what would you like?
No, that's what I'm talking about. There's a difference between measurements and calculations, right?
Right, and we have measurements.
Okay, so what in reality did you use to go from one place to another?
A boat.
No.
What'd you
gotta-
use?
No, you got to stretch it.
I didn't use a boat? Okay.
Well, you might have, but what happens is you have to take in currents and wind and all that, and that's where VMG comes in, which is
No, that's actually not where VMG comes in.
But it's based on a calculation.
No, well, yes, VMG is based on a calculation, but it's not based on that calculation.
Right, which is what you need. You know, like you would use a tape measure for a floor. If you're going to measure something, you need to compare it to a physical object. That's how I would do it. Now, calculations, you could believe in calculations.
It sounds like you just went inside a bucket.
Yeah, you're a little muffled, bro.
How about now?
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt there.
Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Oh. How about now? Good?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. If I was to measure something, I would use something physical in reality and compare it to that thing. But calculations are,
All right, if you want to use a physical thing, how about underwater cables? Fiber optic cables carrying the internet.
Well, where
Isn't
are
there slack
they?
in those cables?
Yeah, is there any slack? Are they going over hills? Are they...
Yep. They
Right.
are. And they're exact known length, and they are the length is verified thousands of times, might be millions of times a second.
But if there's slack, then
Yeah, are they pulled taut or are they just kind of
Well, they're not like drooping.
Yeah, but they are going over hills and valleys underneath the water, right?
Some, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we still know exactly how far they are.
no, because there's slack.
We don't know how far. We don't know how far the man-made line that has fiber optics running through it, and its length is being measured thousands of times a second.
Bro,
we don't know how long that is.
Bro, in simple masonry, you have to pull the slack out of the string just to get a straight line in stacking bricks. Now, you're measuring the ocean with a fiber optic cable that has slack in it? There's slack, bro. There's
Wrong. All of that was wrong.
No, apparently you're just measuring the electrical signal.
The cable. The length of the cable. That's it. That's all we're measuring. I'm sorry, does that break
I
the
remember
game?
you talking about this before and talking about like delays of signals and stuff like that.
If there's delays of signals, usually it's the evidence of a break in the cable, and you can actually use the exact return speed from the,
Okay, buddy,
the point of the break to tell
How
you
are you measuring
where it
something
is.
that has slack? How do you
Speed of
measure
light.
it without This makes no sense. If it's bending, then you're not directly measuring the distance.
Speed of light. We know how long the fiber optic cable is because it has light
Right,
traveling
but it's
through
not
it.
straight. It's going up and down and into sea valleys and up around sea mountains and stuff.
Yep.
You're
Yeah.
not making a proper. What?
But it's a distance that it can be no bigger than, right?
Okay, I'll agree to that. No bigger than.
Yeah. The Southern Cross Cable Network destroys every flat Earth map.
But does it prove glob? That's the question.
Yes. Well, no. It is good evidence for, but it does not prove.
Wait, what flat Earth map are you talking about?
All the ones
there a
I've
flat
ever
Earth
been
map?
all the ones I've ever been presented, including the most famous one being the Gleason map.
The UN
I believe.
one? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So wait, how do we know UN would give us a real map, though? That's my question.
Well, it actually wasn't invented by the UN. It was invented by Alexander Gleason as he transposed it from a working globe. But don't let that fact get in the way of Jin telling you about it. He was the first one to give it to me, so.
Yeah, I don't know. If there was a like, I'm not saying there is a flat Earth, but if there was a flat Earth, why would the map that the UN use be like? Let's just say there's a cabal, right? Why would the cabal give you an accurate map? Is my contention there.
Great point.
Yeah, the UN map, if that's what you want to call it, for the boat race that they were talking about, I was talking the Vendée Globe. There's 40,000 nautical miles that are missing that the boats did not run. Yet they still managed to get back to France just fine. So. I don't know, maybe they're magic boats.
So you're saying this flat Earth map adds 40,000 nautical miles?
Yeah, that map would. If we didn't use the scaling system that was developed by Gleason that transposes it back into a globe. And then we have accurate data every 5 minutes from these boats. These boats have been retrofitted to be two-person boats now and are currently doing the Transat, where they are again giving us 5-minute updates of their position, their speed, all their information you need. Yeah, and that race is live right now, but apparently that just is scary.
I vote for a more interesting story.
Okay.
So this race goes into the southern hemisphere or not? I'm sorry, I'm not very updated on this argument. I in and out kind of.
The Transat goes into the southern hemisphere a little bit, depending on which of the three racetracks. The Vendée Globe is the big one that does.
To my knowledge, isn't this UN projection map pretty accurate in the northern hemisphere? But when it gets to the southern hemisphere, that's where the majority of the distortions start.
It's pretty bad all over, to be honest.
Have you actually
northern hemisphere? Your distances are too short.
Have you actually done some sort of calculations or measurements?
Mhm.
Like,
Yes.
how do I what's your basis? You're saying that it's
So
too short or too long, but where's your can I get some
yeah,
evidence for your claim, please?
what I did is I took the Gleason map and I took the measurement of distance from New York to Los Angeles, being a pretty well accepted measurement. I then made a string that long, laid it across the race course, and kind of worked my way around the distance they were. And the difference came up to be just shy of 40,000 nautical miles. That it was over for the Vendée Globe than it what these boats reported really doing.
So you disproved the UN map,
Yep.
is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can rule the UN map out as an accurate
Mhm.
portrayal.
I would agree.
Okay. Does anyone in this chat have any refutation for that?
No. Sorry. The only thing I talk about is boats, so they get really bored of it.
My dad's a big nautical guy. I think he's right now he's sailing actually for the past like 3 weeks.
The sextant conversation is interesting. Where do you stand on sextants?
I have never seen in real life, even looked into it. From my knowledge, though, the latitudes in the northern hemisphere have to do something with the angle to Polaris. Is that correct?
That is correct, but it doesn't have much to do with sextants. Sextants don't use Polaris primarily.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't. The only thing I've seen about sextants is like QE, and then
Yeah.
basically the argument basically goes like, so what do you point the sextant at? And they go the horizon, and he goes like, oh, well, it has to be flat, and then that's it. It doesn't go past there. So that's my entire knowledge of what a sextant is and does.
Sure. So the short version of it, from my side at least, is the sextant measures the angle from the horizon or an artificial horizon to an astronomical body, be it the sun, a star, whatever you want.
Like an angle, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. You then use the linear relationship every 60 miles, or 60 nautical, 69 statute miles, that you move south. It's going to drop, Polaris will drop to the north, and all the other stars will follow suit. You then can use this information to figure out where the ground position of the star you're shooting at is.
So where it is directly 90 degrees ahead
Exactly.
above you, basically.
Yep. You then draw a circle at that. You're what, 200 miles away from it. So you draw a circle that's 200 miles wide, and you can be anywhere on that circle, that transecting plane.
And then you move to somewhere else, basically, and draw another circle, and then
Right.
you're kind of on the overlap.
And for sextants to work, it requires that you have the linear relationship between distance and angle to the astronomical body. The only geometrical shape that you can stand on that gives you that linear relationship in all directions is an oblate spheroid. Is a spheroid. Which is why there are certain places where your measurements have to take extra corrections in, because you're on the oblateness of the Earth and not the spherical part.
I might actually have to look more into this. I think I got what you said, but I'm not sure I I think I understand what you said, but I haven't actually for myself looked at the particular geometries and stuff of that. But this, yeah, I might have to look into this.
If you want to watch a good video, I recommend Casual Navigation. They're a really good channel on YouTube. They explain things simple.
Okay. Wait, that's not for the chat. Someone just said submariners in the north use the Galician map in the chat.
I highly, highly doubt that, but I'm not a
Just on casual
submariner.
navigation, by the way.
Yeah. Good guys, and they're not involved in this discussion at all, so they'll give you unbiased.
I just put the sextant search term into their channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should be an older gentleman who obviously has many years at sea. If you can't find it, I'll grab it.
Someone said that they had a Glober that worked as a radio operator on a sub 24/7 confirm that they use a Galician map in the northern hemisphere in the chat.
Gleason is the word.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just
no
reading
problem. That would be interesting.
Who am I talking to, by the way? Sorry, I don't know who's lighting up. I can't see who I'm talking to.
No problem. My name is Drink Kool-Aid. Here's the casual
Oh, I see
navigation
it.
sextant thing.
Oh, okay, got it.
So what do you think, Noah? Are you drinking the Kool-Aid?
Which Kool-Aid? Which particular Kool-Aid is that? I'm
I'm
not
just
fucking.
kidding.
The boat
There's a certain
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid that I'm not getting.
Well, it
but
seems like he's trying to sell something, so I just wondered if you were buying what he was selling.
I'll look into this sextant thing. I honestly don't. Have never really looked into the sextant, so like I'm completely like ignorant to the sextant on both sides of the debate. So
Did I give a
it's
fair
something that I could get into.
Did I give a fair representation of the other side, Gio? I didn't. I don't want to straw man it. Were you even here?
Looks like he's here.
I'm here, but I'm just eating, so I'm trying not to chew in the microphone.
Oh, fair.
I didn't really hear any sides, but I did hear your explanation of how it works on a globe Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you didn't really describe how it works on a planar Earth and how it has worked for thousands of years. I didn't hear that part. And how it works through triangulation, the XYZ axis.
I work through trilateration, though. but that's not important. Yeah, I don't know how it would work on a planar Earth.
On a side note, so the angle to Polaris is the latitude, or is that right?
Yeah.
Or 90 degrees minus it would be 90 minus the latitude or something like that, right? No, I'm confused. But it's directly correlated, basically. It's a direct relationship between Polaris angle and the latitude.
Correct. If you're at 45 degrees north latitude, your angle to Polaris will be 45 degrees.
Okay.
If you go to the equator, your angle to Polaris will be 0.
Okay. I'm just clarifying. Okay, I'm gonna look into this sextant one right now.
You know, I know Bob's done them all and everybody else has done sextant, but I'm going to stick to the guys who don't care about this debate.
Are you talking about Bob the science guy?
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you
Sure.
believe in drinking the Kool-Aid? Do you believe that they landed on the moon?
Yes.
Okay, that's. I'm definitely gonna have to differ with you on that one.
Yeah. I don't have any evidence for it, and I'm not super strong on it, but I know that they didn't possess the technology to fake it. And
What?
if
Whoa. What? They didn't have the technology to fake it, but they had the
Yeah,
technology.
that's a
to
claim.
Okay, I'm not even gonna get in. Okay, I'm not gonna get into this with you drink the
Okay.
Kool-Aid. But we can just keep talking about sexting. I'm sorry for bringing that up. I was just
No, you're good.
curious.
You're good.
Every time I come across a moon landing believer, I do a hard pass. Because if they don't realize in that moment that, oh, wait a second, maybe they didn't go, then I'm just not even going to bother with those people.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna go watch this sexting video real quick.
Yeah, I'm watching it too. From what I understand, there is a what do you call it?
What
The
does it
apparent
do?
position is like it's
The
perspective
GP?
based. So I could see how it'd be useful if you could map out where things would be depending on your position. So
Yep. And you have to use the almanac is the name of the book that has all of the GPs listed out depending on your time.
Double reflection principle. I'm already learning something.
Yeah. I think it might be the third one in that series when he actually gets down to the math and the plotting of it, because that obviously the series was designed to teach people how to do it from start to finish.
I'm still on the basic one, learning about this arm that moves around. So it might take me a while, but I think I'm gonna. It's my time to learn about the sextant.
There you go.
So you're saying after you get your angle, you look in the almanac and see where you would be?
No, you look in the almanac and you see where the star or the celestial thing would be.
Oh, so it could be like planet or something else.
Most of the almanac has the 57 navigational stars, the sun, and some have the moon.
Okay, so you're looking at that, and then you're seeing where the almanac says that you would be, uh, using that celestial object.
Right. So it's going to tell you where it's over, and then you have your angle to it, which gives you, because of the linear relationship, the 60 nautical miles for 1 degree. We know that we know how far we are away from that GP. That distance to the GP is where we draw our circle of equal altitude. All we know at this point is we are somewhere on that circle of equal altitude. Could be anywhere. Then you take another reading from preferably a different location or a different star or whatnot, and then you draw another circle. And it's where those two meet is where you are. And realistically, you're doing this 5 or 6 different observations.
Hey, I just dropped in. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep, we can hear you.
Real quick, I don't want to start a conversation about this or even talk about the sextant, but I was listening and I heard Kool-Aid, you said that they didn't have the technology to fake it. They didn't have the technology to fake it, but they had the technology to go. I've never heard that argument, but keep in mind, I just want to hear just a quick, why you think they didn't have the technology to fake it. And keep in mind, they made 2001: A Space Odyssey the year before.
Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. I mean, what didn't they have? A video camera and some tinfoil to make the lunar lander and a couple of actors.
They didn't have
Where
stage
did that come
lights.
from?
New
No,
Perspective just started it.
They had
I didn't
stage
mean
lights
to,
yet.
but I kind of did. It's
No,
more
no, no.
interesting.
Yeah, brand new technology.
All of that could have been faked, sure. Where I think would have been much harder to fake is the thousands of ham operators around the world who were able to track the signal on their independent devices.
Was that data
no
lost
way to
too,
spoof
or
that.
no?
No, that data exists. Go talk to your weird uncle who has a ham set. He probably still has his copy of it.
Well, no. I mean, where do you find that information, directly?
You would talk to the guys who recorded it. The
Talk
old
to them?
ham.
Isn't it posted somewhere? Isn't there a list of postings?
I don't know, probably.
Oh, you don't know, but you know that there's thousands of them?
Right. I knew of one of them. I've listened to his recordings
So it's
and
kind of
seen
like
the
hearsay.
tapes.
So it's
Well,
hearsay information, basically.
Sure.
Okay.
It was.
So that's what you're basing your whole belief in the moon landing on, that there was thousands of ham operators that were able to detect something?
Yeah, that were able to monitor the mission. There were.
What did they monitor? What did they get? What was their reading? How did he describe it to you?
A lot of it was telemetry data, and to be honest, I was a kid and it was boring because it was math. So I don't really remember all that well. He did have a few of the voice recordings that he was able to get, just mission update stuff. None of the ones we remember.
So this could have been a signal put out to ensure that people believe. Right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it was coming from the wrong direction.
Somebody else was asking that question.
Sextant is a nice device.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think those films that we have are real? Like those videos from the moon? Do you think that's a real videos that they took?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I didn't plan on starting a new conversation, but you do know they had the technology to fake the whole thing and do all they did, right?
No, they didn't.
What didn't they have?
the technology to spoof the ham radio signals that I just talked about.
What
They
would
did
that
A whole
not.
bunch of school kids in Northamptonshire that were actually tracking that as part of a school project in 68. 69.
What could you think of a way that they could have faked that part?
Blanketing the sky with drones to the point where we couldn't see out.
So they're
Oh,
saying
right.
they tracked the rocket that went up. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, they used triangulation from multiple sources to actually use the radio signals from the Apollo 11 mission to track
Right,
it
but
in its position through space. And as he just
while they're
said,
in
to
space, not
actually
just while
do
they went.
that, they would have to literally. That would be really fucking. That would. I have problems thinking how you would fake that.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. I'm not trying to argue it.
No.
Okay.
That's cool. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
So wait, does anyone here actually know how to do a ham radio?
I've got the basics of it. I'm much better with satellite comms through wireless networking.
Sort of a lost art, ham radio.
There's a guy around the corner from me that does ham. We've got a ham radio club in my local town.
Nice. Anyone under the age of 50?
Kool-Aid, other than just reading an article of propaganda at some point that told you that somebody did that, what do you think they got, like, in their ham radio? You think they tracked this thing 236,000 miles to a moon with a ham radio? Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah. Triangulation works.
Obviously, that's what happened.
I'm not sure they did that with ham radio signal, but I know they did that
Triangulation
by
with what?
using.
A ham radio
by
picks
using-
up a voice. It picks up a sound. What are you claiming they did?
They Go ahead.
No, after you, sir. I realised I was jumping in on a conversation that I wasn't originally part of, and that's a bit unfair. So apologies.
They were able to determine the exact angle from which the signals came and use their spatial relationship in order to determine their point of origin.
Are you sure this isn't another Eratosthenes type?
And what do you think they picked up?
From my understanding, most of it was junk mission data that wasn't a whole lot of actual, like, interesting information.
So dudes talking?
No, it was just like computer code being spat back and forth.
Okay, so you think that because some people picked up some computer's code being spat back and forth with a ham radio, which is a device that can pick up various signals from long distance, you think that that was tracking the lunar lander made of tinfoil all the way 240,000 miles to a 250,000 miles to the moon?
I don't believe they were tracking the lunar lander itself. That's a very small piece that was inside of another piece at the time. But yeah, they were able to track lots of things. They still do.
Do you think that triangulation works, Jeff? And if we have more than, say we've got like 15 or 20 different sources for where we're doing that triangulation from, wouldn't you say that would just get more accurate? Our tolerance level would go down.
Does anyone actually know someone who tracked this shit when it happened? Because, like, I'm too young, man.
I was 1 year old when that shit happened, so no. I was still going wah quite a lot, I suspect. But as I say, what I have done is wireless networking through satellite communications. I got paid quite a good amount of money to go out into oil rigs and do it. The weird thing is
Go ahead.
due to sort of the protocols we use, and we actually know the time we send the data, the time that packet is received, and the response time from the object responding, which gives us something called time delay reflectometry, which means we know how far it is. Well, to maybe within a kilometer or two.
That uses a two-way, a round trip, Trust?
Yeah, it is because you need the response packet. That
Okay.
conforms to a standard called RFC 1518, XMP host resource mem. Not that I know what I'm talking about.
No, obviously.
Do you think I should take aspirin to protect you against a headache?
I don't know. I do find when people are presented with something that's hard to argue against or they don't understand, they'll deflect away from the subject rather than asking clarifying questions.
No, I'm not. I'm not deflecting. I just had a stupid fucking thing in my mind, and I had to say it.
Oh, that's cool. In that case, I'll take that back. So I can't say I know what medium the object's in, but I do know that the object that I was communicating with was about 30,000 kilometers.
So, do you think the videos that they give us are real?
I think one of the things that makes me see that there is a good probability, a very high probability that they are real, is the decoding artifacts you see in a lot of them. And that's caused by a process called jitter, which is the non-sequential delivery of IP packets for a video stream. And that's why you get all those kind of like weird sort of blobs and stuff in some of the videos. If they were faking it, I don't think you get that. I don't think they'll do that. They'll do a better job. That just look like shit comms to me, and I see it with multiple different video mediums.
Could you explain that? Explain what that's caused by again, Dress? I'm sorry. And you said it's the packets arriving out of order?
Yeah, or packet loss.
How did they film the lunar lander going back up off the surface from the ground? Like, how did they get the camera to pan up?
Oh, that's all well documented. You can go and read that. Come on. You can read it that they screwed it up because they screwed it up the first time, and you got it right the second time or something.
We can't hear you, Dress.
Sorry, I'll move back. I was having my first cigarette in the morning, so I could be a more civilized human being. I tend to be spiky for my nicotine fix.
I'll repeat his response, though. He said it's well documented, and the first time they tried it, they messed up.
I think so, yeah. It's not something I'm really, it's not something I know a huge amount. I mean, I don't have any doubts that, we have multiple missions to the moon, we put probes on the moon. That doesn't seem to be too big of a stretch to me.
I have a GIF of that one. So you're telling me this is real? This little Hollywood explosive with a thing being pulled up by a crane and a camera operator panning up?
Well, in that case,
Well, to be fair, Gio, they messed up the first time.
Oh, okay. Well, then that definitely makes it real.
Like, how did it pan?
Well,
that makes it real.
Let's apply the percentage view on that. So I would say that you have no compelling evidence there was a crane, and you have no compelling evidence that it was Hollywood effects.
You have no compelling evidence at all.
pan radio. That's the only thing that's compelling me right now is the pan
Gus,
radio.
I've yet to see any evidence you've provided. I've yet to see any compelling evidence you've provided that's compelling.
Of all the evidence.
As I say, I wasn't there, so I have to. It is a belief rather than something I can sort of state as true
Wait,
knowledge.
why are we? Wait, okay, we should go back to the sextant. This one's kind of like a little more.
Not really much to do with the shape of the Earth, is it? Whether the Earth's flat or not, we could still send probes to the moon.
Sure, you can.
Well, what would stop us?
What would stop you?
Yeah, if the Earth was flat.
How about the fact that you have no proof that the moon is a physical object that you can reach?
Well, we bounce stuff off it, so...
Sure you do.
Or that there are claims that they bounce stuff off it.
As long as you probe Uranus.
Why can't we send stuff up even if it's real or not? Okay, it's not,
Prove
if it's
it.
not real. If it's not real, send the rocket up and we will hit like some hologram or something.
Yo, if you can do it, prove it. Because so far I don't have any, convincing evidence.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying why, if the moon isn't real or not, what's stopping a rocket from flying up?
Nothing, theoretically. Where's the proof that it's happening?
I'd say there's another thing that we could look at as well, which is I don't know anything that reflects light that doesn't have some form of physicality, or something that produces light that doesn't have some form of physicality.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. But now you're assuming the same set of natural laws that we have down here for this place that you have no fucking clue about because you can't even access it and might not even, be physical.
Well, again, you want to say it's not physical, so I would like you to show...
Don't strawman me, please. I said
Sorry.
we don't know. We have an indeterminate amount of information. It could be physical. It could not be. It could be physical with a different set of natural laws. Who knows? We don't know a thing about it other than that they're lights from the sky.
But if we can bounce things like radio waves or radar off the moon...
Prove it.
Well, it's been documented. I mean, I haven't
Sure
done
it
it
has.
myself, which is fine. Yeah. Has it not been documented?
I don't think so. Not efficiently.
So you don't think there are any documented cases where we've done that? I mean, I find
Not
that a bit
definitively,
strange.
no.
What do you mean definitively?
So, you see, you get a result back, right? A ping back, but you assume the what's it called? The medium that it went through. You have no idea, what actually is up there, the medium that it's in, what these things even are, and you assume just because you got something back that we can now, divide the amount of time by whatever medium we have and assume the same. You assume basically homogeneity from here to there.
I'm not assuming any form of
That's what they do.
distance from that. I'm just saying that for it to be bounced off, there must be some physicality to it.
That's what they do.
So we're not talking about distance. We're merely talking about the physicality of the object.
Yeah, but you don't know it's
that's-
even
that's-
reaching the object, do you? Do you know how they explain the really long radio transmissions that Marconi did back in the day?
No, go on.
They say that it bounced off the ionosphere.
Yeah, well, we do that still. So
how do you know this isn't bouncing off the ionosphere?
Because that's dependent on frequency generally, because you can sort of shoot it up and then see if it comes back, and if it doesn't. And generally, you have to use an angle. You can't use like a 90-degree for that. I think, but again, not an area I'm particularly expert in, so or have much knowledge in. So I don't want to claim stuff I don't know.
So basically,
But again, what's your educational experience for understanding the propagation of radio waves through medium?
Are you asking for my background in it?
Yeah.
I have my own discernment. My experience tells me that they don't have definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt that they're bouncing shit to the moon or to the sun.
You're saying you're using your own
Especially to the
discernment.
sun. That one really is funny, considering the sun is basically the source of all EMF. You're bouncing an EMF to its source, and it's coming back. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, we're shifting sort of where we're going with this.
No, it's the same. It's the same claim applied to both things.
Again, well, no, they do it kind of. I thought they did it using distance of Venus and the transit of Venus across the sun to measure the size. That's what.
No, they claim that they actually bounce EMF off the sun.
Fine. I'm talking about the moon because it's much closer, I think. And again, I'm trying to say,
so.
you're using your discernment for this, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to work out what basis you have for invoking that discernment.
Common sense.
Cool. So, aren't there things that are not intuitive that are actually factual?
I imagine so.
So
Now he's
don't you
talking
see
about
that to
something
be
else.
don't you see that to be a problem when you want to try and use your discernment of something you think that's common sense that may just be non-intuitive?
Not at all. If there's alternate
Double over.
explanations, that even you would agree to, then it's not an issue of me just not thinking about it enough or applying different criteria to it. The fact of the matter is, we don't know the medium. The fact of the matter is, we don't know the distance. We don't know, whether or not it's homogeneous as you go there, as you go from here
I
to
don't
there.
think anyone's talking about homogeneity. I think we realise that there is a medium that gets less and less dense the further away we seem to move from the surface of the planet.
That's fine.
That's demonstrable.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that continues all the way to the moon, okay, fair enough. But let's say that medium changes.
It does. Even NASA says it does, but okay.
Let's say that medium changes. Again, we need something that's going to affect the propagation rate of radio waves.
Mm-hmm. And how do you know it's not bouncing off the magnetosphere or any other layer of atmosphere?
Again, what I'm trying to say there is the fact that if we're doing that and you're saying, okay, fine, we've got something that's then bouncing that signal back, it seems to be bouncing that signal back at about sort of 200,000 or 300,000 miles, doesn't it?
You can infer that if you want, because you're basically guessing as to where it bounces back. You're thinking it bounced back from the moon. You don't know that.
No, I'm just saying whatever it is bouncing back from.
Yeah, so knowing
that it's
what's bouncing it back and that distance will affect... Hold up. So you understand that whatever's bouncing it back will have a different distance than something else that could be bouncing it back, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's being bounced back by something.
Okay, now are you there wherever it's being received and, reflected? Are you there to confirm what is doing the reflecting?
Again, I'm not going that. All I'm saying is the fact that we're bouncing it back from something and we seem to be getting a pretty consistent sort of measurement.
That's fine, but you don't have confirmation that what you're hypothesizing is reflecting it is actually reflecting it. No one's up there on the moon.
Well, we're talking about induction. We're not talking about deduction, are
Captain Tom, I did get that signal. Thank you. You don't have any sort of definitive evidence that it's getting bounced at the moon.
But we do have definitive evidence that we can communicate with satellites that seem to be about 30,000 miles away.
Now who's talking about something else?
Well, no, I'm just using that as again, that simple example to say, okay, well, at least to 30K, we seem to be getting reliable radio communications between the Earth and that object.
Refer to the main chat for something funny. Would you guys mind going back to the sextant and the ball shape instead of discussing the non-verifiable moon by any of us in this chat?
Wow,
It's
no.
kind of- I think it's
you
kind
really
of
should go to some
inter-
meetings because it seems like you're just addicted to sextant.
But isn't this kind of? I think this is kind of a core of what all the disputes are. Like, it's a principle of what we accept as knowledge or as facts or whatever. Because there seems to be some kind of fundamental difference between our belief. As we talked yesterday with you, Percentage, who did not accept anything else as cold measurement unless you measured every single millimeter of the Earth.
I didn't say that, actually. I said whatever you measure is a measurement. The places between measurement, where you just infer the data, is not a measurement. It's an inference from, like, extrapolating the data. Most reasonable people would agree that the parts that you don't actually measure are not measurements, they're just extrapolations. If you don't, that's on you. But yeah, I do
Okay.
agree that it's basically at the base, it's a difference
kind of-
in thresholds of what we consider definitive evidence.
Yeah, definitive is relative, I would say, but it's. I think this is what we are. It's about like what we accept as.
I do agree.
Evidence. That's the core of the whole almost everything we discussed there.
Yeah.
Because we say we don't need to use a measurement stick to touch something to know that the distance to something. We can actually use a laser to bounce something off it and know the distance.
Yeah, down here you can, because we can actually confirm that the laser is reaching it. You know, we have that object, that material object in our vicinity, and we can, you know, adjust and manipulate, and we have the exact distance from there, right? We can confirm it. With up there, you can't. To you know, compare the two is a false analogy. You absolutely cannot.
It's not
confirm
the same.
anything up there.
It's I agree. We cannot unless we did go there. And if you don't believe that we went there, that's
Who's this Glober
fine.
talking?
Huh?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like that's absolutely a good summary.
Funk. It's funk.
Oh, this was
fine.
right enough.
So
we need a little jingle.
Yeah. So
it's funk.
Yeah, it's funk.
You have to guess from just.
Actually, I think if it's going to be funk, we need about sort of a bang, chink, a bang, bang, chink, chink. You know, a good
Like
bass line.
what the fuck?
Who is it?
Seinfeld
Funk.
intro.
So I
Seinfeld
guess
intro.
percentage that what you're saying is you have to be by your own definition in the Earth-shaped skeptic and the I don't know the shape of the Earth camp.
I wouldn't go that far, but definitely skeptic of the globe model. Actually, yeah, I would say
You've got to be skeptical
I'm skeptical
of all models
overall,
using
to
that.
be honest.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I think that's reasonable.
I will say,
yeah.
I will
More
say that,
consistent.
you know, I absolutely am certain that I don't feel motion, and for me that's the default. So I'm less skeptical of, you know, a motionless Earth, that kind of paradigm, because I feel like Occam's like, you know, the truisms of life, the empirical evidence supports it, that the sun and the moon and everything in the sky is moving, and the sun and moon are like the same size, all this jazz, right?
Yeah,
So I
the
feel
sun
like
sets, the sun rises,
Exactly.
we see it go below the horizon. You know,
So I feel like I'm
what I
logically in the right
with my senses.
Yeah, so I'm saying I feel like I'm logically in the right to demand the evidence of the positive claim from the heliocentric model, because they're the ones that are saying things that are antithetical to my physical empirical observation, right?
Well, I'd say the flat earthers are doing the same.
Sorry?
I'd say the people that adopt the flat Earth position are doing exactly the same, saying the sun disappears into the distance, the moon disappears into the distance. When every
on both
ancient
sides,
culture on
there are-
Earth says that
And
the
so I was
sun
a little
sets
hold
below
up.
the horizon.
Let me just say I was a little, maybe it's not fair to say all antithetical to all observation, but most observation supports, you know, the flat Earth.
The burden of proof is on anybody who's making a claim.
Exactly, and they
Can't
say instead of us
there is a
feeling like
default
for the
position.
flat Earth as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
so
you can't
exactly,
have a default
but the
position
claims
with the
are-
standard of evidence you have. Sorry.
The claims are mostly with the globe Earth model that are kind of antithetical to the observation, just like we mentioned, right? So that's why I'm saying that, you know, the default would be flat, and then it's a innocent until proven guilty, basically. I'm not just going to believe the accusations, the rumors, the
doubts
doubts of guilt of, you know, Globerture.
Surely the default position for a skeptic is I don't know.
Yeah, it is. But then you have evidence, empirical evidence, and the majority of the empirical evidence supports a motionless Earth, right, with a flat
Give me
horizon.
one piece of empirical evidence you can't be wrong about.
One piece of empirical evidence that I can't be wrong about.
Yeah, that supports a flat Earth. One piece.
I didn't say I absolutely can't be wrong about it. It's just that it's the default. I'm willing to be wrong. That's why it's, you know, you need evidence to show that it's wrong.
So
because right now,
I go
the
back.
default is that it's right.
I go back to
May
the
I
position that
interject
the default
for a
position
second?
has to be I don't know.
You go with the default position, yes. If evidence is
may
equal
I
on both
interject?
sides. Yeah, just one second, Jin. I'll let you in. But yeah, you go with I don't know if the evidence is even on both sides, right? but the majority of the empirical evidence supports one side. So that's why that side is the default, because it's already supported. It's it's null hypothesis kind of stance with the fact that most of the physical observable evidence goes with it.
Well,
Anyways, go ahead,
that's
Jim.
your belief. I don't think you can actually demonstrate that to be so. Not to your standard of evidence.
So, is that okay, percentage? Do you want to reply?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, basically, foolish decisions. You've got to remember this, yeah? We go to school, that's where we learn about the globe for the first time. Prior to that, our experiences as children are nothing to do with the globe curvature, spinning. You understand, yeah? We don't experience that, but we go to school and we are taught that. Now, that's where the burden of proof should begin to apply, right there and then. Excuse me, sir. Do you have any evidence for that, sir, what you just told me there? Can you show us proof of that, please? But we don't think like that. We don't think to ask that question because we're too young. Two, we give our trust to the educators. So percentage is absolutely correct. The burden of proof lies with those making that claim. Even if flat earthers do make a claim now, but the burden of proof for the heliocentric model lies with you guys, first of all, without a doubt. In any court of law, that would stand. Okay?
Well, I have a problem with that because they'll take it to the ad absurdum and say, sir, why does Apple have 2 P's in it, sir? Why not 1 P, sir?
That's a stupid question. That's stupid, no? That was very stupid.
Why do we spell things that way, sir?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Why do we call a potato a potato, sir?
A child, excuse me, sir, a child has the right, any child in any school on this flat earth has the right to ask of his educators questions and proofs.
Foolish, you killed Noah.
Necessary.
I'm gonna have a
Okay?
fucking
If the
asthma
child deems necessary. So don't say it's stupid. To do that means you're not giving the child any right to ask a question to be satisfied with what he or she is learning. Okay?
Sir, why does anybody grow turnips? Because they taste like shit, sir.
That's a good point. Why ever eat a turnip? They're terrible.
I love them. I love turnips. I love turnips. I like the taste.
Hey, Drussy boy,
Your
are
fault,
you there,
sir.
sir?
Is that true, sir?
Druss, are you there, sir? Druss,
Because
hello?
when we're children, you're
Druss,
right. When we're very
can I
young,
ask
we
you a
don't
question,
know how to read,
sir?
we don't know how to
Oh,
write.
Globus, let him finish what he's saying, and then
ability-
you go next.
Go on. Sorry, Jim.
All right, go ahead, Globus.
Oh, it's good that our kind Sir Druss has joined us because I have a good question for him that he refused to answer in the chat. So, would you like to be honest now and answer the question, please? Do you remember the question? Druss. I'm
Yo,
speaking
Druss,
to
can you hear Globus?
Oh, very faintly.
Well, he's referring to you, so if you could kindly turn him up.
That'd be great.
What kind, sir? Should I do that, kind sir?
He doesn't want to.
No, I want
does
to
he?
respond to Jim's point.
Of course you don't want to answer my question. I knew it.
Wait, I want to hear the question. I want to hear the question and to hear the answer.
All right, well, it was a very simple question, guys. Can we have a level concrete slab that's also curved? Druss.
Dude.
One for Ben.
You refused to answer the question repeatedly in the chat. I don't think he's going to do it.
That's a good question, actually. That is a good question.
And I've even got a little
question,
picture to
it's
go with
very-
it. It's for
it's very
Druss.
What was
It's
the
for Druss.
question, Globus? I've turned you up to the point where I can actually hear your words. Because
Okay.
as you know,
Really,
I had to turn down from multiple other servers,
asked if level
and I've
can be
never
curved.
engaged in so. Sorry?
He asked if level can be
daily
curved.
double.
No, he didn't.
This is
Listen
the
to the
daily
question.
double.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have a level concrete slab that is also curved? Because you seem to have trouble with the word level.
When you employ the word level, in what definitional term are you using it in?
In the sense that, it's flat horizontal, like all concrete slabs should be. Like, there's a little picture. I drew a little picture. Sorry.
If
Karen.
it's horizontal,
I drew a little picture there for you.
No, it's fine. I can respond to it directly now. If it's horizontal, then it will not conform to the curvature of the Earth. There you go.
So
I'll answer your question
you didn't
in a
answer the
different way,
question.
Globus. I would say it depends on the size. The bigger it gets, you know, I feel like it will crack at some point because it won't be able to maintain its shape if it's, you know, actually curving, and
Well, he
it
said it
won't be a
maintains the
slab any
horizontal,
longer.
so we don't need to go into that. I'm granting the fact that he can produce this horizontal slab.
Can we refer to my beautiful picture? Who, say you had a construction crew, who would you trust to pour the slab for you? The guy on the left that knows what a level slab should be, or the guy on the right that has no idea, that thinks that level is curved?
Well, that's why I asked the context you were employing it in, and you're not.
Well,
employing it in
the picture should clarify the context for you. The picture should clarify that for you.
This is ridiculous, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a silly wordplay game. That's why I really don't.
There's no wordplay. See, he doesn't want to answer it, guys.
No, but
We have
this is
answered
like,
it
this is
many,
like
many times.
this is like
I
100
answered it correctly.
meters.
It's an infectious laugh, man.
Which one?
I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's just too.
I think the one on the right was made by the lowest bidder.
I mean, if you're saying,
One other-
I would say the one,
massive production
the
on the
one
right.
on the left. If you want to apply it to the context of Earth, the one on the left
Okay.
will be level.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot it means something different when it comes to the globe. We can throw away the
no.
definitions, right? Don't matter
Oh,
now when it
has
comes
a
to the Earth,
certain,
does it?
Level has a certain definition. And
It has-
if you look
yeah.
at the image, it would be the one on the left that would be closer, assuming that it's a normal sized house.
Thank you. The one on the left is level, the one on the right is not, guys.
Well, you define level as
it's
horizontal.
Being honest,
Um,
Globus, this
That's the one on the right is a
is a
hump
false
on the-
dichotomy.
How so?
That's what the definition of level is, Drust. There's nowhere in the definition of level that says curves around a ball.
You really?
How is it
wanna go there?
It's a false dichotomy
How
because
so?
there's another option, which is that it's barely curved, which is what they claim, right?
That's why I'm saying, but that wouldn't show in this
It would not
image
be,
anyway.
like,
so you would
completely
see-
flat versus very, very curved, where it's
Yeah.
like the ends of the house are in midair.
You would place two houses next to each other, and they would look exactly the same, and one would be horizontal and one would
Okay.
be level. You wouldn't
How
see
many
the
of you
difference.
got? How many
That's
of you
why
guys
we're
have poured a
saying this
concrete
is
slab?
this is a trickery from you.
There's no trickery. How many of you guys have poured a concrete slab?
I have done that.
I don't pour
I have-
concrete slabs, but I lay pipe, if you know what I
I used
mean.
it to level the floor in the
Yeah.
house one.
Guys.
What about that definition of
It's no
level geo that's taught to surveyors?
So that's how the word level is a complete non-starter, is because right there in the definition, there's two contradictory, concepts going on.
You know that
nonsense.
that concept. You know, Godric and also Globus. That image which Foolish Decision posted. It's a diagram. It's like to present the principle. Is completely compatible with the house on the left in your image.
You see, even how
You agree with that? That's
Percentage
possible,
was saying
Globus?
it's a false dichotomy. It's not. Barely curving, slightly curving, minusculely curving is not level. Level
In that
is
case,
very
then, wait,
specific.
1 second, Funk. I've got this.
That's
In
all
that case, Globus, I deny that either of them is level under that context.
Oh, well, you can be dishonest. You've already proven to be so.
No.
so
That's
expose
not dishonest.
yourself.
Are you saying that you can produce something?
Here we
that
go
is
with the are you
perfectly
saying?
level? Is it perfectly level?
Yes.
Is it perfectly
You know
horizontal?
what he meant, foolish. You know what he meant, foolish. Come on.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
this is
taking
this is what they have to resort to, though. Perfectly level.
You're changing the definition.
We all know
after I
that you
literally
cannot
defined it.
pour a concrete slab without leveling it. Everything
This
will
is why
be
we're telling you
out of
you're being very
plumb.
dishonest and you're trying
I'm
to
not.
trickery. You're doing that.
Not at all.
You're being
How
extremely
so?
dishonest now. I even know
How
why
so?
Right, guys,
Foolish
I gotta go
Decision
and do
just
some
turn you
work.
down.
Of
course you
catch
do.
you all.
Catch you later.
That's why
Okay,
people
Foolish.
like
See you,
care
mate.
about the Globus, because you're being very
Fuck
dishonest.
Foolish.
Take care, guys.
Take care, but Foolish. Yeah.
Is there any
So
other
if you're gonna
Globus
do
other than
the
Funk here?
continue with the word trickery, it's like talking with Bev for
There's
2
no
hours.
word
I'm not
trickery.
gonna do that.
What word trickery?
It's literally like talking to Bev for 2 hours. It's a waste of time.
Bev.
So you're just going to poison the well and not engage me. That's fine.
No, I did engage you, and you just showed your true self. You're just trying to trick us. So
You're saying it's
therefore you're
word
wasting
trickery. How is it
Yeah.
word trickery?
Because you're
definition of
changing
level,
the definition
a horizontal
of level.
plane or
You're
line of
changing the
distance
definition.
above or below a given point.
You're making
Having
a
a
straw
flat
man
or
because you're
horizontal
changing my
surface.
definition of level.
So you have your own definition now.
Yes, I have my definition,
I
which
see.
surveyors use.
Hey,
Okay, I see.
if
So
you
you're
don't
being
mind,
very dishonest.
Jin, are you still here?
I'm just gonna turn. Oops.
Uh-oh.
Did you say you're going to turn me down? That's not conducive of a productive conversation if you're going to do that.
Yeah.
Jin, are you here?
I hope you were talking about sextants. I wasn't here at the time.
Right.
I
And
actually
I
went out to the shops.
presented the globe side and my representation of the flat Earth model, how they work. I don't want to straw man it. Would you mind?
What do you think you got wrong?
He didn't give a flat Earth model for the sextant. I don't.
Then what the fuck's he talking about?
Well,
Because
and how
he
they
gave a round Earth model for the sextant, but he didn't described how it would work on a round model. But I don't think he described how it would work on a flat model. And I think he's asking you guys, how would a sextant work on a flat model?
Yeah, but then he's like straw man wouldn't apply. Straw man is when you provide something that's just not the
Okay,
actual.
If I didn't provide it,
explanation.
even better. Would you now provide it?
No.
Cool. How about
I've
Jin?
been-
You
I've
want
been
to
through
try
it
to provide
with
it?
you, Kool-Aid.
Don't provide it to me. Provide it to.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
alright. I don't feel
heard.
like I'm busy right now.
Okay.
On both models, you're just pointing at a star.
Yeah, and you
That's it.
use the ocean as your leveled base. Is that one? Is that what's known as the x-axis? Is it? Yeah.
And does it
Is it
have
not?
anything to do with the linear relationship?
Linear? I don't know what you mean by the linear because
The
what?
linear
Yeah. It would,
relationship between altitude and distance?
could do.
Could do, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that you use the ocean as your leveled base, and you're taking your bearings or whatever from the sky. In this case, the sun, isn't it?
And you're applying the linear relationship between altitude and distance?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, yeah,
And
because
that linear relationship, which is required, can only work on one shape?
Hang on a second. Yeah, linear also means could also mean level. Yeah, a linear. Do you understand that? Yeah, linear continuation.
It's a linear relationship that equals 1 degree equals 60 nautical miles.
Okay, well there you go then.
That's why we call it.
That's 16 nautical straight flat miles, not curved miles.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just making sure you get that straight.
Okay. So
Yeah, because whenever we talk about doing distances,
you don't want to. You don't want to address.
It's
You don't
always
want
just
to.
level, as far as I'm concerned.
You don't want to address the fact that's a linear relationship, not a logarithmic. Yeah, I cannot talk tonight. Sorry.
Logarithm.
Yeah, that would be required over a flat surface. Would you like to address that?
It might do. It might do. Yeah. I mean, again, I would have to have a sextant in my hand to actually be able to talk about it and to see how it actually works. I've never worked one in my life, so you understand. So I'm not really the best man to.
You came at me with
basically just
give you a
uses a mirror to reflect the stars, so where it looks when you look through it, it looks like the star combines with the horizon because it's reflecting it. In a nutshell, so it's just measuring that angle, and you just line the star up with the horizon through the reflector,
right?
Through the mirror.
The sextant isn't the important thing; it's that relationship.
Yeah. I think the problem is that it wouldn't work on a globe though, because you need a leveled horizon for it to work on, is what my understanding is, even from my childhood days. You know, that a sextant would only work on a flat plane surface. Not on curve.
That's how it works accurately. They can adapt it to a globe model. I just posted two kind of basic So even on a globe model, they can adapt it, but it's not as accurate, and it also doesn't fully work. Like it only works in small local regions. Like that's why they have to give these specific navigational maps and the almanac, because it only works in certain positions. Whereas the true way it works fully would be the full triangulation.
I think
on
Globius just posted something in the chat.
It's Globus. You can barely read, so all you can do is giggle like a girl.
Yeah,
Who's
that's
that? Who's the fucking dumbass calling me a fucking girl giggling? You fucking pussy cunt.
Relax, sir. There's no need for those sort of comments here.
So if you're interested in looking into it, I would recommend reading the Bowditch. The American Practical Navigator will explain how you use trilateration, not triangulation, for sextant measurements.
You need triangulation. The trilateration is just the distance. That's fine. You can calculate the distance to get in the GP and the circle of equal altitude, but the core component of it is the triangulation. That's where you get the distance from, and that's where you get the GP and the circle of equal altitude, which all fit on a planar surface.
Yeah.
Nope.
And also GPS triangulation through communications to where you are, GPS and everything else, ground positioning systems. It's triangulation. Yeah.
It's trilateration. Or yeah. It just is. Sorry. They're dealing with 3D space. You can be upset by it.
You can use both, but you really only need triangulation at the end of the day. The distance works out because the GP and the circle of equal altitude are what you get. Like if you continue making sextant measurements while you're traveling and you map those all out, then that's what you're creating. You're creating the distance between the GPs, and
you have a transit. You have what is called a transit at that point.
That's a good point.
And you will have different measurements at the beginning and end of your transit that cannot co-populate.
But all this is happening on a flat surface for sure, not on a ball.
I did this calculation actually for the stars and for the sun as well, using that for triangulation, and I didn't assume assume the flat Earth, and as what is it? Kool-Aid?
Yep.
You get different distances. They don't add up. It's like incoherent. You get incoherent result for each measurement, or for between every measurement, because you can't like have it different distances. It's impossible. Basically.
Yep, that's why we're gonna hire Kool-Aid to be our boat captain, and we are gonna do this. We're gonna go around the world, take sextant measurements in detail, and we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll do it ourselves.
Yeah, but why? I'm just wondering. So you say maybe I just need an explanation from somebody. So
Gio's gonna buy me a $800,000 boat to do this on, so it works out.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so you have a sextant, and you use that to measure the angle between an object, and you're saying it's. How do you use that on a flat Earth with something that is close and local?
Just point at something.
Yeah, but like, how does you determine? I want to see like, how do you use it? How do you know where you are on Earth using a sextant on a flat Earth?
Well, if you can't use a sextant, then you're using something else and not a sextant.
Oh, I'm asking, if you use a sextant, how do you use a sextant on a flat Earth?
Yeah, so it's sort of. Have you ever seen those video games? Maybe like what's that, Minesweeper, where you click and it opens up a little region. You click and it keeps opening regions. Essentially, that's how you would do it. Like, let's say you had absolutely nothing. You have no maps. You have nothing. All you have is a sextant, and you're floating in a boat, and you got a fishing pole to catch fish, and that's it. And you're just traveling the ocean, catching fish, and using a sextant. You actually
an almanac.
No, you don't even need an almanac. You can actually navigate the entire Earth. You think the ancient people they didn't have almanacs? You don't even need that. with a sextant, what you can do is as you travel out, let's say you're 5 miles offshore, and if you do have to have a pretty good understanding of the stars. You have to know what season it is. You have to understand and what time you're doing the measurements to where the position of the stars. And like I said, the season's important because of which stars will be visible. But as let's just say you are pretty good with that. And as you're taking measurements, you're getting angles, you're creating circles of equal altitude, just like Minesweeper. You're getting the GPs, which is the ground position of the star beneath you, and then you're creating those circle of equal altitudes. So just like in the Minesweeper, as you're doing that, you're mapping the region. And so if you get to land, let's say, now you can map those GPs of those stars and the circle of equal altitude on the land or the shoreline. Or if you're just out in the ocean, you're mapping it in the ocean, and you know where you are because of where your position in the star field is, and you can literally travel anywhere on Earth through that method.
But so you don't use like you don't try to generalize the solution with math. You're just statistically, like for every single point on Earth, you need to map out what are the stars located here. This certain
Because
time.
every location on Earth has a GP to a star, so land and sea. So yeah, you can map that out. Now the real, I mean, the more advanced way to do it would be to like, if you have other.
Excuse me, what's a GP? Sorry, what's a GP?
Ground position. It's essentially the.
Oh, you mean like where the zenith point of the star is?
Yeah, it's the point directly under the star that correlates with the Earth or land or water that's
Okay.
beneath that star at that particular time of the night and that particular season. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I make 2 slight corrections to that? It's actually geographical position, and it is the place on the surface of the Earth that is directly in line with the astronomical location and the astronomical horizon.
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand that.
Tomato.
Yeah. It's a geographic position, and it's the place on the surface of the Earth that's in direct line between the center of the Earth, the astronomical horizon, and the apparent position of the astronomical body.
Okay, so it's like it's like the, as I said, it's zenith. Which if you create the zenith from yourself, it will hit that star.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to get overly pedantic about it because I get yelled at when I don't.
Well, it's not really a correction. That's just sort of a globe add-on package because that's just, part of the way you worded that. But it's the position of the star. I mean, you can call it the substellar point is another term you could be used. But yeah, but what I was going to say before, I mean, ideally, like you could do it like Minesweeper, where you literally go out and start mapping it, but that you'd have to be pretty skilled, and then you also are not going to be able to know what is at those GPs until you get there. So a more advanced way to do it, like if you have other friends or people in your group or who that have done this, then you have like multiple Minesweepers. Like you have someone that did this region, someone that did that region, and then this is how you can make a map. One way to do it, because you can start to make a map of the Earth and the water. So if you have that, now let's say you have a map that you've done. Let's just say, for example, the whole Earth. Let's say you have the GPs, circle of equal altitudes. You have that whole thing of the whole Earth. Then you could set sail from somewhere and go anywhere you want, because you would know what star you're headed to. You would know how the GP of that star is correlated with the stars that are visible to you. And now you can get your heading, your direction, and find the actual location you want to get to, because now all you have to do is follow your map and follow those headings to get anywhere on Earth.
So what's the difference from what they're doing today?
What they do today is they use local almanacs and local maps well, I mean, these days they use GPS and a whole bunch of other things. But in terms of like for sextants, they're using local planar regions and sort of like the difference between planar surveying and geodetic surveying. So you can get one of those almanacs, you can get one of those books, and you can get some decent headings, even though it's a globe model. But you're not actually traveling the whole Earth with the full grid system. You're just using little sections of it. And that's why they use those almanacs. That's why they have so many revisions of the charts and all of that, because it's all linked into the WGS84. And then in this day and age, it's all linked into the GPS system, which is all fudged up as it is.
until this summer when they reproduce the Golden Globe boat race, where they are going to circumnavigate the globe using nothing but sextants.
Right, the way that I just described with almanacs and local regions. So all they're doing is getting headings from those local readings. So somebody else is looping those together on the larger scale. They're not actually tracking that on the larger scale with true triangulation of the Earth.
I promise the boats are going to know where they are.
I found the Sailor's Almanac from 2002, where they have the stars, and I guess they maybe when you get these almanacs, do they say where the GP is?
Yes.
So they give this in degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to that. I mean, it has to do with the coordinate systems, but it goes back to that old saying, the map is not necessarily the territory. So yeah, you can get headings on false maps, and you can even get certain accuracy, a certain level, but it doesn't mean that the map is the actual territory.
Not only that, they have to continually update navigational star charts as the stars don't stay put. But, you know, the flat Earth stars have been the same for all recorded history.
Yeah, I have a telescope, which is it has electronic guidance as well as an equatorial mounting, or
cool,
rotating with the rotation of the Earth, and also it has like an electronic guidance system. And just from I can plot 3 stars, preferably 4, minimum 3, but preferably 4 stars. And from that, it can point automatically at every single star.
Yeah, I don't wish to interrupt you, but you misquoted. The Earth is not rotating, so you're detecting the stars might be moving above our head. That's not due to the Earth rotating. That hasn't been proven. So you misspoke there. Sorry.
Well, either the stars are rotating or the
Thank
Earth
you
is
very
rotating.
much. That's more in line to what we observed. Thank you.
The problem is that if you take that telescope video, you would have to. I don't know how the stars can rotate. Then the stars would need to be a. I'm
Well, they
trying
would
to adapt this to a flat Earth. I don't know how to do that.
They would
Well,
also be counter
whatever you're
rotating.
doing, yeah, whatever you're doing on a flat Earth, so you're just in denial. You just
Yeah, but
don't seem
it's
to understand.
impossible to adapt depending on, because the axis I aligned this equatorial mounting to is also in like its linear relationship, a proportional relationship with the degree I am, and also with the distance, in relation with distance, because I've used it in several places.
Yes, I do.
I don't see how that's possible on a flat Earth.
But everything you are doing is happening on a flat Earth, sir. You just don't seem to understand the equipment.
Yeah, but it doesn't work on a flat Earth. I can just close my mind and just say I don't want to think
I
about
don't
it.
know how that can be when it is
How?
working for you, because you are able to use your telescope, are you not? And enjoy using it. Yes, am I correct?
Sure.
In saying that?
Yeah.
Right. So that's all happening on a flat Earth, sir. So
But you
the
didn't
problem
explain
is-
how it works on the flat Earth.
Well, you only need to tell us how you set up and talk us through what you're doing, and then I will finish off by telling you that is all
I
happening
align
on.
it. I align it with the degrees from what you call lateral degree.
Okay.
From where I am. So if I'm like 60 degrees from north, then I align it with 60 degree from the horizon.
Right. So that'll be 60
And then
degrees.
it will follow every single star will rotate with that equatorial mounting.
Yeah, no
Every
problem.
single thing.
That's all happening on the flat Earth because you're 60 degrees from the north on the flat Earth, and then you set up and you look at the stars on the flat Earth.
Yeah,
No curvature
you
there
say
too.
that, but how when I move it and I move it to a different place and it's a
Yes.
linear relationship, how can something rotate around the Earth and look like equidistant from every single point?
Azimuthal equidistant map. There you go. You mentioned the magic word there, the azimuthal
What?
equidistant. It's all there perfectly. That
You're
is what
saying
you-
it's equidistant, but try and draw this on like a piece of paper, and move yourself around, and like see how it works. It doesn't work.
See, the
Funk,
thing
are
is,
you using triangles?
yeah.
No, I'm just pointing it at
Are you
Zenith.
measuring the ground and the sky? What are you measuring?
I'm not measuring anything.
Right. You're not
So I
measuring
just came in, so I just want to know what you're doing
Okay.
to. What do you?
It's a
how do you do
telescope. I just calibrate the telescope along
Yes,
with
he's calibrating
rotation.
his telescope, and he's saying that calibration can only happen on a globe. The globe
Yeah.
that we can measure, we cannot see. We don't feel the spin. We haven't had any experience of this. No evidence of it has been given to us. And what I'm saying to him that everything he's doing is happening on the flat Earth. That's why he's just mistaken that he thinks he's on a globe.
Okay, you said
No,
you're calibrating a telescope. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Calibrating a telescope for using.
Yeah.
And why would that only work on a globe?
Because when you move it, I can agree if you're in a single place, but each star is Sorry, I got the text from somebody.
Yeah, equidistance from your location. So that's what you got to remember, folks. That everything.
Stars? You're looking at stars through a telescope?
Yeah, yeah, that's what he's doing.
Have you considered that you're on a flat plane and stars are circling around your head? Have you considered that?
Yeah, that was what I said to him at the very beginning. I said that to him at the very beginning. But then he said, but then if I change my position, somehow that would not work. But can only work on a globe. And I said, but you're on a flat plane, so whatever you're doing, it's
How
all
would it
happening.
not work? It wouldn't work anywhere in the flat plane. The stars, if you look at them, they move above you, over your head.
Yeah, we already established that.
And they come back to the same place after a year, as far as I know.
There you are.
So that wouldn't happen on a. If everything was spinning, you would never have the same star patterns.
Exactly. Polaris is in the same place, not a degree out of position. Then they've got the Geiger stones, yeah. And
The Globers would tell you that Polaris moves exactly 1 degree every 69 years. But the problem with that is we've been observing Polaris for, I don't know, 1,000 years. I don't know how long we've been observing, but
it's more than 69 years. It's more than 69 years. The thing is,
and if you look at the ancient Egyptians and their writings, and their hieroglyphs, you can clearly see they had a different polar star.
Bullshit.
I think you've been told that, and it's a good story, but I don't think there's any way you can demonstrate that.
thank you. And then you got the Georgia guide stones with that hole in the middle of it, and the Polaris
30 years.
right through that, and it hasn't moved in any degree in 50 years. So there you go.
Is that what that hole's for? That hole's for Polaris? I didn't know. I didn't realize that.
Polaris, yeah, it lines up with Polaris. That does, and it hasn't moved one
If
single.
it lines up with Polaris, it'd be a good proof. We can check it in 69 years, and we can see if it's moved. And it probably hasn't. And then you have a problem.
Yeah, they got a problem already. It's flat, man. They got a problem. No curvature. They got a problem. Can't have air pressure without a container. They got a problem. You can't detect up spins. They got a problem. They didn't go to the moon. They got a problem.
Hey, Bob.
No life is a
Thanks.
problem, man.
Might have
I have a star question for Funk before you.
Might have to read a list of
sorry, I'm back.
problems in a
I
minute.
just got the text from somebody. I just had to.
Okay, fine. So if we're on a globe spinning, right, It spins faster at the equator and much slower on the poles, correct?
Yeah.
If you're on the globe spinning, yeah, it's spinning. But the thing is, when the rotational speed is the same along the axis, along a certain axis, you can rotate the control mounting all the ways you want.
Yeah,
but
that
there's
would be
only one
axis.
point. There's only one axis. If you place it in that axis, you can rotate it 15 degrees per hour, and it will follow every single point in the sky.
No, but
Perfectly.
I mean, if it's spinning like let's say basketball, the equator is spinning much faster than the poles relative to, let's say, if you're looking at Mars or Jupiter.
Right.
You're spinning much faster on the equator than you are on the
It's
pole.
spinning. It doesn't spinning. Spinning is measured in degrees per hour. The rotational speed is the same at the rotational speed is the same at the Earth. At the equator as it is in the North Pole.
Yeah, that would be
as
known
long as you align it along the axis.
the angular speed. That would be the angular speed. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding it. If it's going 1,000 miles at the equator and it's going, let's say, 200 miles in Greenland or in New Zealand, that's not the same speed.
That's measured. You're saying, the
linear speed.
The
That's the
linear speed is different, of course.
Yeah.
But the angular
Linear
speed is the same.
Okay, what do you mean by angular speed to say? What does that mean?
It rotates 15. If you take a circle around a center point, and in this case, I point the equatorial mounting along the I point the equatorial mounting along the lateral. So if I'm like at 60 degree, then I point it 60 degree above the horizon. Sorry, I think I said wrong. Then I point it 60 degree from zenith, and and then I spin this thing 15 degrees per hour. Then I can point my telescope at anything I want, and it will follow it.
Okay, I think
so that means it's then that you're creating like a circle around yourself. It's like if you create a celestial sphere around you.
I think I know you're saying.
If you have a ball, if you have a ball that's spinning, it has an axis of rotation, the axis where it rotates around.
Yeah, the pole.
I think I know what you're saying. You're saying if you're in Greenland or New Zealand, north and south, it would take you 24 hours to make a perfect circle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and anything
then
I point the telescope with, it will take
on the
24
equator,
hours.
let's say you're in Egypt, right? Again, it takes you 24 hours to make a circle, but beyond the equator, you're going much faster.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on the poles, south and north, that just makes sense.
Yeah, that's the case for a celestial
sphere. Don't worry about degrees. We know it takes 24 hours to get around, but it's spinning much slower. Space is passing you much faster on the equator than on the south and north poles. Yes or no?
That's correct. That is absolutely correct. And that's what my man is talking about.
Well, he's getting confused with degrees. He thinks degrees maybe makes your speed the same. The speed's not the same.
No.
No.
The speeds are different, so you're going to get a different view of your.
Here's the problem with the globe model. If this is true, that you're spinning much faster than the equator, because you would if it's a ball.
That's not a problem.
We would see the stars pass much faster on the equator than we would do in the north and south poles.
And that's going to
we do that.
That's going to
hang
on a second, please. That's going to affect the quality and resolution of the picture you take because of those speeds.
Not with an equatorial mounting though. Then you follow it anyway.
The slower, the sharper the image, I would have to say, because you're not going to get blurry.
It depends if you can track it. It moves in a predictive pattern. It moves 50 degrees per hour. With an equatorial mountain, you can take very crystal clear images, even if it's at the equator.
Yeah, the settings would have to be all the settings would be different as well. Would have to be because of the speeds.
It's no different settings. You align it with the lateral you're at. and point it along an axis, and then you rotate it 15 degrees per hour, and it follows every single star. I have done it.
Yeah, that's because you're on a flat plane. That's what I've been telling you. You're on a motionless, and it's the stars above you that are moving. But if you're on a globe that is moving at the speeds, my man says at the equator it's 1,036. At the North Pole it's like almost zero. There's going to be a difference. That's the problem with your globe. Is that when you're taking?
I'll even give him 250 on New Zealand. Wait a minute, that's 1/4. That's 1/4 the speed.
Oh, you're just jumping in.
Not a problem.
You would observe
Fine.
moving 4 times the speed on the equator. 4 times.
Yeah, thank you.
We don't see that.
Thank you. Thank you very
So
much.
you think that you've been like bamboozled into thinking that this thing is spinning, but really, the stars are moving above you on a flat stationary plane.
That's it. That's why you're able to fix everything, and it works nicely. But if you're on a ball,
Figure out how fast Greenland and New Zealand were spinning, and you would see that you would have to multiply the speed by that much to get to the equator speed, and it's just not like that.
Yeah, man.
That's just shit I think about. Like there's so many problems with this world.
It can't be flat, though. It can't be flat. There's too many problems with the flat Earth.
There's no problem
model.
with the flat at all. There's nothing. It's not a problem. It's flat by default. The creator
You've
did not
never
make
been
any
the
problems.
ice wall. That's
The
a problem.
is the problem with the flat Earth.
You don't know
is
what's
man
past the ice wall.
who
That's the
believes
problem.
the Earth is a globe.
You can't find a map.
Where do you
You
experience
don't know how the
it?
sun moves. That's the problem. You don't know what the sun is. That's the problem.
Where do you experience it? Where do you experience it?
You're in denial of space and all space objects. That's the problem. You're in denial of flat Earth. That's the problem.
Where do you see it curving?
You haven't found a sky container. That's a big problem.
Are you saying, Dawn? Are you saying that not knowing what these things are is somehow lesser than just making up a story about what they are?
What I'm saying is, you have huge problems for the flat Earth.
No, we don't.
You
We
need
don't
to
have
address.
no, we don't. No,
If you don't admit it, then I don't admit we have problems with the globe.
What are the problems?
That's just you being crazy.
Well,
let's talk about it. What are the problems?
The problem is the heliocentric model. That's the
No,
problem.
you see, you're trying to put problems onto me, and you're not accepting problems on yourself. That's selfish and not
Look,
fair.
the problem is this: we cannot.
Two-faced.
The problem is this: we cannot substantiate the heliocentric model.
We can't substantiate the flat Earth model either.
What flat Earth model? Hang on, Don. What flat Earth model?
The flat Earth model that you're trying to explain.
We don't have a model.
I don't have a model. We don't have a model.
Than the globe model. Yes,
We don't have a model.
Your model doesn't know what the moon is.
You're comparing your heliocentric model to something we don't have. We don't have a model.
So not having a model, that's a huge problem for the flat Earth, right?
But why is it a problem?
Because
there's
that means
things that we don't know.
Any of it.
Hey?
It's showing up to the
problems onto me. I'm projecting them onto you, and you've got serious problems. If your
Well,
argument
your
is you don't have a
problem.
model, that's your serious problem. You don't
Are you
understand.
saying? Hang on. Are you saying that not
You
knowing?
don't have a model of it.
Hang on. Let me respond. Are you saying that not knowing the answer to certain questions is somehow a problem?
That's a huge problem for the flat Earth.
Well, why is it a problem? There's always going to be things we don't know.
You don't understand your own reality, so you're in no place to preach it.
You understand our reality. That's
I don't think you understand. You don't understand the debate
It's
here.
your fault. You started slagging off the globe model, saying there's a problem here, there's a problem there.
No, we're not slagging off anything.
That's because
you have massive
hang on,
problems too.
please. Can I speak at all? That's because you have a model that you've put forward. And that's why we're allowed to attack it and debunk it.
If you're going to
doesn't mean we have to provide an alternative.
I'll attack yours.
If we destroy your model, doesn't mean we have to provide you with an
You
alternative.
haven't destroyed our model. We've destroyed your model.
We don't have a model. You don't seem to understand.
Exactly. It's totally destroyed. You never had one.
So you're saying not having a model is worse than having one that you've made up?
We didn't make it up. We did science, bro.
Well, no, you haven't. You made it up.
No.
Most of it's just
You made your model
observe
up.
and declare.
You made all of your beliefs up.
We see. You're making a false dichotomy. We haven't put forward a claim. The only claim that we put forward is that the Earth is measurably, navigatably flat.
And you haven't proved that claim. So your model's completely fallen apart at stage 1.
It was proven. It's proven every day. It's obvious.
No, it isn't. Otherwise,
You're the
everyone
one
else
with the
would be a flat
positive
earther, wouldn't
claim
they?
about this heliocentric ball spinning
If it was
around in
proven already,
the
I'd be a
vacuum.
flat earther.
Hold on. Can I ask a question? You said the Earth is navigatably flat. Can you please explain the use of the Haversine formula in navigation to me?
I don't give a shit about this whatever formula. All I know, do you know how the sextant works?
No, I've never heard of a sextant. What's a
I
sextant?
never use the sextant. I know it's used in
Really?
art.
It's how people have navigated. Like I said, it's navigated as a flat plane. And that is proven by the use of the sextant and the way it works. It would not work in any other way.
Perfect. Will you tell me about it?
Rubbish.
Hold on. I've been asking people to do this for hours, and nobody actually would until I lied and said I didn't know anything about a sextant. So will you please back up that claim?
Well, the sextant requires a flat baseline for you to start from.
That's actually completely incorrect. In fact, you can make sextant.
Hold on, Kool-Aid. It's not fair just to interrupt people and scream incorrect.
Sorry.
If you want to respond, actually respond instead of just interrupting.
Okay, you're right. Sextants work at night by making an artificial horizon. A flat horizon is not required.
No, a flat baseline. What do you think you're citing with your horizon? You've got to cite a direct line between you and the GP of the star.
No, sir.
That can't happen over a curved surface. It just wouldn't work. You just wouldn't have. You can't.
The curvature would be a problem.
Hold on. You said you cite a direct line to the GP. Is that correct?
The angle that you're measuring is from the star to the horizon, and then there's a GP below where the star that you've cited is on the ground, and from that point to you must be a straight line.
What if I told you the straight line distance is not the same as the distance over the ground?
That would be a big if.
Okay. What if I provided you with citations that say to that exact thing?
Citations do not a globe make. That's the other thing, because we need to actually measure that globe physically. So you can bring a citation, you can bring maps that can actually create the ball, but unless we actually have
We've
it
debunked your
tangibly,
point that
it
they
doesn't mean
won't
anything.
work, and they might work now.
Kool-Aid, do you agree that we measure the angle of elevation with a sextant?
Yes.
Okay, so can you show me an example of an angle elevation with a curved baseline?
Yes. I would refer you to the Bowditch and the spherical navigation charts contained within.
So let's just say we Google angle of elevation quickly. See what comes up. What comes up is as follows, as in the text chat there. I don't see any curved baselines, and these are the very fundamentals of angles of elevation.
Okay.
There you go. So
And
Kool-Aid.
we are
all
talking
flat,
about a
Kool-Aid.
specific situation, and I referred you to the basic manual for navigation, which does refer to that as a curved line. So,
Well, but angles of elevation. Hang on, angles of elevation. All these examples that I showed in that particular picture there, they're all as pertains to Terra, to the place that we live. So there's there's a separate definition for over water or whatever you're trying to say. There's no separate definition of angles of elevation. The examples that I posted are all examples of how we measure angles of elevation.
Where are
on
you
Earth,
posting this?
On Earth.
Look at the
Live-
second image that I just posted, the one with the black background.
Oh yes, this is
Livestream one,
this
folks.
is very good. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Listen to the man.
What about it? Go ahead.
Listen to the man. Go ahead. Honestly, we're going ahead. Don't worry.
Jin's
We're
giving you
bringing it
permission now, so go ahead. What would you like to say about it, Ram?
We're going ahead anyway, regardless of your go ahead. We're bringing it
I
to
think
your
it
head.
speaks for itself.
Yeah, we're bringing it to your head.
The diagram speaks for itself.
Ah.
What you've drawn in a diagram, possibly in a diagram, is impossible in real life, and the diagram proves that.
That's the heliocentric model in its
Ridiculous.
essence.
Could you explain your diagram? I don't think I understand what you're trying to say.
So this is black. This Ram's diagram doesn't. Why does it say an X?
I have no idea. Rams,
You
will you
can't
explain
make a
that?
straight line from the. It doesn't have a horizon on Earth, on a globe.
I was showing you that that's
No,
not an
because we
angle.
don't live on a globe, do we? We don't see the curvature, do we?
That's not that's not an angle?
That is not an angle. No.
Oh, that's not an angle.
No.
Damn. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, everybody pack up sextants. They don't measure angles.
Oh my
Well, no, he's showing you in that depiction that there is crossed out. That is not an angle. Do you think that's an angle with a curved baseline?
No, it's a to the horizon. It would be.
Is it an
That's
angle
a
or is it not?
That's a
Is that what
straight
an
line
hang
to
on?
the horizon.
Is that what an angle looks like? Guys,
Yeah,
does
how
it
do
have
you
a curved
calculate an
baseline?
angle? You can't make an
No.
angle to a curved line.
It's to the it's created to the tangent of the horizon. And then you have an angle.
Ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding.
What tangent?
Not that hard, guys.
You create the tangent when you point the sextant at the horizon. That's a tangent to the horizon from where
Okay,
you
so
are.
you have
But the horizon has no curvature. That's the thing.
No,
curvature.
if it has a tangent, then you have an angle.
Or when
the
you make
line
the artificial
extended out
horizon.
from you, the
Yeah,
line
an
extended out
artificial
from you past the horizon, it would intersect the line coming down from the star to its GP on the ground at a greater angle than 90 degrees.
Correct.
So the sextant wouldn't work.
Thank you.
Unless that angle isn't 90 degrees in real life.
Oh my god.
Well, there you have it. Another moving goalposts.
At
Moving
10
of the
miles,
Mars.
your baseline would bend 66 feet, and at 20 miles, it would bend 272 feet. So it could not be straight.
Seems to me like what the only difference here is that instead of saying that the horizontal baseline is necessitated by the flat Earth, it's just being called a tangent line. That's it.
Yeah,
So-
but I think the problem is when you use the tool to determine your position is where you have issues. If you're gonna generalize, make a generalized
works-
solution, which works everywhere.
They're
But if it works
delusional
both
because
ways-
they're thinking they're on a globe, you see. That's the problem.
The thing is, if you draw this theoretical tangent line, you have no circle of equal altitude
Why not?
because it's the point where it just hits one point on your supposed sphere. It needs to be
Actually,
the
that's not
same.
even what we say.
That's exactly what you guys say, and I've got a picture to show it here.
We say
This
it's
is
a
from Larry
transecting.
GPS.
We say it's a transecting plane that
Yeah.
transects the surface of the
Yeah, exactly. A
Yeah.
tangent plane. So basically, you guys have to flatten out a section of your globe.
No.
There you go.
That's exactly what you guys do. You flatten
Nothing is
out
flattened.
the model
Nothing's
to
flat.
use
Just
it,
the circle
and you just
around
imagine that you're
flat.
doing it on a curve. But
What's
for
the flat part?
convenience,
It's a
for the
it's a
convenience
circle.
of being able to do the geometry, you just imagine it's a flat plane.
But
Yeah, a
circle of equal
tangential
altitude
plane.
is a circle.
Hold on, you
Round
gotta
the-
meditate on that. That's very telling.
What?
We don't
let,
actually.
About how sextants don't prove one or the other because
No, they prove
they
it. They
use
only
as a
work on
flat
a flat
Earth,
plane. They're
and
clearly
they still
proven.
work on a
Clearly
globe.
proven. Doesn't work on a globe.
Put the sextant argument to bed, thank you.
It's really not working on a globe because the globe hasn't even been proven to exist anyway. It's
Oh my
always
God.
happened on a flat
It
Earth by
works on a
default.
globe because we live on a globe and we still
We
use
don't live on a
sextants.
globe.
Thank you very
There
much.
is no evidence of this, son. Got
Thank
no
you.
evidence.
Kool-Aid was trying to respond, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Kool-Aid, I think you were trying to respond. You got interrupted.
Oh, it's fine. If the room wants to move on, I'm perfectly content.
Well, I mean, you know,
I don't know
what
if any globalists think that this baseline is straight on a curved surface Earth.
Yeah, silly. That's what I mean.
I mean,
It's our
I'm
own-
gonna. If it's all the same with y'all, I'm gonna stick with the actual professionals and the people who use them every day and wrote the book on how to use them. And
Have you ever seen? Hang on. Have you ever seen a triangle? Have you ever seen a triangle where one side of the triangle is a curved line? I mean, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand what the problem is, to be honest. You create you said the triangle has a curved line, but when
When's the
we
last
told
time-
you create you have the angle
If
between
the
the
Earth,
tangents.
if the Earth was
Rams,
was
why
a
are you
ball,
saying that? Why are you going back on that again?
When's the last time you debunked a professional funk?
Debunk the professional? I've not I don't know what that even means. What do you mean by debunk? That they did the mistake?
I've debunked professional flat Earth.
Clearly, that's correct. Yeah. When did you last do
Yeah,
that?
people have done a mistake. But I literally that problem here is now we literally explained you earlier. You measure the angle between the tangent between you and the horizon and whatever star you're looking at. And now you're saying where do you have a triangle with a curved line?
because you've got a straight line from the GP of the star to you.
No, you don't.
What?
You do.
You don't?
That's a circle of equal
What?
altitude. A
the
radius.
circle-
It's
Hold
a
on,
radius.
hold on.
It's essentially a radius line from the GP to the
Do
line
you
of
think?
position.
Do you think that everywhere within the circle of equal altitude would have the star at the same altitude?
Well, yeah. Why not?
Because the only places,
not
the
within
only
it.
place,
It's a
the only
stupid question.
place that it is the same altitude is on the circle, not within the circle.
You've lost me, sir. You've lost me. Within the circle. on the
You're completely
circle.
right. It was a stupid question that Jin doesn't understand because this is the difference between listening to a flat Earth argument that doesn't actually
No.
understand.
Let's clarify
sextant.
it. On a circle and within a circle. Excuse me. On a circle and within a circle. What are you talking about there? One of the same, aren't they?
Is that
they're
line?
not.
Is that line that we speak of? Is it not a radius essentially
Yes.
within that circle? Okay. Have you ever seen a curved radius line?
Curved radius line.
Yes.
I don't even know what that means. I would say
can't-
no.
You
So-
can't have one.
You can't exactly because the distance
Yeah,
would
he's
be
switching off.
different.
He's switching off now.
The chord distance would be different to the arc distance. You see?
And it is. It is.
It is?
It is measurably with a sextant.
Measurably?
Yes.
How so? How would you measure that with a sextant?
Wow.
When you take sextant readings, the reading, straight line reading, the chord reading, if you would, is different than the difference that you use for your ground position. I believe it is step number 4 in the mathematical formula. I would have to look at the formula.
Chord would be below the horizon, so your angle between the horizon and the star would be wrong.
Which proves a globe.
It proves a globe.
It doesn't prove no globe whatsoever.
You can't do this on a globe.
I know.
Welcome to Globe Earth. Go by
It's all happening on a flat level.
Go
Ben,
by
you know that.
sextant. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Clearly, guys, it's clear that that flat earthers here, they understand the fundamentals of angles of elevation. I mean, it's evident.
It's ridiculous.
It's silly because we've been
Clearly.
over it like 99 times, and they're still making the same silly mistakes.
You're the one that's making the
This
you're
is
the one
diagram with
It's just so
how
simple.
Sextant cannot work.
I know, right? It's the simplest shit ever.
It
No,
is the simplest
really
shit ever, yeah.
is.
And then they say they don't
it is actually
understand.
simple, but it's weird that you guys don't.
See, but that's what you guys do with all sorts of things. You make things that are actually in real life really simple, and you turn them into these convoluted, confusing, ridiculous things like space, fucking space
Make
time
a sextant
bullshit.
work on a
Like
platter,
on a circle
please.
and
I want
within
to
a
see it
circle.
work on a platter.
On a circle and
Even
within
better
a
than
circle.
yet,
I mean,
and
ridiculous
simpler.
or what?
Explain the fact that it's a linear relationship between distance and altitude.
Even simpler
Yeah,
than that, show me an angle of elevation with a curved baseline.
Yeah.
Why
I
does
see your
that's?
simplicity, and
I
I'll
think
raise you a simpler one.
And isn't
Sure.
the curve a squared function as you
Right.
move away?
It would have to be a squared function.
It's
Yeah,
not,
not a
though.
linear
It's
one.
a linear.
Exactly.
It's a linear function. So please explain why that is a linear function on a
if you-
shape other than a globe.
Because it's flat.
Yeah.
That's
And it
not
would
an
be
If
logarithmic.
it was a globe, it would be a squared function.
But the difference here is that
What?
you're saying that flat baseline is tangent to the sphere. Flat Earth says no, that is just the Earth. It is
Yeah,
flat.
exactly. The one that
But
you're
that's it.
navigating on.
Yeah. That you've always navigated on. That is the
Yeah.
default period. And
Which
let's
is
not forget,
Yeah.
Nicola
But then
Copernicus.
I think, but then the Kool-Aid asked the question like, when the distance between the stars. This is like an assumption for sextant to work, is that there is a linear relationship between the latitude and the stars, the position of height of the star. And how does that work if you're like moving away and it's like actually perspective which is changing and not actually your rotation changing?
What?
If you rotate, if you have like things in the room or things in the sky, and if you rotate, the distance between every object will be the same always. If you move away from it, the distance between things will change. But that's not what we see. The distance between everything is the same all the time. And this is like a fundamental
Because you're on a flat Earth.
assumption.
That's
Oh my
the reason
god.
why.
It's like you're not using your fucking brain when you just say
Try
because
and
you're a
say
flat
that.
Earth.
Try and say that in another way.
It's like going into your
I don't
air
think
and
anyone's
out the other
understanding
one.
Makes
you.
sense. Can you say that in another way? What you just said?
Okay,
Okay,
Funk
so
is saying
sorry, let's
well,
try to explain it.
okay, so when you look up and you see those circles that they make with the stars, he's saying as you move away from that, those circles should become ovals because you're moving farther away.
Yes, that would also be an implication of moving away on something that is not, because that would mean that like the distances between everything will not maintain its distance, because you're actually, instead of like changing your rotation, you're actually changing your distance to it, which is the claim for flat Earth. And that would mean that your perspective change, and when your perspective change, the angular size between things and the distance between them will also change.
Okay.
But you're
Understand?
measuring the angle between the star and the horizon. The distance to it, doesn't even matter. I mean,
it does matter for a flat Earth.
You look to the almanac at the time and the angle that and the star, and it tells you what point on the Earth is directly below that star at that moment.
But when you have one star, and you have the almanac, and you got several stars. You get many stars on the almanac, and all of them, there is no like, oh, you have to translate because you change your perspective between the stars. The stars have a certain location in the sky, which is the same. The the distance between them, the angles between them, is the same regardless of where you move along the ladder.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Jen, I'm not gonna. You just say that. It doesn't mean anything.
It's the truth, though, isn't it?
No, you're just
That's
not
the thing.
thinking.
It's the truth.
You're just saying
because
words.
nothing's moving, as you just said. No parallax there. You're talking about now.
Oh my god. Like, I don't know. So yeah, so that's what you understand what I'm meaning. Like when you change your perspective to something, the distance between the stars will that's the case for everything. We'll see when we change our perspective, the distance between every object, angular distance between them changes.
Parallax.
And yeah, parallax, for example, yeah. But when we move, but when you change your like angle, just like I'm gonna look in this angle, and now I'm gonna look in a little bit different angle, the distance between objects doesn't change. The angular distance is the same between them.
It depends on the distance.
So I'm asking you guys, how does that? What do we see in the sky? We actually see the distance between stars being the same. That's like a core assumption for sextants to even work.
That means we're not hurtling through space like we're told we are. You see, this is what you're now demonstrating.
I mean, your answer is completely incoherent with what I'm asking.
So the stars relative to each other aren't moving.
I'm telling you, the angular distance between the stars is not changing. It's the same. That's why my telescope can find every single star depending on just aligning myself with 3 stars, and it doesn't need to know my position, because if I move my telescope elsewhere, the angular distance from one star to the next one is the same regardless of where I am on Earth. It's always the same. Otherwise, my telescope couldn't find a star.
That's because you're on a flat Earth. That's the point.
Yeah. And I'm asking you, it's like, Jin, I don't.
If you were on a spherical ball
Very
now, you
severe
wouldn't get to see
cognitive
the
issues
stars.
there.
You'd be losing it. You know, there would be a problem if you were on a spherical ball. There would be a problem. You would have a problem. I guarantee you that.
Well, I'm asking you. You change your angle to look at something from a different angle. Like if you are in the same place and you change your angle and you look at something in a little bit different angle, the distance between something would not change. But if the star is like a dome over us, then if you move away from it, your perspective.
A dome over us.
How do you see the star? What is the star on your idea? You're changing
what does this
your
have to do with the sextant?
Are you asking me to tell you what the stars are?
No, I'm not asking. Okay, I'm just gonna. You could try to change the topic now. So I'm just gonna say you move to a different location. You see lights in the sky, and you're on a flat Earth. It doesn't mean that you're changing your angle to what you're looking at something. It means that you're actually changing your perspective, which makes it move.
Yeah, but the sky is moving.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the distance between the stars, not. So you find the star which you can see at 2 different places.
Or the stars
same star.
Which
Yeah,
one?
are you saying
You
that
understand that?
because there's no parallax, that's somehow an issue?
I'm asking you, when you move from A to B, if you move away from something, which is what you do on the flat Earth, you actually move away from the star. You're not changing your angle, which we claim on globe Earth. We just claim we're changing our angle to something. We look at it from a different angle, but that's what we claim. And you guys claim, no, it's not that. We're actually moving away from something. And if you move away from something, you're changing actually your perspective to something. And if you do that,
what's the difference between moving away from something and changing your angle to something?
It means the implication would be that if you're just changing your angle to something, the distance between every object that you see is the same. The angular distance is always the same because you are not like changing your you're not changing your distance to it. You're not changing your perspective. I'm not looking at it from a different place. I'm just looking at it from at a different angle.
Right.
Yeah,
but you're
but
still on
but
the
on
flat
flat
Earth.
Earth,
That's
you're
a-
actually moving away, which means you're changing your
no,
perspective to something.
That's a misconception there. Straight
Like
off the
if
bat.
you go close to a car, if you have two trees and you go close to them, the angular distance between them would be very large. If you move away from them, the angular distance between them would be very close.
You're suggesting that on our flat Earth that we should see more parallax than we do.
I think you should see how perspective affects it. And I'm asking you, what do you see, and how do you justify that with the flat Earth?
What does this have to do with the
Because it's a
sextant, though?
flat
Isn't that
Earth.
what we were
That's what
talking
all
about
of it
earlier?
is.
I'm
this
asking
is
you
way
guys
off.
a very
Same.
simple.
Yeah,
It's
this
like
is the,
it's a principle for an assumption for why sextants work and how
This is
you
an
can use them.
individual who owns a telescope, collaborates it and that, but thinks he's on a globe, and that's why he's having this confusion, and you get these kind
Well,
of like weird
Nobody
questions.
is answering my question. Nobody here
No,
is
because it's
literally
a
asking
weird
my
one.
answering
Weird
my
one.
question.
It's a weird
Because it's
question.
It's weird.
It's non
very
sequitur.
fundamental.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah.
What I still don't have. I
It's-
don't understand what it has to do
It's
with
not
with
a non
sextant.
sequitur because when you have an almanac and I'm not like a sextant expert, so Kool-Aid need to correct me if I'm saying things
No,
wrong.
you're
All
on
the
it.
almanac is a record of a certain number of stars and their relative position on the ground.
Yeah, but you also got several stars there
different
which you can use.
at
But you got
different
several
times.
stars there. Yes, but you got several stars there, and the
so
angles
what?
between them
So
are
what?
always
What's the problem?
are always.
What's the
It's
problem?
it doesn't. That's the thing. It works because you're saying, well, I actually look at something at a different angle, which means when you see the stars and the angle in the sky, it's actually the same relationship between them always, regardless of where you're on Earth.
I think we need to move on this one because you're just flogging
No.
a dead horse here.
This is not
yeah.
dead end. This is
It's a dead
fundamental.
end, dead horse. It's not
Oh
going to
my
run.
god, you
But
guys
it's a
are so
non-sequitur.
fucking honest.
It seems to me like you're just suggesting that there should be parallax as we move around on the flat plane.
Well,
But
what happens
there's
when you
not.
move away from something? Doesn't it change you change your perspective to something?
It depends what that something is. I don't, and what that something is doing.
When you're moving away from something, what object is not affected by perspective? Like everything we look at is affected by it. It's like a fundamental property of like geometry when you're like moving away from something. That's just like, how would you find fucking eyes work if that didn't happen?
My eyes work perfectly well on the flat Earth, as they've always done all these years. 60
Hang on.
years.
Are you saying that these angular distances are considered when we're doing the sextant measurements?
Yes.
Yeah, it's yes.
Hang on. The angular distances between the stars.
Yep.
Yeah, they are presented in a book. They're not like a function of where you are. It's in the book, and it says like, these are the angles. That's it. And when you subtract one angle from the next one, it's the same, and it works for all lateral.
Talk about
This is news to me. Are you sure you're not talking about lunar distance?
It also goes into why they chose the 57 navigational stars they did and not other stars. Is because of the angles between them and them maintaining those angles, so one of the 57 will always be visible in your sky.
Yeah.
You sure you're not talking about lunar distance? Is that what you're talking about?
You see?
Hello?
It seemed like he was talking about parallax.
Can anybody
saying
no.
that we should
or-
see parallax as we move around on the flat plane of the stars?
No, I think they're mistaking these angular distances that are not considered when it comes to sextants. All that's considered is the angle of elevation to those several stars.
How can I have an almanac?
Are you sure you're not?
Hang on, written down in the book with distinct angles, which we use regardless of what lateral you're at, and there is not like a function of where you are. The distance, but you can use whatever star you want, regardless of where lateral you're at.
But this has nothing to do with an angle of elevation, though.
You need to use one of the 60-something navigationable stars that are in the almanac.
Do you guys know? Hang on. Do you guys know how the first almanac was derived? What method was used?
Yes.
No, I don't know.
What was used?
It was a
Yeah.
It was a combination of the British Library and I want to say one of the Greek libraries. I can't remember who they collabed with, but it was the two of them putting their astronomical departments together and a collection of all the readings. It was then published by the British Naval Academy, the Admiralty.
Right. All on the
That's
platter.
that's incorrect. It was actually derived using. I asked for the exact method, which is lunar distance. That's how I think it was Neville Maskelyne, and it was the Astronomical Society. So it's the Royal Astronomical Society.
Oh, you just took a roasting there.
That was not how the sextant
Oh,
and the
okay,
astronomical almanac
that's
was
okay.
developed.
No worries.
It was developed and published by the Admiralty.
No worries. I'll provide a link for you. It's all good.
Yeah, drink the cool water, Kool-Aid.
Neville Maskelyne. Remember that name.
Yeah, diabetes is setting in. Too much sugar there on that Kool-Aid, mate. Drink the cool water. You should change your name quickly.
So we don't need to go on arguing if he can provide the citation. So
Yeah. But
Simple.
I'm
Give me 1
bursting
second.
to get this. I am bursting to get this point out, especially to those who are listening in the YouTube.
Hold on,
live.
everybody. Jen's got to pee. Go ahead, Jen.
I'm bursting to get this information out there too. This is why
Burst away.
Nikolai Copernicus didn't want to release this model, because he himself couldn't prove any of this stuff, because he could foresee the problems that we are now having to live through. You see? Can you see this, folks? Okay, we haven't been able to prove this Earth as a spherical ball whatsoever. And yet man has been living on this planet for thousands of years, and along comes Nikolai Copernicus's solar system, and it's just a chaos. Nothing's
But
working.
I provided you an example, and I think we agreed on what happened. And nobody literally gave me any explanation. It's just like mute, and there's like confusion, and like somebody wants to switch topic. To me, it's very telling. You guys are fucking avoiding.
Not really. I mean, you could do.
Then answer the question. Then answer
I
the
mean,
question I asked.
we've observed the cyclical nature of the movement of the stars, right? And then the almanacs from that derive an exact position, ground position, where stars would be directly above at certain times to a very specific, time.
So again, you're not answering my question, Rams.
No, we can't. It's an impossible question to answer. Not only
It's
that,
not.
it would.
It's-
Hang on.
it's-
Would be,
it's
hang
not
on a
very
second, please. Hang on a second. It would be nice for you to actually provide us with some physicality to this curvature object that we cannot see, because all we
Well-
see is the leveled horizon. And we
Well,
can present
that's where you're changing the topic. That's a different. That's one way to confirm it.
It's not related.
That's one way
related,
to.
sir.
That's
And
one
we're
way to
presenting you-
confirm.
I'm presenting you that. I'm presenting you that all day long, but you haven't presented us any
So-
physical curvature.
So you don't
can-
have any answer to why we're not seeing
what I'm saying.
like
Let me finish
things.
what I'm saying, and then you can carry on. Yeah, one to one. Hang
Okay.
on. Then once you can actually go away and present us with some curvature, then this is all over and done with. Flogging a dead horse.
So you're
angles
just gonna
and
ignore
on a
my
flat
question,
plate
and nobody's
is
gonna answer. You're just gonna stick your head in the sand, and nobody's gonna.
I answered you.
I'm struggling to understand what your question really is.
I'm just see confusion,
Complete
like a little bit
non-sequitur.
changing topic. Jane wants to see a different test instead, which is unrelated. Rams doesn't
we're all
understand,
struggling to
and Lobos
understand
claim to
what
have
your
an answer.
question is. Do you understand?
Look at the constellations on the horizon and tell me they're perfect.
The chaos in
He acts
here
like
now is very
perspective that
telling.
work on the stars, man. Hey,
We
look
don't
at the
understand what your
constellations on the
question
horizon.
is.
Calm down, guys.
Look
It's just a question.
Hey,
It's
look
not-
at the
not like
constellations on the
stealing
horizon
your
and tell me they're not distorted,
belief
dude.
away from you. I'm just making you guys
I had
think.
to.
Now we're just all over the place.
Yeah, well,
Listen, look
I
at.
answered.
Hold on a second, man.
It's the nonsense.
Now look at the star. Look at the star. Look at the constellations on the horizon and tell me they're not all messed up and distorted.
Yeah,
He
fine,
acts
one
like
second, please.
there's. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, man. It's just that I said I was going to provide a citation earlier, and I did. It's in the chat, guys. It's a bit of a long video. I sat through the whole thing because I really wanted to, nail this.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
You can
But,
find out the instruments they use. They use the Hadley's quadrant, which is and kind of an older version of the modern sextant. But I mean, and it says it right there. The method that they use at lunar distance. But yeah, guys, I've got to go. But have a look if you like. It's all there.
Lobos, you didn't answer
yes.
my question.
I did. I said it was a non sequitur.
No.
It's not It's not considered, dude. It's not.
Regardless of
these
a
angular
non-sequitur or not,
distances are non
how
sequitur
does this work on a flat Earth? It's related directly to flat Earth.
It's a non sequitur to the argument at
in the
hand,
middle.
which was sextants. That's what we were talking about, and then you asked this question.
Well,
a
it's
complete non
related
sequitur.
to how we how our assumption of what we see in the sky. It's also related to my telescope, and it's also related to how we use sextant.
Okay,
No,
Mr.
it's not.
Telescope.
Yes, it is.
Let me
and
answer.
you can
Let
just
me
hand
answer
wave
that
it
real quick,
away.
man.
So
I
you
joined-
It's not a
hey, I
hand
joined-
wave. I'm telling you that
Yes,
that's not
it's a
what's
hand wave,
considered.
Lopez.
It's got nothing to do
Man,
with
I-
angles of elevation.
I
which is
literally
what
way
joined
to
sextant is
just
tell
all
to answer
about.
this one question. This guy's been asking this question for 10 minutes. I joined just to answer this one question. He can't use his shit accurately 15 degrees or lower because shit gets distorted off in the distance. He's asking why, about perspective and all that. Look at the constellations on the horizon. They're distorted. And your sextant or your telescope, your measurements are no good 15 degrees and lower because we're not on a globe. So perspective does mess shit up in the distance. So quit
How
asking
does
that question.
distortion change it to flat Earth?
How come the section ain't reliable? You asked 100 times. How come perspective doesn't play a part on with a linear function? And why isn't
Above,
there?
and take above 15
Well,
degrees
there's
where
your
it
answer.
actually
Okay,
is very reliable. And
So
answer me
15
that
degrees.
question how it works there.
Well, the answer would be
I just-
because the sky's flat too.
But that doesn't work. It's two different things. I explained you two different scenarios, and you will have two different reactions, two different effects in what you see. And I gave you an explanation of what you see when you change your perspective, and I gave you an example what will change if you change your angle to something, and what you see. And I ask you a question: what do you see? And from that, what you think your the conclusion is, and you're just saying, "Oh, it's flat," just regardless of what you see. So
because
it's just like you don't even
on a,
care
on
what
a
you look
flat
at.
Earth, we
Well,
can take
that's the point.
a angle to a star and do a perfect circle around it and stay equidistant to it. On a globe, you lose that capability at 15 degrees, okay, because shit's getting far and distorted, okay. On a globe, then the 15 degrees it should be perfect because it's just angles to
Still
infinity, right?
pretty
What would we
precise.
expect though? On a flat Earth, what would we expect? We would expect off in the distance, things to get distorted, start losing reliability, and that's exactly what happens. Okay, on a globe,
So use the part
there's no
of the sky which is clear, then, as I said earlier, and explain how it works there.
So you lose 15 degrees one side of the horizon, 15 degrees on the other. You lose 30 degrees of reliability, and you're
Yeah.
questioning a flat
Then use the
Earth.
reliable part, then, as I asked you 100 times now.
That's what we do on a flat Earth. Okay.
No,
Look,
it doesn't.
we could, like I said,
How
we
does
could
it
take an
work?
angle to a star and do a circle around it and stay equidistant to it. Okay, on a flat Earth.
But if you change your distance, to something on a, you're claiming when you're moving away, when you're moving to a different location on Earth, you're just moving away from the stars.
Yeah, and it drops
Right?
down. See, this is the thing. So
Yeah, but
okay, on
then you're changing
paper,
your perspective to stars,
listen,
right?
listen. Angles like say angles to Polaris are not that different to a globe. Okay, so on paper they don't work out perfectly. Okay, on paper, but perspective it works out perfect. Brandon gave a demonstration
How
of
does
that.
how does
a
it
couple weeks.
look like in the sky if you change your angle to something?
Well, what do you know that goes off in the distance that doesn't
Okay,
drop?
answer the question,
Okay, don't
please.
interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I'm asking you to name
Okay,
me
but you're
one
not answering the
example.
question. Why would I even answer your
I'm
question? when
answering.
you just
Look, you got to give me
Okay.
one example of something that doesn't drop in the distance as it goes away. Give me one example of anything that doesn't drop in the distance as it goes away from us.
It doesn't drop below the horizon. It just drops, but it doesn't drop. But it drops in a certain way, in a certain pattern, which is different than it would if you were changing your angle to it.
So you seem to think like if you're looking through an auto level and you're 10 feet above Earth, and you're looking horizontal. Okay, you think on a flat Earth that that horizon should should meet up perfectly. Okay, it appears to.
Right.
Listen, it
You didn't
appears
answer
to.
my
But
question.
listen,
First
you're
of all,
gonna look off to infinity. You're never gonna see the horizon, bro.
you didn't you didn't answer my question because I asked you if you change your angle to something, wouldn't it also drop? It would change. It would like move
What are you
to a
talking
different
about?
place in your field of view.
If I change my angle, what are you
Yeah,
talking about?
you just look at one direction and then you look at another direction.
Yeah. So
I can't answer that. That's a
Is
stupid
that
question.
confusing for
Sorry.
you?
No thanks. It's
Is that
stupid.
confusing
No
for you to
offense.
turn your head?
So if I turn my head, angles change. Is that what?
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah. And then
Bro,
I'm gonna ask you like if you measure
You're
the
trolling, dude.
if
This
you
guy's trolling. Y'all hear this
no
question? He said
oh
if
my
I
god
change
can I
my
please
if I
can
if
I
I turn my head, angles
Yeah.
should change. Are you kidding me?
yeah it's a very simple question.
Dude, you're
Funk,
trolling. I'm out of here.
I'm not true.
Funk,
Okay, bye. Just leave.
Funk, I would like to change the
This is just
subject.
ridiculous. To be honest, it's just like to be honest. Do you guys see how insane it is? How like deflective you are, and how like people are like, "This is insane." Bye. Like people
Yes.
just do this, and the other guy, I said like he had an answer, and his answer was it's irrelevant, and then he left. That was Globus.
I'm still here, dude.
Okay, so you said you were
talked
going
over
to
the
leave.
end of my sentence.
Yeah,
We were talking
you
about
said you were going to
sextant.
leave.
Hey, the conversation was about sextants, and suddenly you came up with this brilliant question that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Nothing.
With flat Earth and globe Earth?
It's got nothing to do with sextants, dude, and angles of elevation.
It is a fundamental
What were we trying to
property of
what were we trying to define earlier? Were we not trying to define how the sextant works?
So
and
you're
what
not,
it
you
does?
can't answer that question, or what I'm
So
asking?
you don't want to answer mine?
Sure, I can answer your questions, but I
Isn't
did
that
answer
okay?
it
I
also
just asked you. I
for a
just
long
asked you
time.
one. I just asked you one. Were you not listening?
You asked me, can we talk about sextants? And I say yes.
No. See, you weren't listening. I said, were we not talking about how sextants worked, angles of elevation, and how the instrument measures an angle?
Yeah.
Did we ever mention?
And then I talked about why they work the way they work. It's like it's an assumption for them to work. What I'm talking about.
You said that, and this is clear what
And
you
I'm-
said.
I'm
You said
trying
that
to explain
you said
you
that the
because
angles.
nobody-
You said that the
nobody-
angular distance is considered when it comes to sextant measurements, and it's not.
The problem here, Globus, is that the assumption for sextants to work are these angles, and your
Angles of elevation.
assumption is that you're moving away from them. And I'm asking you, and I asked you
angles
earlier also,
of elevation,
has anybody,
nothing to do with
please don't
angular
overtalk
distance,
me.
sir.
Please don't talk over me. So
Because you're misrepresenting my point.
So when I was then I asked you like, okay, so then show me like a map and show me how to do this. Use it on a flat Earth, please. And nobody has done it. And I'm trying to do an example now why this wouldn't work with the almanac we have. This wouldn't work.
It's got nothing to do with the almanac.
It
what you're
has
talking about.
everything to do with it.
No, it doesn't. The almanac just gives you the GPs of the stars at certain times. And what do you measure? You measure
And
an
that's
angle
what
of
the-
elevation.
that's what the-
Okay,
that's
so now
the
you're
basis
talking
of
through
our
me.
calculation.
Dude, it's got nothing to do with these angular distance between the celestial bodies. Zero. That's not what you're measuring. You need to get the very fundamentals of a sextant, read through it. Like I said, I posted a reference there. Have a look through it if you like. I know it's a long video.
I'm not going to watch like a 2-hour video of something.
Look,
that
you said
if
yourself,
cannot-
you're not
if
an
you
expert.
cannot answer if you cannot, I'm not an expert. I
I
never said that.
answered your question several times.
If you can, no, you didn't. You just said this is irrelevant. And
It's irrelevant to sextants, yes.
Yeah.
Globus,
so you didn't
can I
answer
ask
the
a
question.
You
So it's
sure
kind of
can.
ridiculous.
Okay, my question: why did they choose the 57 navigational stars?
I'm not sure why. Tell me.
Because they're angles that don't change, and that those 57 ensured that, for the most part, wherever you traveled, you would be able to see one of them. They were able to figure that out because of exactly what Funk is talking about.
And all you need is the angle and the time, and then you go to the almanac.
Hang on, did you have a look at the video, Kool-Aid?
No, I didn't.
Well, have a look. Check it out. I didn't think you would. Yeah, I sat through it, dude. 'Cause that's how I know my argument. I know how it was
But
derived.
then you should answer
Cool.
this.
Hang on.
I
The
will
expert.
look
Hang
at the
on.
video.
Relax. Stop over talking, Mr. German man, or wherever the hell you're from. Okay.
Not German.
I don't know how things. I don't know how things work in your country, but here, we try to remain civil. So please have a look through the video. It tells you how it was derived. You went to the expert Kool-Aid because you're like, I'm not an expert, but Kool-Aid, you know what you're talking about. He clearly didn't. He didn't know how it was derived. Didn't know you even got the society wrong. So, like I said, guys, I thought you would look at
You
the
asked
citation.
who published the Nautical Almanac. Then you quoted a different thing. Yes, if you look at who published the Nautical Almanac, it was the Admiralty.
It was Neville Maskelyne in 1767, Royal Astronomical Society. Where are you getting your information from?
I will post. Stand by.
Well, are you going to? Should I do the same thing that you did to my evidence and just not look at it?
I mean,
the reason-
that's usually what happens. So go for it.
Okay, so let's just all do that, and then we'd get nowhere that way.
I mean, welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Discord.
So the reason why I bring up my telescope as well, and you said it was irrelevant, because with a sextant you can derive from the angle to the different stars your position, but with a telescope you do the opposite. You derive from your lateral where every single star is. Those are interchangeable.
Nobody
Are you confused by that?
uses a sextant to determine the angular distances between celestial bodies. You're lost, sir.
I didn't say that. I said that you can use stars to determine where you are.
Yeah, relative to
Yeah.
the ground.
So why did you
Angles of
say-
elevation.
Yeah. So So I told
What
you.
does it have to do with the distances between stars? You keep mentioning the distances between stars.
Because I haven't used the sextant
Triangulation.
in reality, but I've used a telescope and it uses the same principle. And from the lateral, I can know where every single star is in the sky from my lateral.
You're talking about telescope now, are you?
Yeah, using a telescope or like anything to just find out where they are.
We're talking about a sextant, man. Stay on point, for the love of God.
But they are interchangeable. Oh my God.
They are not interchangeable.
Yes, they are.
No, they're
Because
not.
Listen.
Okay.
Telescopes aren't about measuring angles of
it's like an
elevation, for
equation.
fuck's sake.
It's like
Here you go.
It's like an equation, right?
Stratford in 1832 set up the National Almanac Office to oversee the almanac's production, with the superintendent reporting to the Admiralty.
What year was that, sir?
1832.
Well, check out 1767, the origin of the Nautical Almanac, sir.
That was not the first publication. The first
Bang, it's
publication
there.
was done.
Have a look.
In...
Have a look, sir. Have a look, please.
I'm not watching a 2-hour video for
You don't
literally.
have to. You
Here.
just skip through it. Just skip through it and have a look at the document that
Here.
has the
Look
date
at-
stamped
look
on
at
it
this. Bam.
and
There
who
you go.
published it. Well, I'm not going to look at
Royal,
it, am I?
Royal
Dude.
Admiralty.
I'm beating you by like 100 years here. So
literally, Office of the Royal Admiralty.
Literally Royal Astronomical Society. I can say the same shit you're saying.
Right.
Right.
Whose superintendent works for the Admiralty.
My one precedes yours, dude.
Whose superintendent works for the Admiralty.
What are you trying to say?
And I apologize. You don't seem to be up on the British terminology. The Admiralty are the group of old fat white guys who control the British Navy. They're a very, very powerful group of men.
Okay, like I said, have a look at my evidence. It's right there. you can't. It's
and
undeniable.
they report to the Admiralty.
Okay, but we're talking
As
about the
cited,
first. Okay, we're talking about the first publication of the almanac, sir. 1767, Neville Maskelyne.
Okay.
Yes.
So cool.
Cool. What?
The sextant was used way before these institutions came along.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about the almanac specifically, the Nautical Almanac of 1767. I mean, I don't know where Kool-Aid comes up with these, you know,
I mean,
1800s. This is the first publication, sir. The very first. You haven't even looked at it, but you're arguing with me.
I literally just posted the citation, but remember, you're too pig-headed to actually look at it because I have to go watch a 2-hour-long video about somebody else reading the same website that I just read.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but I implore you to do it because right there is the evidence. And you
Right,
can skip
because
through it, you can
you-
skim through it, you can do whatever you like, but
Or
you will
you can just
find
look at
you
the
will find you will
evidence.
let me finish. You will find the original publication dated 1767, and they go through the exact method used, lunar distance. Just have a look.
According to this random dude on YouTube, rather than going to the
There
source.
are, hang on, not according to. He just doesn't speak. He also provides citation.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
and copies of the original almanac with the original date. Again, you're just talking about it. You haven't even looked through it. You're completely intellectually dishonest.
I just posted the citation, dude.
So what?
But I'm sorry, not all information comes from YouTube. This
I
is the
see.
problem with flat Earth.
Just have a look. Just have a look, sir. Just have a look.
I'm not watching some stupid video about.
You're engaging in a genetic fallacy. You're attacking the source and not the argument. Have a look at the argument. Don't make a fool of yourself.
I'm looking at the source.
Yes, the source. You're attacking the source. YouTube. Apparently, you can't find anything out from YouTube. That's a genetic fallacy. Look
That's
it
not
up,
a
sir.
genetic fallacy.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're attacking the source,
No.
not the argument.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
what a conduit of information is what? Not reliable, not useful.
Not as useful as the primary source data that the YouTube video is talking about.
Just a conduit for information.
Right.
Just because
And
you
what
get
I'm
information from YouTube doesn't mean that information is any less
Right. Which would
true
you?
or
Which
not.
is more true? The information from YouTube, or the information directly from the source that the YouTube presenter got it from?
What's the difference?
There is like a layer of possibility that could misconstrue or change the fact.
I mean, yeah, it's literally primary observation versus tertiary observation. But if you've been in the community as long as you have and don't know that by now, good luck to you, brother. But maybe that's why you've been in the community so long.
So who was in charge of the first expedition to get these basically, yeah, to make this almanac that you love so much? Who was in charge, if you know so much?
I don't.
Neville Maskelyne. I've said it several times.
The guy who was in charge was a member of the Admiralty who he reported to.
What was his name?
I don't know.
Okay, look it up. Neville Maskelyne. I'll
In
the fleet
charge
was
of
Neville
it.
Maskelyne.
No, actually, that would also be the British Admiralty, as it was
Let me just
British naval vessels. But
Dude,
carry on.
you are
You can
absolutely
be wrong.
You're floundering.
Actually, it was the Queen herself.
Yeah, there you go.
That would
Let's
be
go
more
back
accurate.
to it. Yeah, let's be idiots about it and go back to the monarch. You know, that's what this guy's level of arguments, descended to.
Right. Well, hey, anybody want to actually address the boat race that's going on right now?
Yeah, let's change the subject.
I don't want to change the subject because I made it very simple. Sorry, I'm just going to ask this question again. It was very simple. Like if you use the sextant to determine what lateral you're at, and you use the sextant towards the star, the angle to the star to determine what lateral you're at, how can't you not use the lateral to determine where the stars are at? And you said no. You said no,
Quickly
Globus.
post this for
Globus.
I've been through it with you 1,000 times, dude. I'm not going to repeat myself again.
It's simple like logic.
Alright,
Very simple logic. They are like deductively
Kool-Aid.
like
Have a
comparable.
look in the chat.
Okay. So Globus,
Have a look at the year.
do you know math?
1767.
Like simple
So
logic? You're just gonna ignore me?
Kool-Aid. I'm talking to Kool-Aid. I've been through it with you, sir, several
I'm
times.
sorry. I'm ignoring you until you actually address the
Of course
question.
you are.
So,
Guys, can anybody else read the year where it says for the year 1767? For the kind sir here that doesn't want to look at the evidence presented to him.
Yeah, but that's when the
It says
source
for the
was
year
posted.
1767. That's what
Thank
it
you,
says.
Jerry. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's when you look up the source from where he posted. You can click on that document and find it. 1767.
Mhm.
It says over here, Royal Observatory of Greenwich, and Nautical Almanac and associated publications, and the first publication is in 1767.
and who owns the Royal Society? Oh, that would be the Admiralty.
The Queen.
And that's
Well,
a non sequitur again.
Technically, yes, the Queen, but the Admiralty are the ones who actually run it. So,
Non sequitur.
right.
Absolute huge non sequitur. I mean, yeah, the evidence
non
is there,
sequitur
guys.
means you win,
It's
right?
it's a
Because-
30-minute. By the way, it's a 30-minute video. I don't know where you got 3 hours from. I don't know what you're looking at.
Oh, sorry, I thought that's what I heard you say.
Nah.
I haven't.
I never
I'm
said
actually
it was
playing
3
a
hours.
video game. I haven't looked at chat.
Yeah, see, we can't deal with these sort of people, guys. The people that aren't even really invested in the argument, playing video games. This is pointless.
Well, it's kind of ridiculous when you cannot answer simple questions. Though.
I've answered you several times,
agree.
and everyone
No,
here is
you're
witness.
just dismissed-
Everyone
you
here is
hand wave,
witness
it's
to
not
it,
an
though.
answer.
All right.
Everyone
Hand
here
wave
is
is not an
witness to
answer.
me answering your question.
Problem.
Hand wave is not an answer.
Your problem. Your question's a non sequitur question. That's the problem.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
the thing. You don't
thinks
answer
it's
the
not,
question.
though.
You're just saying my answer is I don't want to answer. Like that's see, that's not an answer.
Your
right?
answer is non sequitur to the point at hand, which
That's
is what's
my
been
point.
discussed.
You don't want to answer.
You don't know
so
how debate
your
works,
answer
do you,
is
sir?
I don't have an answer. I don't
My
want to
answer is your answer. Your question has nothing to do with the topic at hand. It's like
Well-
we're talking about cats, and suddenly you want to talk about space. You know,
I
it's a
talked about
non
something that is
sequitur.
interchangeable.
And what's your claim?
I said
Why don't you
I
make
asked
a claim?
Globus earlier. I asked Globus earlier. I asked him if we can use a sextant to measure the angles to the star to figure out what lateral you're at. Why can't you use your lateral to figure out where the stars are?
What does it have to do with anything?
You could if you wanted to.
Because it has to do with how you use telescope, which is literally like you're using exactly the same knowledge. You're using exactly the same data and the same type of model for the telescope, which I use for the telescope.
Okay, so with a telescope, you're measuring angles of elevation.
I measure the angle from horizon.
You're measuring the angle of elevation.
I
with a
don't know what
telescope.
that is.
Same thing.
Well,
Okay,
you guys
yeah,
are
then yes,
saying the same
yes,
thing.
Globus.
you're measuring the angle of elevation with a telescope. How are you doing that?
Yeah, to how I'm doing that. It has a built-in tool which you can. It's like has a guidance, which you mount the equatorial mounting to, where the rotational axis is.
All right,
And
and
that
what
has
does
an
this have to
angular.
do? All right, and what does this have to do with the angular distance that you were
You mean
preaching about
lateral?
earlier? No, you were talking about the angular distance between celestial bodies.
Because in the model of my of both my paper chart and as well built-in model inside the telescope, the distances between the stars does not care. It doesn't say use this at this lateral. It says you can use this at whatever lateral you want to, and it tells you from when you use a few. You can use a few stars as a baseline, and you know where all the rest of the stars are.
But are you using this to navigate to determine your position on the plane?
You could. It's the same principle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying they are interchangeable because they use exactly the same model and data. and you're saying it has like nothing to do with it, but it's like literally same thing.
But you were talking about the angular distances. That has nothing to do with the angle of elevation. Absolutely nothing. That's what we measure. That's the angle that we measure for navigation. Fair enough if you can do it with your telescope, but what does that have to do with how that would work on a flat Earth? When all you're doing is purely measuring an angle of elevation.
Yeah,
I'm not
what are you
purely doing
claiming?
that.
What are you claiming would go wrong?
I'm doing that from the
What are you
lateral.
claiming would go wrong on a flat Earth? What are you claiming wouldn't work properly on a flat Earth?
Because the assumption is
this
that we change our
situation?
angle. We change our angle to the stars, not our perspective to it. That's what I've been telling you over and
What's
over
the
again.
difference?
It's a huge difference. It changes how you look at stuff. Like as I said earlier, if you see two trees in front of you, you can measure the angular distance between them. They have a certain angular distance. If you move away from them, their angular distance is going to shrink. But if you're changing your angle of view, but you're at the same spot, the angular distance between the trees will stay the same. You understand the difference now? It's a huge difference.
I don't know why you're so concerned with angular distance, not actual distance.
Because that's the assumption that we use for the sextants and for my telescope, which does work, which you can determine. Your
No, we
lateral.
don't. Again, see, that's where you're making the mistake. It's angular distance between celestial objects is not considered with sextant readings.
So then answer me why is this irrelevant when it actually determines how we see stuff? How things look like in the sky, or
You're
how
just
things
running
look
around
like.
in circles, dude.
I'm
Again,
not. I'm
you know,
trying to get fucking answer from you guys, and it's like mute.
But you keep going on about angular distance when that's not what we determine through a sextant. It doesn't come into consideration at all.
Angular distance, but you're
Yes.
measuring the angle to the stars.
Yeah, but you're trying to find out your actual distance from the DP, actual distance. No one's measuring the angle from one star to another with a.
That's extrapolated from a globe model.
No.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Isn't that Kool-Aid? Did I say it correctly?
You're measuring your distance to a star. You're measuring the angle between the star and the ground.
Exactly.
And you do that with two
That
or three
assumption,
stars.
you know, the distance from the GP is based on the assumption that that per angle of that star, per angle difference in the star's location, you have a certain amount of miles, and that's a linear relationship. Did I say that correctly, Kool-Aid?
Yes. Yep.
Am I right, Kool-Aid?
No,
I'm not
you're
a
right back.
sextant expert. But
You're right back
Clearly.
you're right back to the question: is how is it a linear relationship on any shape other than a spheroid?
Yeah, that's what I've been asking all the time, and they're saying it's irrelevant, and I don't understand. It's not irrelevant. It's like bang in the middle.
So now we're moving to a different point about linear.
Yeah,
relationships.
there you go. Like he doesn't even understand.
It's a different
the connection.
point, man. You know,
It's the same point.
You keep going on about these angular distances. Again, they are not considered when looking through a sextant. For fuck's sake. I don't know what language I have to say to him. Sorry, I don't speak your European language.
I mean, it's not about language barrier. I think it's like a cognitive logic barrier here, to be honest.
Clearly, yes, I think so.
Yes.
You don't know the fundamentals of what you measure through a sextant. Clearly,
apparently, I do know a lot about it because Kool-Aid seemed to know more about it than I do.
Kool-Aid's is going to agree with you. He didn't even know when the first almanac was published, and you're siding with that guy. He didn't know who was in charge of the expedition. He keeps going back to they reported to someone else.
Well,
dude, it's okay to say you don't know sometimes, Kool-Aid. It really is.
I bet you many sailors probably don't know the first almanac. I don't think
it
that's
doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You learned something from a flat earther today. Don't say you can't learn things from us.
Oh, I do. I learn shit from y'all all the time.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
About half of what I know is because I hear something and then I have to go look it up and change my thought on it. But so now that we're all cool and copacetic, would you like to try to answer how it's a linear relationship? between distance and the elevation of the star.
Yeah.
And you comparing that to a flat, like it doesn't work on some sort of flat Earth model.
It doesn't work on on
Just
any
answer it.
shape. Yeah, that's good. Doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't work on. So what? So
It doesn't matter what I was going to say. It doesn't matter what I was going to say.
Okay.
What
Just
shape?
answer the question.
Yeah. How does it work?
How does what work?
Well, it's because you're inside a cosmic egg, dude.
I mean,
Okay.
I went through like the whole tree thing. I thought that was pretty simple, Kool-Aid. It was like
It was.
very like simplistic way of explaining it, and they say it's irrelevant. And then now we explain it in terms of how we see stars, and they're saying what? I don't understand. Like, what else can we add
You're
to
talking
Kool-Aid?
about
I tried to
parallax.
break it down in like
Yeah.
fucking
So
kindergarten level.
it doesn't have anything to do with parallax. It's
There's a
literally
clear fundamental misunderstanding here, guys. You
Okay.
keep going on about the distance between these angular distances.
let's take
It's
one
got
of the
nothing to do
navigational.
with that, dude.
Let's take one of the navigational stars, and I don't care which one we use. It really is irrelevant.
Are we going to move on to this linear argument? Is that
Yes.
is that so? We're moving away from. So is there
It-
a concession? Is there a concession? Or are we going to
No,
come to
we're
some sort
just
of
gonna we're just gonna move on, and
conclusion?
we're just gonna let it go.
Okay, so
because
it's
there's
but
no
for the people
concession.
listening, can I just
I
get
don't-
one clarification?
Yeah.
When looking through a sextant, are these angles of this angular distance, is that considered?
No.
Thank you.
It was when they picked the stars, but since then it really doesn't matter. Now,
Well, there's only 57 stars they use, right, for navigation.
Did you get that, Funk? Not considered, sir.
Yeah, but I said earlier that they extrapolate that from the globe model.
Globe model?
That's
What globe
the
model?
the relationship between the angle of the stars and your position.
They extrapolate what from the globe model? Sorry.
That there is a linear relationship between their position in the sky and where your distance, where your position is.
so let's say we're looking at one of the navigational stars, and it is sitting at, let's say, 20 degrees. Okay, I'm going to drive south away from it 120 nautical miles. What altitude would that star be at?
Tell me, expert.
Lower?
It would be at Lala?
It'd be a little bit lower.
Oh, lower, right. How much lower?
Measure it.
We don't have to.
Are you
the
trying to say
answer-
it'd be below the horizon?
No, well, maybe, but probably not. At that altitude, it would be exactly 2 degrees lower. And then I move another 120 nautical miles. How much lower is it going to be now?
Another 2 degrees, right? But that's irrelevant,
right?
Whether it's a sphere or flat.
So,
But
what
if it was a
shape?
sphere, wouldn't it be a curved, squared function?
No. And why would it not be? Think about it.
Because of the consistency of the dome.
Consistency of the dome, that's one answer. Okay.
I don't
Could
know
it
what
be-
flat Earth model you're
could it-
trying to attack.
Yeah, it's funny
but-
because
I'm not
again, none of
attacking
these things are.
anybody.
It's funny because none of these things are considered when taking these readings on a sextant.
You very much consider the distance from the ground position to your location and the distance from your location to any other circle of equal altitude that you have drawn from other celestial objects. That is exactly how it works.
Dude, you have no circle of equal altitude. You can't even use those words.
What?
What? You heard me. Need hearing aids?
Yes.
You
And
have
they're-
no
they're
circle
turned
of
on,
equal
so-
altitude on a globe, sir. There is no such thing. We went through that earlier about, I don't know, 2 hours ago.
I
So you
must
circle
have,
back to these terms that don't work on a globe.
I must have passed out. Why don't we have a circle of equal altitude?
Because you would have different altitudes on a globe.
Because you'd have different altitudes.
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we have a circle of equal altitude?
Do you have to say it? Do I have to say it again?
Right. Because we have different circles of equal altitude, that doesn't mean anything. I'm very confused.
Hang on.
Just think of the words circle of equal altitude. So you don't have equal altitude on a ball.
We don't have the star located at the equal altitude.
No, you don't have a circle that's at an equal altitude. That's what the circle of equal altitude is.
Yeah, the circular line of position.
The circle is the place on the ground that shows that astronomical observation at the same altitude.
And that
it's literally a circle that's trying.
Altitude's just off the horizon, though.
Right. Exactly. So that's why I'm confused why this suddenly doesn't work anymore.
I don't know what the question is at this point.
Well,
Globus, would you like to try again?
In the chat, there's a perfect depiction of a circle of equal altitude and how it works and how sextants work. Yes.
No.
You can just say no, but that doesn't mean anything.
That's ridiculously. First of all, that star is about.
Yes, it's not to
3,000
scale. No shit.
Yeah.
But you remember earlier when you posted what's this? And you posted Googled and you said, look at all these images. And now I Googled circle. I don't know. It's the first time I heard the word circle of equal. I just Googled it and I just see a bunch of examples on a sphere.
It's called your line of position.
So why? So it seems to just create just a circle on a sphere.
Yeah. Because at any point in that's you could be at any point in that on that circle at any point on the circular line, because the angle to the star will be the same on any point in that circle.
Correct.
Okay. So why doesn't it?
Okay. So you see those radius lines that go to the center of the GP?
Mm-hmm.
They're horizontal lines. They're not curved.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are, because you need a 90-degree angle beneath the vertex of the celestial body.
At the astronomical horizon.
Beneath the vertex of the celestial body is a 90-degree angle, as shown in the picture.
At the astronomical horizon.
What astronomical horizon? That's just another made-up term.
The astronomical horizon.
They make a fake plane. They have to use a plane. That's what.
No.
A tangential plane.
That's incorrect.
And when you do that on a sphere, at the end of that tangential plane would be a different altitude to the ground. Because
everything you're saying now is wrong.
It's not wrong at all. I've got actual.
So the astronomical horizon and the astronomical point is the point at the center of the Earth in which all of the circles of equal altitude are made from. I don't know what definition you guys are using, but it is the wrong
center of the Earth. Yeah, that's a good one.
Right.
Presupposed center of a presupposed Earth.
It is where the line for all GPs cross.
Yeah, the astronomical horizon is the imaginary horizontal.
Starts.
The astronomical horizon is the imaginary horizontal plane, always at a 90-degree angle from the observer's zenith. Right?
But I can try and draw the way I would see it is that you have the GP, and you could, if you were to take a slice of that Earth, it's where the zenith goes down to that slice, right? And then you would have that angle, and that's the angle from your place. If you were to not be on a sphere, but if you're on a sphere, you just you don't get the same angle in relation to the horizon. But then you just need to add a little bit of angle.
Are we taking slices of the Earth now? Are we taking? Are we flattening the Earth?
In your head.
Is that what we're doing?
In your head.
Yeah, so we have to.
In your head.
Yeah, exactly. We have to theoretically flatten the Earth, right? Yeah.
Yes, in your head.
Yeah, we have to make it flat, right?
You don't have to make it flat. It's just a tool for math.
Yeah, you have to make it flat for your thing to work, right?
No, it's not for
Exactly.
story. It's
Yeah.
to make
Oh,
your
good though,
math
dude.
simpler.
It's to make it work, dude.
Yeah,
Because you
yeah,
realize it doesn't work on a curved surface, so you got to
It
take a
does work.
slice
I
of
just
it.
explained you how it worked.
And when you
It's
take
no
that slice,
problem.
hang on,
It
and
could
when you
work
take
both in both on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. It is
okay, and
no
when you
issue,
take that
but then the angle would be different.
when you
Here
take the
is-
slice off the Earth, you have different distances: arc distance, chord distance. Once you've sliced the Earth, it now becomes a chord distance, which defers to the arc distance that you say that you're on. You know, the arc of the Earth, which you're supposed to be finding out your position on.
But this relate to like arc distance. This circle of altitude just tells you, like, it's just like a distance away from the GP of the star.
Yes,
right?
which is a radius. It's a chord.
But
It's a
but
straight
on a
line.
globe Earth,
No,
the
it's not.
angle to the horizon would be the same.
You keep saying no, it's not,
around that
dude.
circle.
But this is how angles work, Kool-Aid.
But
It's
You
not a
can't have
straight line.
you cannot have. Hang on, you cannot have that 90-degree beneath the vertex of the star with a curved radius line, sir. It just doesn't work.
Oh, hold
It's
on.
the very fundamentals
Sorry.
of
Hold on.
geometry.
I got to reply to Rams. QE is a bitch.
Okay. What? Oh boy.
How about you address the
this is like
content of the
seeing
argument?
inside
then?
Q's brain.
There
just
is
like
no
open
content
caps
for
lock.
QE's brain. There is no argument there.
It's
not
just
even bother
random
reading
caps
it.
lock.
Okay, so ad hominem attack. Brilliant.
I mean, that's exactly what he did to me on his YouTube channel, right? Cut up a conversation
Yes.
he wasn't
Wow,
in
get the
because he's a little
ambulance.
bitch.
Get the ambulance
Yeah.
for this guy over here.
Sorry, QE's a bitch.
Every time I open my mouth to him, he just starts
wine with
screaming
that
and mute
cheese?
me.
You want some
I have
wine
very
with
little
that cheese?
respect for Q.
No one screamed once.
Q has never screamed. I think that's the only thing he can do.
No,
He screamed
yeah,
the
no.
one time he was on this channel.
Screams a little bit from
Yo,
time to
small
time. So
minds.
we should just completely write off all of his arguments.
He
Small minds
screamed
talk
and
about
cried
people.
the one time he was on this channel because Geo wouldn't give him privileges to ban me.
Why are
That
we
was the
talking
only
about
time
QE
he
now,
was there.
guys?
This is why Q sticks to his own channel. He just like control freak.
So, in conclusion, guys, we have to flatten the Earth in order for the sextant to work. Thank you very much.
So,
Gotta go,
did
guys.
you-
Catch you guys later.
Did you see the
Take care, Globus.
image I posted that
Peace,
has
Mel.
the red line on it that shows the transecting plane that is formed by the circle of equal altitude? No. Oh well. Hey Merle, you read that book yet?
I can see it's become a talking point today.
Hey, Kool-Aid, you got that link yet for the laser
No,
test?
I don't.
Later, bitch.
To be honest, I forgot about it again. Riggs, I'm gonna look for you though, I promise. I'm gonna write a sticky note here.
Yeah. We're
Hey
slack.
Rick, could you put that video up again, or that little GIF where the thing on the guy's wrist?
Yeah. I've actually got this 17 megabyte file. I can. Yeah, just give me a second. I gotta not die. I'm getting shot by 2 teams and then ringed.
Because I want to get Funk's opinion on that. Also,
I mean, the angles are off.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Angles are off.
Yeah, the angles are way off.
How do you get a
Way
circle
off.
of equal altitude on a globe?
I explained it like 5 minutes ago. I don't see any issue with it. It's just like you can have both a circle of equal altitude, both on any shape, I would think, right? But this is specifically to a sphere, I would guess.
Would it be a circle on other shapes?
Yeah, but if you have a flat plane and you have a star which is like above zenith point on and you have like a circle around it, then that star would be the equal angle to it.
would the area of that circle
You're right. It would.
be equal out?
Oh, therefore, I'm saying like, well, it doesn't matter. It's just like it's gonna be a little bit different angle you're measuring, but it doesn't. It still work in principle.
And
Like it's
it wouldn't be a linear relationship, but it would still work.
oh, it wouldn't be a really if you increase the circle, that's the problem. If you increase the circle, the angle, you're changing your perspective on a flat Earth, which I feel like I'm repeating myself. But you're changing your perspective, which means that you have a different. You don't have a linear relationship. You have a power function or something like that. But if you have I think you have a tangents function actually. Yeah, and if you just change your angle to it, which is what we claim is here on Earth, we move away, which on a globe, which means that our angle just changes. We don't like move away from the star; we just change our angle to it. Then that would be a linear relationship on like a relatively perfect sphere.
Like, I think a much better way to attack sextants would be talk about the oblateness that causes deformation of them. But
I was going to ask about that earlier, but
is that considered into the? Is it
Yes.
that precise? I don't know how. Okay, interesting.
Funk, do you see the GIF that I posted there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now the Earth is in front of him, right? But his wrist has something reflective on it that is pointed backwards towards him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Riggs just posted a little clip.
Well, it's like actually from the NASA footage. This is the source file.
All right. Now, Funk, I want you to watch and tell me what you think about that.
It's very hard to determine from this slow shot. It's like very, how should I say, like, it's very GoPro camera, like what you got, fisheye, very fisheye. So I don't know. It might be like some angles are a little bit twisted, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, what's happening here, I'll just narrate it real quick. He's facing down towards the Earth, like 90 degrees towards the Earth, okay? And it's clear in the clip. You can either watch in the middle or at the end. You can see the whole Earth in front of you in all of its curves. It is clearly in front of you. I'd say the highest point is 45 degrees above you at the highest point. Okay, like 45 degrees in front of you. Sorry. And then his, I guess, iPad or whatever the fuck is on his wrist, it's pointing 45 degrees behind him as he's facing that. So it's a 90-degree difference there, and it's showing the reflection of the Earth in his in the glass. So the angles are way off.
I think it's interesting that if you look at plain sailing navigation, they admittedly say that any distance 600 nautical miles can be treated as flat on the Earth.
do you have a source for that?
Yeah, one sec.
And also, Funk, before you even answer about that one.
Oh, actually, hold on. Never mind. Disregard. I know where the source for that came from.
Okay.
Did you read the next? I think it's 2 paragraphs later. When they say the paragraph that starts for distances over 600 nautical miles.
What's that again?
Did you read the paragraph 2 paragraphs later, I believe? Starts with for distances over 600 nautical miles.
Yeah, who plots courses longer than 600 nautical miles without correcting for a bearing?
The course that I'm currently watching is a little bit over 5,000 miles.
Right, and they're always correcting their heading along the way, right?
Right.
Right. So it's kind of irrelevant to a certain extent.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll put it like this. There's one thing that kind of takes away my faith in the the gentlemen that make those courses is the guy who actually gave me Nathaniel Bowditch's The American Practical Navigator. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but I mean, the guy who actually gave that to me plots courses, right? He's a captain, all the rest of it. And I had asked him, I was like, yo, because I found it, I was just musing about, how we find latitude using Polaris, right? You're familiar with how we do that, right?
Yes.
So, and this gentleman was not particularly savvy to it. He never really.
Did he mention that Polaris is not one of the navigational stars?
Well, what other star would you use for latitude?
There is 57 navigational stars. Of them, Polaris is not one.
Right, but how do we decipher latitude? This is my question. Okay, so I'll ask you, how do we decipher latitude?
Latitude is determined by the location of the 57 navigational stars, whichever one is there present.
Shut up.
And okay, hold on. I'll deal with this. Okay, so what's the original star that we use?
The original star that was used was Sirius B, as demonstrated by the Egyptian artwork in their carvings. It was their North Star.
That was their North Star?
Correct.
Okay, so what was their latitude in their system?
What was their latitude?
Yeah.
I don't understand the question.
Well, I'm saying you were saying it was their North Star. I'm just wondering what the proportions were. So, I mean, you seem rather knowledgeable. I'm just wondering what they listed as their latitude.
Yeah, using Sirius, what latitude did they get?
Right, what was it?
I don't know if they actually... That's a good question. I don't know.
Fair enough. Well, for today, modern times, we use Polaris. Now, even there are 57 other stars, but they are all gauged, probably, most likely, off of the basis of where Polaris is in relationship to them.
No, in fact, actually, many of them can't be seen, are not visible if
Well,
Polaris is visible.
aren't they plotted on a celestial sphere?
Yes.
Okay, so if they're plotted on a celestial sphere, they're always a specific distance away from Polaris, which would be the, let's say, head of, or the top point of the celestial sphere, right?
I mean, there's no up or down in space, but sure.
Okay, well, there's degrees, like, right ascension and declination, and those are plotted, and so those stars would always have a fixed position in regards to Polaris, right? So it could be said that your location, if you were to use a nautical almanac and using one of those 57 stars in your book and noting what degree off the horizon it is, you'd figure out what latitude you may be on because somebody else figured out what the fuck that star was in relationship to Polaris, right?
Indirectly, yes.
Hello? Right? 'Cause
Indirectly.
the thing is that you're using the whole notion of a celestial sphere is that it's fixed. I mean, it's actually really a great way. Like, the Earth is flat and motionless, but you can think of it as a sphere and inside another sphere. That's how I look at it. It's flat and fucking motionless, but you can think of it. Great model of it to explain it is to put the stars in a fixed position like we have in the celestial sphere. It doesn't make it that it's flat. The map is not the terrain, right? So if we've taken those 57 stars and we can admit to ourselves that those stars are, if you can see those stars and get your latitude from them based off of a fixed position of Polaris. So this is my issue.
Once again,
when I asked the guy who gave me the book,
many of those stars are not visible at the same time Polaris is.
How we
so
find
only
our
indirectly.
actually, if you could just answer for me, what is the modern way that we find our latitude using Polaris?
So we don't. Not in
Hello?
We don't. Not in celestial
Yes, my mic's
navigation.
not in.
No, it's working.
Yeah, I can
Can
hear
you not hear me?
Oh yeah,
I
no, I
can hear
couldn't
you.
hear you. I couldn't hear you. But what's up, bud? So how do we find our latitude?
We
using Polaris?
don't.
We don't.
We still don't. We still use those 57 nautical stars, or correction, 57 navigational stars. Just like I've said about 8 times.
Right, and where do
So
we
can
plot?
you use Polaris to find your latitude? Can you?
You can, yes, but it
So
is not.
then it
It
is.
is not
So
one
how
of
do
the
you do it? So
navigation
how do
stars.
you
The
do
listed
it?
ones depending on your source, but it is by definition a navigational star because you can navigate by it.
Well, hold on.
Right?
Let's. I just want to hear him tell me if I was using Polaris. Okay, how would I find my latitude? How would I find my latitude using Polaris?
Isn't it?
If you don't know this right
degrees
away,
from
right?
90?
If you don't know this right away, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's very simple. 1 per degree, it's above the horizon. It's 60 nautical miles. That's your position.
No, 60 nautical miles has nothing to fucking do with it. What I'm talking about is how do you
It
find?
does.
Well, okay, in your
What?
model that you don't fully understand.
The
maybe.
angle.
Hold
You need
on,
to
guys.
measure the angle.
Yeah, but from
Okay.
the and I said the angle per angle.
There's a
it's
Right,
specific
but it has
question.
nothing to do with 60 nautical miles. Just let me
Specific
just
question.
let me just iterate this. I'm asking the brother. Let's just for the record. I've asked you because you're telling me I don't know anything, but whatever that you understand this. I'm asking you guys how to find your latitude using Polaris, and just like the guy who gave me the fucking Nathaniel Bowditch book, who's a fucking captain who plots courses for industrial shipping. You guys and that guy don't fucking even know the simplest of fucking most ancient fucking means of navigation our people have ever used.
I just told you now.
And
No,
hold
you
on.
didn't.
If you want to actually go back, if you want to talk about the simplest and ancient forms of navigation, you are very, very wrong, sir. The most simplest and ancient form of navigation that predates
Kool-Aid.
if we want to go
Kool-Aid.
back, no, stand by, Merle. And
I
I'll
will.
get back. I'll get back to the fact. I'll get back to the fact he is telling you to read the same book I've been telling you to read for months.
Stand down and stand by.
Okay, so I'm on hold. So Kool-Aid and Funk have both tried to avoid
Before the sextant.
How do you get
Before the sextant.
Latitude Polaris.
Before the sextant, we used what was known as a sailor's square. There is many artist reproductions and as well as historical reproductions.
How do
Before
I use?
that,
How do we do it? I want to hear you say it. How do I use Polaris to find my latitude? And don't jump in for him, Funk.
it is measured its altitude from the horizon. Minus 90.
That simple?
Yeah, minus 90. Yeah, I forgot.
Damn.
That's how you find your latitude? I thought you told us a minute ago we don't find our latitude.
If you wouldn't with a sextant, it's not one of the navigational stars.
Oh, you're talking with this.
What, dude? You're retarded, dude. That's so good.
They weren't talking about sextant only. You just said point blank it wasn't one of the navigational stars. Now you're saying it's really simple, dead simple to find your latitude with Polaris. Go figure.
It's not one of the navigational stars. There are 57 of them.
It's completely one. Well, it may not be one of the navigation.
Polar.
Oh my god.
They are all they're all equo.
You would have made a horrible
pirate.
Dude, if you were on a ship, if you were a fucking captain of a ship, me and my pirate crew would have taken everything every time you fucking ever set sail.
Well,
Wait, can I
here's
ask you
the
a
funny
question?
thing.
Sorry, can I ask you a question, Colette? So that's
Please.
why you use the equipolar, because then you don't have to consider. Wait, how is that?
We use the.
How many ways can you guys
we
figure
don't
out
use
how
the
to not
polar
answer the question?
ones because they drop off too quick, and we need. We use
When
the
you guys are ready to answer the
equatorial
question,
stars
we'll be here. We're here.
because they're seen for longer over the ocean, at least where most transit is done.
Why are you guys avoiding this like the plague? Both.
What?
Right now.
All right.
Why are
ahead,
you
Ray.
both
I'll
avoiding?
ask. I'll try
Okay,
to.
I just really
because Issa asked like really pertinent question here. How do you get your latitude from Polaris?
I told you, you take 90 minus the degrees from your sextants from the horizon to the Polaris, and then you and then you per degree you take 60 nautical miles from the North Pole and down. That's your latitude, or you can say that that's the degree if you want to use degrees as latitude.
So it would be fair to say it's central to the navigational system, right?
Huh?
For people in the north.
And if you're using 57 other stars, they are plotted on a celestial sphere that their relationship is directly proportional to how far away they are from Polaris.
Well, yes,
Yeah,
but
they
they're
are.
also directly proportional. They're also directly proportional how far they are away from Cygna Octantis.
Yeah, but
and
that's
any
irrelevant.
other star I can mention. So is Polaris.
But I have to ask you, like, if you see a star like Polaris, it's pretty simple because that's same, doesn't move. But when you have other stars, how did they know that this star was at its highest, or if like you take it at a different time and the star moves closer to the horizon, wouldn't you have to take it when the star was at its what do you call at noon?
It's zenith, yeah. That's a very interesting question, and the answer to that actually gets